So welcome to the second day of our conference. It's great to see so many of you back here with us in the room today. And for those joining us on the live stream again, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you as well. Now, as I said, this is the second day of our conference. If you happen to have not joined us yesterday, we do have translation available. There are headsets in the back of the room for French and Spanish. So please do make use of those headsets if you so require. We will begin in just a moment with our first session. You can see our panelists are already seated and waiting. I just want to make a few points very quickly. Some of you hopefully will be joining for the cocktail reception at the Bonn Mayor's office this early evening at 6 o'clock is when that begins. We encourage you to please join. The Mayor's office has extended the kind invitation. Everyone can meet here, if you'd like, at 5:30 at the reception in order to make it to the mayor's office by 6. And the organizers of the conference are providing transport passes. So you can go to reception starting at around noon and find transport passes so that everyone can take the metro together, and that transport will be taken care of by the organizers of the conference. So at the reception, starting at noon, you'll find those passes. And if you want to join for the cocktail reception, please join us here down at the reception at 5:30. So that's after the last session today. Great. So with no further ado, I would like to get to our first session of the day, featuring the perspectives of the different types of stakeholders concerned in the governance of TVET systems. I'm going to hand over to our host sitting in the middle there, our moderator for this session, Mr. Friedrich Hübler, who's the head of UNESCO-UNEVOC. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Sumi, and good morning, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the first day of the conference. Looking forward to the second day with, I hope, as insightful and informative sessions as yesterday. As Sumi said, this session now is about governance. TVET and skills development are expected to address economic, social, and environmental demands by helping youth and adults develop the skills and competencies that they need to contribute to the transition to equitable, inclusive, digital, and green economies. In the run-up to the Transforming Education Summit that took place in New York in September, UNESCO led the preparation of a discussion paper on learning and skills for work, life, and sustainable development. This paper emphasizes the roles of the different stakeholders in TVET, both public and private, including teachers, administrators, learners and their families, governments, employers, and workers' organizations. The new UNESCO strategy for TVET, in line with the 2015 recommendation concerning TVET, also places a great emphasis on the need for transparent and inclusive governance in order to develop skills for sustainable and inclusive economies. In this session, we will gather the perspectives from different stakeholders concerned with the governance of TVET systems. And as you see, we have a diverse panel where we will hear about the roles of teachers, learners, regulators, and enterprises. And we'll start with, I will introduce the panelists as I ask questions to them. We'll start with Derika Kohn. She is a third-year student in Temasek Polytechnic, which is a member of the UNEVOC network, and she pursues there a diploma in communication design. She's also currently the president of Temasek Polytechnic Ambassadors for the academic year 2022-2023, and I believe you're also the youngest panelist at this conference, so welcome, Derika. You were recently selected as a youth ambassador for Temasek Polytechnic's World Youth Skills Day initiative, where one of the key topics that was explored was the role of government and decision makers in supporting youth skills development. Could you tell us what inspired you to get involved?
Thank you for the question. A key initiative under the World Youth Skills Day Asia Pacific region was the inaugural Youth Ambassadors Program, spanning across 5 months, having 67 youth ambassadors across 11 different countries in the Asia Pacific region. It allows youth like myself to exchange ideas and views on skills for the future and the future of work, and we met regularly on a monthly basis virtually. So what inspired me to actually get involved in this program was that it was a platform for youth like myself to share views as well as aspirations for the future and to connect with like-minded peers and understand their learning environments better. Through participating in this program, I learned that firstly, it's vital for youths, regardless of their background, to openly express their views and opinions and perspectives. And youths must continually upskill themselves, having that tenacity in learning and to have that innate curiosity for new knowledge. And lastly, is to remain empathetic and listen to others in humility, for it's only by listening to others then we can better understand their perspectives on certain issues.
Thank you, Derika. One reason why we have here is because we also wanted to hear specifically from youth. So this is an opportunity for you to address everyone in this room, where you have many stakeholders in the field of TVET, including representatives from governments, training providers, and enterprises. Can you tell us what they can do to help you and your peers acquire the skills that are needed for today's economy and society?
It's very important for the government, training providers, and enterprises to work together to ensure that the learning curriculum of the students of today can be updated regularly and to ensure that the acquired skill sets that we learn in school can meet the market demands. TVET stakeholders can also work together to provide more internship opportunities across different industries. Internship is one of the ways that allows students like myself to assess our career choices, pick up skills not learned in school, as well as to prepare for the working world. A close partnership between the government, training providers, and enterprises is required for such arrangements to be successfully implemented in the country. And with the support of the Singapore government, polytechnics like Temasek Poly allows us to partner with companies to provide internship opportunities for all students, and it's mandatory for every student in a polytechnic to undergo internship. There are various ways in which TVET stakeholders can help youth acquire these required skills. And on this note, I'm very proud to share that the World Youth Skills Day Asia Pacific Youth Ambassadors have prepared a youth declaration to provide views on youth and skills to all TVET stakeholders. And it's a document to call for actions by the various stakeholders, including policymakers, educators, and industry players to address our concerns and aspirations for the future.
Thank you, Derika. Our second speaker is Afero Ismail. He's an associate professor at the Department of Engineering Education at University Tun Hussein On in Malaysia, which is also a member of the UNEVOC network. Afero is the head of the UTHM Digital Innovation Center and also the UNEVOC Center coordinator. UTHM participated recently in the UNEVOC Network Co-Action Initiative that you already heard about a few times. This is an initiative by UNEVOC where we bring together different members of the UNEVOC network to work on topics of joint interest. Afero, you have worked closely with TVET teachers and instructors in your country, Malaysia, and in other countries in South and Southeast Asia implementing this co-action initiative that I just mentioned. What are the priorities for teacher training to ensure that TVET remains relevant and of high quality?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Friedrich, for the question. So I, on behalf of the UNEVOC Center, UTHM, would like to say thank you to the UNESCO-UNEVOC for giving us the opportunity to be part of the co-action project in the previous year. So as you mentioned about the training needs by the teachers to make them relevant until today's world. So I would like to talk in regards of our project that we have implemented during last year until this year. You know, that we did a study regarding on the TVET teachers in 5 countries members, which is altogether are the UNEVOC members. So from Iran, Maldives, Indonesia, China, and also Malaysia. So we did a research regarding what are the training needs required by the teachers. So since that we did the research during the pandemic, so of course it comes out that the teachers need more on the digital competency. So when talking about digital competency, we can see that the most important or the most sought after skills training that they need are how to develop the digital content. How to actually to deliver digital materials to their students. But surprisingly, actually, apart from the digital competency training, they also need what we call this social support, which is we want the teachers to become a good motivator. They want to be a good facilitator or maybe a counselor, because we do understand that during that moment, there are so many students actually drop out from school. We want to keep them in the system. So this is actually, we miss out during our training. We just targeting to make sure that we complete the syllabus in time. But at the same time, the children are suffering, because some of them actually comes from disadvantaged background when talking about TVET. So most of them actually, their parents lost their job during the pandemic. So a teacher is not just about to teach the students, but also to motivate them, to complete their studies at the end, to get employed to the real industry.
And related to that, what can we do to make teachers, say, active and engaged partners in well-functioning TVET systems?
In response to the question, that I believe that we do understand that teachers are adults, and based on our observation from all those countries, we have a similar common problem, which is they are being imposed so many job tasks and responsibility, which is a burden to the teachers, not just for teaching, but on the clerical work and many others. So I think there should be a support system that we need to understand that each of the teachers have different needs and at the different stages of their career. For example, young teachers or junior teachers might need different type of training, but for the senior teachers, for example, in this today's world, we can see that they are very lack of digital competency. So this kind of training we need to address uniquely for each of the person. And another thing is that I believe that we can implement this in many other countries, which is the engagement with industries. So we have one initiative being implemented in Malaysia. We call that structured internship program, which is we send the teachers to industries for a certain period. So at that moment, they will learn on how the real situation in industries, and at the same time, when they get back to the school, they will strengthen the collaboration between institution and industries. So I think we will benefit from that very, very much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So we've heard now about some perspectives about the roles of learners and teachers and the expectations and how we can serve their needs. I also wanted to mention to those who are following online, will come later in the session, we hope to take questions from the audience. So of course here, when you're here, you can raise your hand, but if you're joining us online, please put your questions in the chat and we will then try to select some of those that you can ask to the panel. We'll now move on to a different level with Manuela Prina. She's from the European Training Foundation, where she's the head of the Skills Identification and Development Unit. ETF is, of course, the agency that supports countries outside of the European Union in the area of human capital development, lifelong learning policies, and skills identification and development. Manuela, what are the main policy measures promoted by ETF for better governance in its TVET reform policy agenda, and can you mention some examples of successful reforms?
Thank you. This is a very dense question for 9 a.m. in the morning. So please follow me, stay with me. I want to say that on one side, there are things that we have been repeating, but not only the ETF, I think all of us here in the room. That is like a mantra when we talk about good governance of TVET. And we are still far from being in an ideal world. So when we talk about good governance and we talk about the cooperation among actors, in particular social dialogue, employers being involved, trade unions, and also teachers and trainers to be involved in the policy cycle, we know that any country and system we pick, we will find this recommendation in any review we do of the system. So I would say that those ingredients that are part of a good governance of TVET, we know that it takes a really big effort from the side of the system to continue, believe, trust, and invest in, I would say, what are the basic ingredients of a good governance. And we don't have to give up. So it's not that because there are news in terms of TVET mechanism, those things are not important anymore. They are actually the fundamental of a good governance for TVET. But definitely there are some important news, especially as we are moving strongly to a perspective of lifelong learning. And as we see TVET actually covering much more needs and also being requested to deliver on many different groups and aspirations, including a high demand on adapting for the green and digital transition, but also for the changing needs of the industry and the services and all economic sectors. So what are those good practices? The first is that I would mention is the role of civil society organizations that enter very much in the game of governance, much more than before, because of their role in reaching out and also covering informal and non-formal training opportunities that we know are extremely important to engage the population in lifelong learning and also reach out to adults. The second is the private sector, not only as an actor that provides advice to the TVET, but as a provider itself and as a protagonist of lifelong learning. And the third dimension that I want to mention is what I call the impact investment, so the partnership amongst different actors, including financial actors, that is targeting a specific objective in a country, in a region, in a city, and this is probably the other important dimension of governance, which is the multi-level governance that comes in the picture. Now, the question on good practices. We heard yesterday somebody said that system change is always our aspiration. And it's an aspiration that has a destiny to fail, and I hope we're all aware of that. Because system change is a wave. For me, it's something that we continue aspiring for it. But it's evolving, so we will never be happy. I think this is the destiny of people working in human capital, no? We are never happy, and we always have something to do, so we will never be unemployed somehow, which is a good news. But we have many good practices, and I think not only the ETF, but all international players are trying to capturing these good practices through really bringing forward those examples. And I would mention from the ETF side 3 of those examples. The first are the centers of vocational excellence, which is a big wave of change and good practices. ETF has been facilitating a network at international level that now has more than 250 centers of vocational excellence across 50 countries. And I think if you read what each of those centers does in terms of partnership, in terms of change, in terms of governance, there you find really a good story for each of them. The second is the green skills. We said yesterday we don't know yet what are the green skills. We don't have a taxonomy, but we have practices, many of them. We have done for 2 years a Green Skills Award, again at the global level, identifying more than 30 good practices from India to the Philippines to Nigeria to the Netherlands. And we will repeat it next year. And again, if you look into those practices, you have a story around governance, which is extremely diverse, but is representing a good example. And the third is around innovative teaching and learning, something that we always think is not really happening in the system. However, this year we launched for the first year a call for experiences in innovative teaching and learning, covering youth and also adults, and we received almost 800 applications. And it was very difficult to select only 5 to bring to the final stage. So I think that we really need, and this is probably something that at system level and in terms of good governance, we are still need to move a bit, which is to learn from practices, because there is where we have the experience and the examples that can inspire more change to happen across the system. I'll stop here.
You just mentioned that you work in many different countries. You give some examples, Philippines, Nigeria. You talked about the network of centers of vocational excellence. I was wondering, because you work with so many countries, what do you see that is missing perhaps in these countries and say the development of, or the management, or how we can better manage TVET systems based on the experience that you have in these countries? What's missing there?
Okay. First, I say that for me, I always also delete from reports the word missing or it has to improve, because I recognize that across all countries there is an immense effort. As we said yesterday, TVET, despite everything we have done, is still an area which is we have difficulties to reach really an attention that then moves investments and the system forward. But for me, what we have to reflect in all the countries is some dilemmas. I think we are in a moment of dilemmas. One dilemma is control versus diversification. So we want more people to be involved in learning, so education and training across age group, across different needs, youth that are outside, so needs, people who are not in education or in training, adults who are working and need upskilling and reskilling, adults that are looking for a job and need maybe another type of itinerary. And we want to have more in the system, but we also want to continue with the control we exercise or we used to exercise on formal education and training. So that's a dilemma that we need to solve for policymakers, letting go and amplifying versus control. The second dilemma, I would say, is quality versus quantity. Again, it's not that we need to give up on quality because we have more quantity in terms of education and training, but there is a moment where we will not be super happy. You know that something that is very important in the context of lifelong learning is micro-credentials. And micro-credentials, I think it's an area where we see these dilemmas in action, no? Control versus letting go, quantity versus quality. There is something that we need to reflect. And the third dilemma that I would name is impact and trust versus fear of failure, which is something that I think impacts on us as policy shapers and policymakers very much. Now, we are in a moment in the history, I would say, of education and training where we need impact and trust, including working with many different actors that before were not part of the governance of the system. For example, civil society organizations, youth organizations, parents. So we need many more communication lines. And if we have a fear of failure, we will not move forward. So I think these are the three things that beyond the usual recommendations of improving partnerships, social dialogue, and involvement of actors, we really need to reflect upon as policymakers and policy shapers.
Thank you, Manuela. Thomas Schröder is professor at TU Dortmund University, where he's also the chair of the UNESCO chair of TVET and competence development for the future of work. Thomas, Manuela just touched upon the role of the private sector. I was wondering if you could tell us more about the role of the private sector. We know they have an important role as training providers, but also as employers that demand specific skills. Can you speak about the contribution of the private sector based on your experience?
Yeah, thank you very much for this very important question. For quality of TVET, of course, is inevitable. We need private sector. I will maybe later on give some insight about what they are doing on the micro level, how they are contributing towards quality and why. Of course, the private sector has an interest in having a highly qualified workforce, which can be employed in a very flexible manner, preferably. And if you really mean it about sustainability in a global context, if we want to achieve this as a goal, we won't achieve this without the private sector. So TVET basically has a dual function here. Sustainability, ecological, economic, and social sustainability is something which needs to be included in order to change the mindset of those who undergo a TVET program. At the same time, it's systemically extremely relevant as a very complex educational sector, which itself contributes through sound TVET programs, through offering career pathways, through enabling individuals to earn a decent income and a respected place in society. It's important for all societies to offer this to the majority of the population, if not to all. So especially when I look at initial TVET programs, it's, I think, a means of sustainability to have programs which are sound and which exceed a few weeks. Sometimes we have those short-lived and short-time skills development programs which are maybe in a very short-sighted interest of some of the industries, but those who offer longer programs will in the end profit from quality, from an enhanced competitiveness, and that's what the industry is interested in. So some of them really invest a lot and really make an effort. We witnessed yesterday what our colleagues presented. It's amazing, I believe, very outstanding, and I think if we want to create sustainable societies, we need to make sure how we can include more than we do at the moment the private sector into TVET programs. Excellent approaches, excellent initiatives, and this needs to be strengthened. And I often sense it's not unwillingness, it's rather being a little uninformed about all the options which are there, or even missing options and structures which need to be provided by the society. Thank you.
Maybe can you elaborate a bit more? What are some of the enabling conditions for private sector cooperation in TVET?
I think the most important factor, what I observe, is the basis must be mutual trust. So the companies, the economy must trust that it's in the interest of the entire society to achieve something with respect to quality education, which will serve the entire society. So basically same objectives. One of the main objectives always is to achieve excellence in TVET, which increases competitiveness. But sometimes it's incentives, of course, financial incentives, tax reduction, or even laws and regulations. I came across very recently the new draft new reporting standards by EU. You probably are informed about this, which is quite interesting. It's called the European Sustainability Reporting Standards, and will be enacted, I think, in 2024, which basically means that 14,000 German enterprises and companies will have to report according to those standards. At the moment, we don't even have the personnel to achieve this goal. But there's one disclosure requirement, S1-9. It's about training and skills development indicators of the companies, which is an approach. And I'm really looking forward to see how this will impact activities of the companies with respect to sustainability of TVET systems. Thank you.
I would like to connect this a bit to the UNESCO TVET strategy. This is the main reason why we are gathered here for these 2 days, the launch of this strategy. And I would like to ask all panelists the same question. Could you maybe give us, from your specific perspective, one key recommendation on how the government of TVET systems can be improved and how UNESCO can support this process? We'll start with you, Derika.
Well, I think that participatory governance is very important, and that means hearing the voices and opinions of the public from the ground. Within Singapore's context, it could be seen as public consultation processes within different community centres, grassroots organisations, as well as with members of parliament, where the public could raise their concerns to the government. In the TVET system context, it could be seen as annual surveys or dialogue sessions with youths and students like myself from different institutes of learning to gather feedback and to understand their perspectives on certain issues happening. In this way, UNESCO could hear directly from the youths while enhancing participatory governance in the process. Youth should lastly be involved because their voices, our voices and opinions matter. And youths are the next generation to be leading the nation as well as the world forward, and we are the ones impacting the future generations to come. Thus, all perspectives, opinions, and voices should be heard to better improve the existing initiatives and programs being run and to find ways to improve the lives of the next generation. Thank you.
Afiro?
All right. I would like to second what Derika said about the involvement of the many stakeholders into the system. So I believe we can refer to triple or quadruple helix that we need to integrate all those stakeholders into one system to make them available and accessible into our current governance. And we did a study before that. I'm talking about the TVET teachers, a curriculum. So we found that they are lacking of future skills in the current curriculum. What we are teaching them is about the current or existing knowledge or skill that we need to integrate into the teachers. But how about the future skills? So I believe that while taking into consideration the comments and feedback from the industries and the stakeholders, and of course now we are focusing on the comments and feedback from the family, from the community. So these are important stakeholders to put together to strengthen our governance system.
Same question to you, Manuela.
Yeah, maybe I focus on one point, which is about the governance and the unlocking investments. Something that we see is that as we talk about the sectors, and we know that also the economic challenges and the change in the world of work is extremely fast and demanding. We also know that, for example, from the European Commission, there are many funds that go into sector programs, including targeting skills. But for example, I'll give you an example from the Western Balkan region. We were talking with DG Agriculture, and they were saying, we have funds, but we don't have projects. We don't have requests to use those funds. So we need to fill this gap between investing in skills, which is an aspiration, let's say, of countries and also sectoral policies, and working with the actors in the sectors to bring in the skills dimension, which is something that, has always been there, but not as demanding as now. So I think we have a role to play, and UNESCO has a role to play in unlocking investments by bringing people together and trying to really understand how we can make this happen.
Thank you. I hope that this conference is a partial response to that, what you just said, by bringing people together and agreeing on a goal. And I think this is also very valuable advice for UNESCO. Thomas, again, the same question to you.
Thank you. Well, that's a very difficult question, and most of it has already been said. So, but I think what we need to rethink again and again is one of the main problems is societal reputation of TVET programs and the outcome. That's something that needs to be tackled in one way or the other. And saying this with respect to ongoing digitalization, this might offer a pathway to new forms of learning and new learning organization. I think we must overcome some traditions, and we need to create best practice examples and to disseminate them. So this is a role where UNESCO and UNESCO-UNEVOC is extremely important. Identify best practice, disseminate, and make it available to a broad public. Thank you.
I would like to give the audience an opportunity to ask questions. This is, again, both to the people who are with us in the room, but also those who are joining online. And I think we have some questions online already. Sumi, please.
Indeed, there's one question that's come in from our online participants, from Tawanda Chinengundu, who asks, what would be the best method of training TVET teachers for secondary schools?
Maybe Afrera, you could respond to that question.
I believe that the question is referred to me. So thank you for the questions you mentioned about is the best method to teach the secondary school. So I believe that the students from the secondary schools are youth, young people from the age of around 13 to 17. So when the transition towards the different of generation, so these young people into this world are different from our world, from our from previous education. So we have heard about multiple mechanisms or multiple methods that we can use to implement to teach this kind of students. So one of the best examples is we are now moving towards the student center, not any longer teacher center. So in that case, we have to integrate multiple methodologies such as problem-based learning or if we're talking about the STEM, inquiry-based learning, so those are the things that we need to put together into our teaching and delivery. But when talking about the technology, so I believe that even our kids today are really literacy in using the mobile phones and the technology devices. So in order to engage the student very well in the session, we need to plan some activity by using the technology. So I believe that is an additional value to make them focus, and at the end, we would like them to achieve the learning outcome. during the session.
So I see some hands in the audience. I think, Margarita, you were first, and please state your name, your affiliation, and your country.
Okay, I'm Margarita Pavlova from the Education University of Hong Kong, China, and I have a question to Manuela. You said that you identified these interesting green practices and giving the awards. So what sort of aspects are you using to evaluate these practices? And can you tell something about the pedagogy? What sort of, have you noticed any interesting pedagogy that has been used by these participants or awardees? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, those practices are extremely diverse, so they cover skills and in terms of skills provision, but also in the world of work, so looking at how training happens, for example, in companies. So one of the things we look at is, in fact, the green dimension, which is not always easy to identify, so to make sure that there is a purpose in terms of addressing a challenge or a need which is connected to green. The second is the partnership element. This is something we always look at, so we award practices that have a collaboration among different actors. And the third is the impact, is the change that they are bringing in the society. In terms of pedagogy, and I have to say that this is something that it's also in the good practices that we are collecting on innovative teaching and learning, for sure the student-centered approach is extremely important. The second is the use of digital technology in support, so not as a purpose, but as a support to a pedagogical objective. And I think that makes a big difference. In the pandemic, we all learned that, in fact, digital is not per se a solution. In fact, we have I think, data on actually polarization, exclusion that has been brought in the moment where we all moved to a digital provision. So in these practices, instead, we see the use of digital in support to the pedagogical objective. And there are many practices, so I really invite you to look at them because each of them has a different story. We can catch up during the coffee break.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning. Tim Schreiber from the European Commission. One way of organizing the governance of VET that we promote very much at EU level is through dual VET, through apprenticeship systems in particular, which we think is a very good way to also involve the private sector very closely. I would be interested in hearing your views, how much this is also a model that can be well implemented in other parts of the world, what are specific challenges maybe, and yes, voilà, thank you.
I will put that question to Thomas.
Thank you very much for this excellent question. Yeah, I think my personal opinion, is I don't see a reason why it shouldn't be possible to implement a dual system in other countries. But you need a long breath, and to think in cycles of a 3-year development program is not sufficient. So there are more sometimes practical hurdles than to development. But there are some examples. Look at Malaysia, for example. They have a beautiful dual system. In Peru, we have approaches with Senati resources. We heard this yesterday. And one has to be very patient, and one has to be aware of the fact that only 20% of the companies in Germany is decreasing the number of companies who are involved in dual system because we have a changing economy. And new economies, for example, are those, are operated by people like in the IT sector. mainly operated by people who underwent a study program at university. So if you approach them and say, why don't you introduce some dual programs in your company? You can save a lot of money and it makes sense. It's very practice oriented. They say, no, we don't need this because we have enough money. So we take those from university and they undergo a training program. So it's basically, you need to change the culture, and that applies as well to dual programs. At the same time, we see that dual study programs in Germany are exploding at the moment because there's a strive for higher education, but at the same time, many companies want to be included in such study programs. So that's a success story, has been a success story in recent years. And yeah, my personal opinion with respect to quality, if you want, if of course it's always increasing the quality. You can learn at a workplace, in company workplace. You can learn things. You can learn how to work under time constraints. You have real colleagues and who want you to deliver quality. You have real customers. All this cannot be simulated. So you learn something here which you cannot learn in a vocational college and which you cannot learn in a vocational training center. And maybe one more word to this question of vocational teachers, because that's a very complex matter. And I once was working in a working group and I was explaining to them as an expert for vocational teachers that one has to make up its mind. How do you want to educate them? Do you want a TVET system which is based on bottom-up processes where you allow your teachers to shape and to create the learning environment and their own work environment? Or do you want more the kind of obedient person? And the answer was, oh, that's a very complex and complicated question, and we don't want to discuss this. Too complex, too complicated. And I would just please have in mind, TVET is complicated and TVET is complex, and there is no one single solution. We need many solutions, and even in one country, if we have one solution which works well in one sector, it doesn't necessarily mean that it can be transferred in this one country to another sector. Maybe you need a different solution in another sector. So we need to be aware of this. Yes, it's complex, but that's what basically I think is fun. It's challenge to have a complex problem here, and TVET obviously is a very complex system and a complex problem. Thank you.
Can I add something to the questions?
Please
So
do.
I would like to share our institution experience. This is the critical challenge that we're facing now is in the context of curriculum. So let's say we are sending students to the industries. We cannot send the total 30 students to the same industries. So we need to separate them, divide them into several industries. But the most difficult challenge is to make a standard between those industries, because it's a structured curriculum. So what they learn in that industries is different from these industries. So this is quite a challenge for us to measure the quality after the end of the program. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Maybe on that note, we'll close. I think the last message that we had was that there's a lot of complexity in TVET systems, in the governance of TVET systems. If I want to maybe summarize the ambition of the new UNESCO strategy for TVET in a nutshell, it's the transition to more inclusive and sustainable economies and societies. For this, it's necessary for all stakeholders to contribute and to come together. But we also learned from this panel that there is a large diversity in these stakeholders, and they have very different needs and the context in which they operate. Starting with the learners, they can be young people like Derika here, they could be adults who are in continuing education, and all the way to the upper level where we have countries in a very different financial and economic situation. I hope that an event like this, and this is also what we learned, this is the role for UNESCO, can help us bring some of these different perspectives together so that we can work jointly on this common ambition of TVET systems that are as excellent as they can be. So thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the day.
And thank you, Friedrich, for your moderation of that very interesting session and for your questions as well. I'll let the panelists take their seats again. We are going to take a short break, but I just wanted to take the opportunity at this point to recognize and highlight one of our guests. Her Excellency, Ms. Sadoka Tsirikova, is the Vice Minister of Higher and Secondary Specialized Education of Uzbekistan, and she's joining us this morning. So welcome to you. Thank you for being here with us today. On that note, we have the chance to take a coffee break. We want to begin again at 10 a.m. So please join us back here in the room at 10 for our next session. We're going to take a look at some TVET flagship projects. So we'll see you at 10. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Come on in and take your seats if you're just trickling in so we can get started. We have our panelists, as you can see, seated already. Okay, let's begin. If I can ask for your attention, let's begin. So in this session, we're going to speak about ongoing and upcoming TVET flagship initiatives, including projects by UNESCO and its field offices and partners as well. So to highlight this session, we have our moderator who is in the center here of this panel, and I'd like to hand over to Mr. Hubert Giesen, the Regional Director and Representative for the UNESCO Regional Office for Eastern Africa. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Sumi, and good morning, dear colleagues and friends. Can you, those in the back, please take your seat? I'm sorry that this was just a technical break. It seems there was no coffee, but we will, of course, respect your basic human right for access to coffee later. So please take your seats so we can start with this session. Those in the back, can you please take your seat? All right. Session number 4, which is on TVET flagship initiatives addressing multiple transitions. And it's composed of 2 panel sessions. So this is the first of the 2, which is focused on the green transformation. And this will be followed at 11 with a session on the digital transformation. I invite 4 panelists to speak in this session. We have 3 present here, lined up on the podium. I will introduce them later. And there is 1 panelist online. That is our good friend and partner, Dr. Langat, the director of the TVET Authority in Kenya. And he is joining us via a video link. So let me first check, Dr. Langat, can you hear us? Can you see us? Are you there?
Good morning, everyone, and I'm joining you from Nairobi. I can hear you very well.
Thank you, Dr. Langat. Habari za asubuhi.
Salamu sana.
Sawa sawa. Tutaendelea.
Karibu.
Asante.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much for joining us. You're on the screen in the main room. So first, a few comments to introduce this panel session on green transition. Now, I've looked in the room. None of you is old enough to have been there, but many of you will have heard about the game-changing 1972 United Nations Conference on the Environment, which was held in Stockholm. And this was really the first time that environmental issues were placed on top of the international agendas and concerns, really. It also constituted the meeting which resulted in the creation of UNEP. And remember, I'm based in Nairobi, so earlier this year we celebrated 50 years of existence of UNEP. That was a big event, of course. And so 50 years ago, where have we gone since 50 years ago? Since then, I would say the attention to the issue of sustainable development has significantly grown to become now a global priority for all nations and for humanity at large. And this is captured now in the very ambitious Agenda 2030 and its 17 game-changing SDGs, which are aimed, and I quote from the title of the document that was endorsed by the General Assembly, transforming our world. So that sets the ambition. And therefore, in this session, the two topics, the green transition and the digital transition. Now, in addition to the climate change and environmental crisis, we have seen the emergence really of other global crises, on health, of course, the COVID pandemic, migration affecting a lot of countries here in Europe, conflicts, corresponding effects of these conflicts on inflation and energy security. And I think all of this calls for multiple transitions to happen simultaneously, as also, in fact, is expressed in this complex Agenda 2030. I strongly believe that education could be a most powerful way to integrate all dimensions of this complex agenda, and it can help to turn challenges into opportunities, really. A successful green transition requires collective action and responsibility from all the world's citizens. It requires changing mindsets, but also attitudes and rethinking of unsustainable consumption and production patterns. It calls for an upscaling of education for sustainable development, and that is at all levels. In basic education, in TVET, in tertiary and higher education, and in fact in lifelong learning approaches. Now for TVET, the ambition must be twofold in this regard. First, to build the right skills and capacities to drive the green transition. In other meetings, I have said that in talking about green transformation, in particular in Africa, I've said what would be the first bottleneck? And it's not finance. I mean, we have seen what finance can be made available when we had the COVID pandemic. It's not political will. It is not the management capacity. It is actually the technical skills. That is the first bottleneck that we will see in this green transition. And then the second ambition for TVET must be to ensure also that TVET institutions become digitized and green, and they become showcases of sustainability themselves. Now, in this panel, we want to hear from ongoing TVET flagship initiatives to identify success factors, best practices, and new ideas to support a successful and just transitions. So let me go to the panel now, and I invite the first panelist on my left, Dr. Jefferson Azevedo from Brazil, to maybe share some insights. First, to introduce Dr. Azevedo, he is the rector of the Fluminense Federal Institute and vice president for Americas of the World Federation of Colleges and Polytechnics. He is also the coordinator of the UNESCO-UNEVOC Center, of the National Council of the Federal Network of TVET Institutions. He holds a PhD in Systems and Computing Engineering, and he has worked for over 27 years in professional and technical education. So, Dr. Azevedo, please tell us about the new Greening TVET Campus initiative that you are managing and implementing. I believe it's called Itaboraí, and this is offering green programs to adult learners. We're very eager to hear from you. The floor is yours.
First of all, Mr. Hubbard, I would like to say that I'm honored to the invitation to be here by the organization of the UNEVOC team. Thank you very much. And it's impossible I talk about A minute, please. Okay. It's impossible to say something about TVET in Brazil, and I wouldn't talk about our huge public network, national network, where 41 institutions with 670 campuses, with 1.5 million students, tuition free for all. It's a federal budget, and this was created because the great question in the last 20 years for us was how to reach all the people that needed the skills to be in the better position in the world of work. Next one. And I will cut this great country in Rio de Janeiro state, in the countryside of the Rio de Janeiro state, where is my institution, where I am a professor and I'm a director in the countryside of the Rio de Janeiro state, and we will talk about one campus that will open next month, the Itaboraí campus. Please, next one. I try to. Okay. This is a specialized campus, is an energy and sustainability campus. Probably it's, we have a little bit campus in the 617 in Brazil that is so specialized. Next, please. Okay. This main focus is energy and sustainability. And we learn with the UNESCO-UNEVOC, with the greening TVET structure, the 5 dimensions of the greening TVET, and we will implement in this campus the infrastructure, the greening curriculum and training, the greening research projects, the greening community workplace, and greening the institutional culture. And the target audience, the main target audience is the adults and young adults in this place. Sorry. Okay. I will do a minute, please. Here, all the technician course is have a new curriculum approach. Is a formative pathway in micro-credentials, and here is an example of 4 models of our course, and the question is how to prepare, how to reconcile the work and study activities and schedule for the working students. It's a great challenge for all of us. And because that, we divided in 4 models, and this pathway, the working students can attend one of this model, and 3 months next another, without time between them, but at the end, with the 4 micro-credential, they get a diploma as a technician in electrician here. This with the high school, because in Brazil, the technician level is a higher school level. And at the end of this pathway, they will get a diploma as a technician. It's so flexible curriculum to the working students. Another question for us is how to prepare professional with deeply knowledge and broad competence, broad skills. And because that, we have another pathway, is environmental vertical integration. We offer in the next 3 years the vertical modalities of our courses. The students came to our institution and do initial and continual education, for example, photovoltaic system installer, and then go to the technician level, and then go to the technician specialization, and then go to undergraduate degree, for example, to do the electrical engineer, and then go to the post-graduation or lato sensu specialization in renewable energy. And in this pathway, this vertical integration, it's possible to prepare a different kind of a profession to develop research project, develop new technologies, to dialogue with the community, to listen the demand of the society and put your knowledge in favor of the solutions of the product sector, the organization. And thank you very much. It's a little bit about our experience in Brazil. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Azevedo, for sharing this very interesting initiative. I will come back with some questions later, but let us first hear from the second panelist. That's Dr. Langat. As we have seen, he is connected. I hope he is on the screen, or he will show up on the screen in a minute. So let me first introduce Dr. Langat. He is the Director General of the TVET Authority in Kenya. He has a wealth of experience of over 25 years from both public and private sectors. He is responsible for the implementation of TVET policies in Kenya. That's the TVETA mandate. And Dr. Langat holds a PhD in engineering systems and management from Egerton University. Dr. Langat is also a key ally in our BEAR2 flagship program on TVET in Kenya. Dr. Langat, could you tell us more about your experience in collaborating with UNESCO in making the BEAR project a success? The floor is yours, sir.
Albert and the team in Bonn. You rightfully introduced the subject and how UNESCO-UNEVOC has been advocating for the effective transition of knowledge and skills needed to promote climate change through mainstreaming of the knowledge and skills required to effect this transition. Ourselves as a country, we have been working very closely with the UNESCO and in UNEVOC in assisting us to put in place strategies that will be able to allow us to move this transition smoothly, to ensure that not only we have the right policies in place, but also to make sure that we have put in place the right team to make sure that we see this transitioning. Our emphasis has been on greening strategies to transform our learning and training environment so that we fulfill our role in skilling our learners, upskilling the professionals into the green jobs, and also reskilling those who are likely to lose their jobs into when we move to the green transition. As a country, what we did was to develop the policies and regulations around our curriculum development so that we have what we call the basic structure of our curriculum, where sustainability and greening is one. So in all our curriculum, be it in engineering, in business, in tourism, in entrepreneurship, we have the factor of greening and sustainability in our curriculum. This is to inculcate greening culture and sustainability in everything that we are doing in our institution. We have participated in the global debate and emphasizing on greening of occupation with a focus of high skills and well-paid jobs in the greening sector. And one of the example of the project that we are doing is the one that we are doing with the UNESCO on environmental sustainability, and we have developed 3 curriculum, level 3, level 4, and level 6 in solar PV. We have also equipped 6 TVET institutions across the country to implement this curriculum with the equipment for training in solar PV. What we are looking at is promoting the availability of these skills so that we encourage institutions, for example, towards to move towards transitioning to the greening by using the green technologies in their institution. If you go to most of our institutions at the moment, they are now embracing solar energy, especially in heating water in the student hostels, in their kitchen, and saving on the other sources of energy that will be maybe contributing to this. To this end, we have enrolled students in the new curriculum, and we are expecting in the next 1 year to have graduated the students with the skills in solar PV. And we have integrated entrepreneurship into this program so that some of them will go into business that will be promoting the use of green energy in our institution and in our homes. With this, we will be encouraging many households in the country and institutions to practice or utilize the green energy because of the availability of skills. The challenge that we have been having, other than the cost of solar, for example, being high, is the lack of skills for people who can maintain solar energy installation for those who are willing to do this. But where TVET is planning to produce as many of these technicians across the country, then we are seeing the uptake of solar utilization in the country going up and promoting to the green availability of the green jobs in Kenya. And finally, in the institution, what we are focusing more is the supply of workforce who will be in the forefront in dealing directly with the sustainable issues. We are saying TVET should embrace the green technology that is economically visible and environmentally friendly. If TVET cannot create new green technology, at least it should be able to support and adopt the technologies by preparing the future workforce who are aware of, capable of handling the technologies that supports the greening of the job. Thank you very much, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Langat, for sharing these insights. Let us start with some questions to the 2 first panelists, and I start with Dr. Langat as we have you on the screen. Now, a recent study of UNESCO shows that curricula in many countries are lacking information on environmental issues. I think the study showed that less than 50% of curricula documents made any reference to environmental issues. And my question is, what is in your opinion needed in terms of curriculum in the future design of TVET curricula to ensure the greening of skills and the qualifications of TVET graduates?
Thank you, Herbert. What we have done as a country is to develop competency-based education and training and assessment standards. And in those standards, structured what we call basic competencies. And in this case, we are bringing in addition to numeracy, literacy, we are bringing in digital skills and environmental skills. So it is forming part of our curriculum. And I mentioned, regardless of the field that curriculum is, because you deal with it, issues of sustainability in all aspects of our business undertaking, whether you are in engineering, hospitality, you are in entrepreneurship, you have one element also of sustainability. Second is to be able to train new trainers who are curriculum developers in terms of drafting the new curriculum and working on sustainability. And thirdly, we are currently working on what we call greening awards by best practitioners in our institution. Other than encouraging them to plant trees in their campuses, we also are encouraging them to work on sustainable approaches in their activities, including waste management, because this is some of the places where we find to be a challenge, especially in our TVET institution. We use a lot of materials which, if not well handled, can bring some environmental degradation. So we expect this greening award to where institution will be competing on the best practices of adopting green practices to encourage more institutions to move towards that, including how they have implemented sustainable activities in their training programs. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Langat. And that is indeed a very comprehensive approach, and I think we can learn from that. Also knowing the education system in Kenya a bit and the recent reforms towards competency-based education, also in basic education, I believe an important aspect there is also that environmental education is integrated at the basic education level, so that you work on the mindset, awareness of young children. And when they come to your institutions, that they have already the right mindset to absorb this approach that you have developed at the TVET level. So thank you, Dr. Langat, for these valuable insights. Let me ask a question to Dr. Jefferson Azevedo. Now, as we know, education is really about foresight. We have to train today for the jobs of tomorrow. Now, what innovations do you foresee are needed for the TVET sector to be able to continue to meet the needs of the service and the industry sectors, which are the two most important sectors in Brazil? And they are key for today's Brazil economy. That on the one hand, while also increasing and looking at the upcoming transition, increasingly shifting towards building the required skills for the green transition. So how do you see that balance?
I think the world has a great challenge, especially in the post-pandemic era. The feeling is that the 2030 accelerating come to the 2022. A lot of things were anticipated. And our research shows in Brazil that we will need 10 million to skilling 10 million workers in the next 3 years only in industrial fields. 80 million with reskilling and upskilling, and 2 million in skilling. In the greening TVET, in green fields, for example, in photovoltaic area, we will need in the next years 600,000 new workers for this field. And this is a great challenge for Brazil. We need to align our federal TVET network with the state networks and the private networks to this great effort. And we will need the Minister of Education and the Minister of Labor to coordinate these great challenges for us. But I would like to highlight that we need a new profile of professional, of a new generation. We need a professional with high skills in new technologies because the intelligent technologies, robotization, automatization, and different materials. It's so important, deep knowledge. But we need another dimension that is a sustainable dimension in the profile, with a new mindset, a new behavior to do new projects and to think different. But I would like to highlight a third dimension, the humanity dimension. We need to prepare ethical people, people that will be prepared to live together with new values, solidarity, justice, to aim a culture of peace. And I think these three dimensions is a great challenge for all of our schools and for our education system.
Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing this experience in Brazil. And you can really see from your answer this green transition brings challenges indeed, millions to be trained, retrained, but also opportunities, some 600,000 new jobs, green jobs in Brazil. Let me now turn to the third panelist, Marieke van der Weyer, Senior Policy Analyst at OECD. Marieke, thanks for joining us. Marieke van der Weyer is a Senior Policy Analyst in the OECD Center for Skills, where she leads the work on vocational education and training. She has been actively involved in the OECD's Getting Skills Right project, analyzing the match between skills demand on the one hand and supply. Marieke holds a PhD in economics from the University of Leuven in Belgium. Dr. van der Weyer, please tell us about the challenges of matching skills, demand, and supply. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Hubert, and thank you for the opportunity to discuss with you the work that we are doing, that we have done on work-based learning and the green transition. As you can see here on the screen, we have a new report out on this. It came out on Monday, so very recent, and this is a collaboration between different international organizations. As you can see, all of them on the screen here, through the interagency group on TVET. So first of all, let me thank the colleagues from the European Commission, ETF, CDFOP, the ILO, and UNESCO for the very fruitful collaboration on this leaflet. So what is this leaflet? So it's a very short document. It's only 16 pages, and that includes front and back cover, so really a very short document that sets out some of the broad opportunities of the green transition and work-based learning. So it discusses how skill needs are changing because of the green transition and what role work-based learning can play. And the purpose of the leaflet is really to put the spotlight on this topic and on the role that work-based learning can play. So it's a very accessible document without any technical terminology, and it's really meant for awareness raising. And my slides have disappeared for a second. So why looking at the green transition? I'll wait for them to come back, but of course I don't have to tell you why we need to look at it. The other panelists have been going through this already, so skill needs are definitely changing because of this. We need training of young people for the future labor market, for future societies, but also of adults who are already in the workforce. So when we talk about skills for the green transition, we had to come up with a definition, of course. We've heard this throughout the last couple of days. What are green skills? So this is the definition that we came up together with these 6 international organizations, and our approach was to put all our definitions, because we all have some form of definition already, to put them next to each other and see what are the common elements. So what do we all consider skills for the green transition? You can read it on the screen, so I won't go through much of the details, but just for you to know, we take a very broad perspective in this definition. So we include technical skills, so the skills that are needed to adopt more environmentally friendly working practices and technologies, but also transversal skills, so those linked to sustainable thinking and acting that are important in work and in life. So quite a broad perspective. So we're not talking here about just skills for green jobs. Those are important as well, and those are covered. But we're talking more broadly of skills that you also need in changing jobs, changing occupations. You'll see that we put skills for the green transition in brackets as well, because we say skills, but we actually mean skills, knowledge, abilities, values, attitudes. But it would have been a bit long to always use all these terminologies, so skills for the green transition. If we can go to the next slide. I have the, thank you.
Sorry. Yeah.
Thank you. There it is. So why work-based learning specifically? So of course, there are many benefits to work-based learning, the most obvious one being that work-based learning gives the opportunity to immediately, directly be exposed to the new technologies in the workplace, the new work practices related to the green transition. Secondly, it also enables young people to be agents of change, as we say, because they are going from the school to the employer. They can bring the new practices from the employer back to the school. They can bring new thinking that they develop at the school to the workplace, as such fostering really this kind of peer knowledge exchange and mutual learning. And work-based learning, lastly, for adults, it's a very flexible way to learn and directly relevant for them, and which, of course, for adults, we know that they need this type of learning. So one last point that we cover in the leaflet as well are these enabling conditions that we've put here on the slide. So for work-based learning to play this role, to really support the green transition, we've identified a set of conditions that we think are necessary for it to really reach its potential. So you can see here, first one, skills intelligence. We need to know what is happening, how our skill needs changing due to the green transition, what are the skills for the green transition. We need coordination among stakeholders, and I'm definitely not the first to say it during this conference. We need to know, we need to align work-based learning with the policy priorities, with the needs of the employers and the needs of the learners. We need dialogue between the training companies and the providers, exactly to foster that knowledge exchange. We need skilled teachers and trainers, also something that came up in the session before. We need the commitment of companies, and that's an important point. So companies need to be committed to training young people, to training their workers, and committed to sustainability. So it really needs to be in their DNA to be involved in training and to be involved in sustainable practices. We need to be able to reach all learners through work-based learning, and that may require some additional support, some outreach efforts. And lastly, career guidance to help people understand that the green transition really is an opportunity, and to help them understand how they can develop the skills for the green transition. So the leaflet is available on the website of all of the agencies involved, and you have the link here as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marieke, for this very important report, and thanks for working hard to have the report launch just before this conference. I suggest that we put the QR code on the screen again at the end of the session, so that those who want to copy it have an opportunity to do so. Before I come back to you with some questions, let me invite the last panelist, last but not least, Dr. Apurva Shankar. She works for Circle Economy in the Netherlands. Ms. Shankar's work focuses on the impact of circular strategies on jobs and skills, and she has a double master's in public policy and human development from Maastricht University and from the United Nations University. Ms. Shankar, please enlighten us on the role of TVET in really building and driving a circular economy. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hubert, and also want to start by thanking the UNESCO team and also congratulating them on the launch of their TVET strategy. I'm going to start off by introducing my work a little bit and my organization. So as Dr. Hubert mentioned, I work in Circle Economy. So Circle Economy is basically an impact organization based in Amsterdam, the Netherlands. And we're a group of 50 passionate experts who work on, our aim is basically to accelerate the transition to a just and inclusive circle economy through practical and scalable insights and solutions. So we've been around in this space for over 10 years, and over the course of this time, we have supported over 80 businesses, 30 cities, and 20 national agencies, as well as multilateral organizations, foundations, as well as civil society organizations. So my work specifically is within the Circular Jobs Initiatives team in Circular Economy. The Circular Jobs team is like a knowledge center within Circular Economy. And what we really focus on is how can we make the circular transition positive for workers and the workforce? So how can we make sure that workers are at the heart of the circular transition? So to come a little bit into the project that we did, so this was a project that we did that we're actually doing with UNESCO-UNEVOC. And the project is on upskilling TVET on circular economy for post-pandemic recovery. Now, the rationale of the project, I think, is pretty clear. Also, through our discussions over the last 2 days, we do recognize that, especially in this post-pandemic world, upskilling youth has become extremely important. Skilling, upskilling, reskilling, all of those. And this is important for us to build back better and also to enable resilience. So our project basically has 2 objectives. It is targeted towards TVET personnel to raise their professional and institutional capabilities, because the idea is that we want them to adopt circular practices and integrate this into their curriculum. And our project is also targeted towards TVET graduates and students to enhance their competencies and also to work in areas related to the circular economy and related to inclusive, green, and resilient post-pandemic recovery. So what we have done as part of the project is we developed a training of trainers on circular economy. So to tell you how we arrived at this actual training of trainers, so I think the first step really for us was, it was very important for us to also have a continuous dialogue with the institutions that we were working with. I think that was also something that was mentioned in the previous presentation about enabling conditions. So we were in constant touch with the UNESCO-UNEVOC centers, and we had surveys, we had meetings, we had ongoing discussions, and we really identified what their priority areas are. So during a kickoff meeting that we had at the beginning of the project, we identified that there are several entry points for circular economy, but entrepreneurial learning is a particularly viable one, and hence our training was designed and developed with this lens. We also found, based on feedback from TVET institutions, that it is helpful to integrate the topic and to introduce the topic more in as a broader concept that can be integrated across different subjects. So therefore, our training was designed from a broad lens, not targeting any particular sector or any particular focus area, but more as a general introductory module on circular economy. So finally, our training happened, it was conducted in September 2022, and we reached 80 educators from 8 institutions across 6 countries in Africa. And these are just a few pictures from the events that we had. So the first is from the kickoff meeting that I just mentioned, where we really found out what the priorities of the institutions are. The second picture is from the actual, training that happened in September. And so the process didn't end with the training. We wanted to follow up also with a webinar, with a session to basically see how have learners actually, understood all these concepts and how are they planning to integrate it into their curriculum. So we had a post-learning webinar as well, quite recently in October. This is also just a snapshot from that. So what we found in the post-learning webinar was very interesting. So institutions highlighted 3 areas that they see circular economy being integrated into their curriculum. So the first one is promotion of lifelong learning. So over here, what we found is that, basically institutions also plan to, plan to modify their curriculum to integrate circular concepts. Another area that was mentioned is that institutions prioritizing circular economy as a strategic research area. And the third is also, knowledge sharing and capacity development forums, because it's not just important to research about these subjects, but also to share, to have knowledge sharing sessions. In the second area, that is promoting enterprise and profitable work, institutions highlighted the importance of exhibition events to promote circular economy careers and high-quality guidance. They also specified, funding for business and entrepreneurship ideas that embody circular economy concepts. And they also spoke about the importance of enterprise activation forums to galvanize and incentivize business ideas around the circular economy. And when it came to the third area, which is promoting active citizenship and social inclusion, we heard about the importance of community engagement projects that have research, teaching, and learning components, along with entrepreneurial inclinations. And there were also several examples that were given. I'm not going to go into the details now in the interest of time. But yes, basically the post-learning webinar was very energizing for us because after the training, we actually found out, how this is going to trickle down to the institutions, the curriculum, and their students. So quickly touching on the last point. So we wanted to see how successful the training was. So we looked at the Kirkpatrick model. So this looks at 4 levels of the training to see how effective a training actually is. So since it's still early days, we have measured only the reaction and learning level. In the first level, we wanted to understand, did the learners actually enjoy the training? So post the training, we actually sent an evaluation form, and we also had, of course, a lot of opportunities during the training to capture feedback. And we did hear that the training was very well received, and there were lots of insights that were gathered. And trainers also said that it was a great opportunity for them to network and to meet other like-minded individuals in the same space. We also looked at the second level, which is learning, which talks about did learning transfer actually occur. And over here, we had basically, the post-learning webinar was an opportunity for us to actually evaluate this. And what we did find is that, the learning transfer has actually occurred and institutions are able to actually take this and integrate it into their curriculum. So overall, this was our experience, and we are going to continue to stay in touch with institutions to also measure the impact and the results level. And there's also a brochure on this project in the marketplace if you want to have a look, and we can also chat further later. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shankar, for sharing this very interesting example. I would like to maybe hear from you a bit more about the issue of competences. What are the 2 or 3 key competences that you would identify for learners to really thrive in a circular economy?
Thank you for that question. I think what we see in a circular economy is that it's becoming increasingly important to work in interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary ways. So for instance, if you think about the role of a typical construction worker in a linear economy, they might have a certain role, but in a circular economy, it becomes about not just their function, but also how they interact with different stakeholders across the value chain. So all of the transversal skills that we spoke about, critical thinking, problem solving, communication, all of those become extremely important. I think another skill that's also really important is, of course, we have touched upon this a lot as well, is technical and digital skills. We also see that that is gaining increasing prominence. So in general, I don't have a slide for this, but the T-shaped skills approach is a very helpful way of thinking about the competencies that are important. So the vertical bar of the T basically talks about the depth of skills that are required. So this is more about, what specialist skills will you require? And the horizontal bar of the T is more of a cross-cutting, broader skills that are required. So this generally encompasses things like transversal skills, which are more broad. So what we see in a circular economy is that in addition to the depth, the breadth of skills is also becoming important because it's important that learners are able to apply these skills in a variety of contexts.
Thank you very much. Then let me turn to Dr. van der Weyer. We know that transformations are very complex processes, and the question is what needs to change in both the formal and also the informal TVET sectors to support, and I would even ask to help accelerate green transition and the green jobs creation.
Thank you. I think at the risk of sounding repetitive, again, bringing the social partners in is really crucial. They know what's happening on the ground. They know which technologies are developing or popping up. So bringing them into the TVET institutions, making sure that our programs are aligned with what is happening in the green transition, that's crucial. Work-based learning, I hope the leaflet can convince you that work-based learning is important, so I won't go into much detail for that. I think flexibility is also necessary, not only in terms of changing, adapting the content, but also in terms of the delivery. The green transition, the people affected by the green transition are also those already working. They need different types of learning. They need more flexible provision, online learning, modular, micro-credentials. So formal TVET definitely needs to become more flexible for that. Teachers and trainers, I mentioned it before, very important here. We've heard the example from Malaysia where the teachers can do an internship in industry, and that's something really helps them develop those technical skills. They also need that sustainability mindset, because they are the ones interacting with the students. They are the ones that can also make the students, the learners, develop that sustainability mindset. And lastly, and also related to that sustainability mindset, is giving space in the curriculum to develop that mindset. You've already mentioned before as well, this needs to be developed very early on.
Yeah.
But we need to nurture it throughout TVET as well. So we need to have space in the curriculum. That doesn't mean that we need a specific module or a specific course. And as you were saying before as well, we need to integrate that across the board in the different courses.
Thank you, Marieke. We have a few minutes left before we close, so let me check if there is any questions online, and then we can come back with another question for the audience. A question online.
Yeah, just one question from Johannes Kioko Mutiku, who asks, would you support a policy where it becomes mandatory for TVET trainers or teachers to spend at least 6 weeks in industry every 2 years to ensure that they are updated?
All right, for which panelist?
It wasn't specified, so anyone could fill that.
Volunteers. Anyone wants to talk about mandatory training in industry? What about you, the Brazil experience?
I think we don't have a unique solution for all the challenges. We need a diversity of possibility in TVET training. But I think, for example, it's important for the teachers to be in contact with the industry. I think dual VET or the relationship with industry to update is so important. But we have a lot of possibility, and I think a unique solution for example, for Brazil. Brazil is a huge country. The north, south, the west, east is so different. We have a lot of different productive sector chains, and depends of, for example, in São Paulo, it's a high industry metropolis in Brazil. I think this is possible to do, but we have campus in the Amazon forest, for example. It's how to obligate 6 weeks in the, because the proposal of the TVET index traditional communities in agriculture area is so different, okay? But it's a possibility, but it's not a unique solution.
Yeah, thank you very much. So the principle is accepted, I hear, of training of teachers and having an exposure in industry, but we can't make it mandatory.
But I think I
Dr.
can
Langat,
also,
please come in, yes.
Yes. Yeah, I think in the UNESCO project that we've just concluded, we also developed a framework for continuous professional development for teachers that require them to go back to industry to upscale their skills and also to be independent to the new technologies that are happening. Of course, the issue is how it's going to be implemented, because we are supposed to work on this together with the sustainable financing model within the TVET sector, so that even when we require these trainers to go back to the industry, they should be supported by the government or the institutions that are sponsoring them, so that we don't require them wholly to finance their going back to the industry. But it is necessary for them to be able to make up the skills to what is required in the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Langat. So this unfortunately brings us to the end of this session already. If you have questions from the audience, I suggest you use the coffee break efficiently. A green transition will obviously not happen overnight. It is a change process. And after 160 years of building up carbon-based economies in this world, it will take several decades probably to fully transit to its zero carbon economies. We only had 1 hour to discuss the key drivers from the TVET sector that could help accelerate this transition. And I thank all the panelists for their valuable inputs and the audience for your participation. I believe you all have deserved a coffee. Let's go for coffee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hubert. That's right. There's coffee now, and then we'll continue with the second part of the session on digital transformation. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I know that was a short coffee break, but we certainly have a lot more to get through, so thank you for joining us back. As we heard in the last session, this is the second part of this discussion about TVET flagship initiatives, including projects by UNESCO and its field offices and its partners. And this discussion will focus on digital transformation. And I would like to hand over to Mona Laroussi, who will be the moderator for this discussion. She is the director of the Institut de la Francophonie pour l'éducation et la formation. Mona, I will give the floor to you, and you might notice that you do have headsets. Part of this conversation will be in French, part will be in English. There'll be a switch between the two. So if you need the translation, please make use of it. Mona.
Okay. We note that the interpreters did not translate from French to English, so we remediate to this. Donc, this session will be in French. Donc, on va commencer. Le numérique qui était omniprésent dans notre vie. Je vous laisse le temps de mettre les casques. Juste pour présenter la session, donc le numérique était omniprésent dans nos quotidiens, dans notre vie. Est devenu, après la pandémie de la Covid-19, une nécessité. Et donc ça n'a pas échappé aussi à tous les métiers et à toutes les compétences.
So digitalization has become a necessity. And according to a recent study, 66% of employees are using a computer at work, and there were only 53% in 2013. 62% believe that continued learning prepared them for the new digital world, according to the 2013 report. With the digitalization of all activities, there is a private and public sphere are linked. Now we bring our phone home, and it's like bringing work home, because the digital is as intrudes our private lives. And there's been a major disruption because of this new way of life, which created new skills. Over the past decades, 30% of professional skills have been replaced, which exert pressure on the capabilities of sectors, including technical and vocational training, and also the lifelong learning, because as we know, people who came right before do not have the skills to work with digital tools. So it means that we have to upscale the skills of those who will be recruited, and to improve the skills of those who already were working, and whose skills have to be improved so that they can continue in their jobs. it is urgent that we should use the data to help educators, workers and learners to understand the impact of change on employment and competitiveness so that we can better plan and connect to the labor market. This session on digitalization will put forward current and future initiatives in terms of professional training in line with the priorities of the new strategy. Some projects that are being implemented at the headquarters of the UNESCO will be presented, but also projects that are implemented elsewhere. Cooperations and synergies to support successful transitions will be explained. It is also an opportunity to engage in good practice and to learn about how we can use such good practice and duplicate them in other countries. More specifically, we will discuss the importance of the challenges and the opportunities of the digital transition and other related transitions from the point of view of new digital professional skills and how they are mainstreamed in the professional training. We also discussed the competencies and digital skills in an accelerated phase of the expansion of the economy and what it means for the economy and vocational training in order to ensure that all learners are prepared in an appropriate manner. We will also deal with the best practices and lessons learned to meet the demand of the labor market and society in terms of digitalization and the new digital services to make sure that no one is left behind. To that end, we have among us some panelists. I will start on my left. Ms. Ya Lala from Madagascar, Ms. Tem Leng from Singapore, and Matt Sig-Gilman from the Burning Glass Institute. The first two will show us some case studies that are different but similar from Madagascar. Mr. Zimmerman will also make a presentation. I hope that I pronounced your name right. And he will share his point of view on the importance of the data on the labor market. And we will finish with Mr. Robert Okinda to my right and Benjamin Marleux, who will share the way they are working on the project with UNESCO to give training to the teachers to manage digital transformations and how the BIX program with Mr. Marteux works on the development and the follow-up of the youth digital skills. So without further ado, I will now give the floor to my colleague and friends, because we work together, Harry Lala, to present the case of Madagascar.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour tout le monde. C'est vraiment un plaisir pour moi.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure for me. I am representing Madagascar's TVET, and I will discuss what's happening in our country. So first of all, for those who don't know it yet, Madagascar is a country in the Indian Ocean. It's a large island. Unfortunately, it is ranked among the the poorest countries in the world, although it has loads of natural resources. To name but a few, mine, oil and gas. We are facing major issues in the field of skills development, of human resources, because workers don't have a lot of skills or don't have any skills at all. And private sector is dominating. We have 500 institution for training on the island, and only 70 of them are state-owned, and they only have 40,000 learners. So it is a situation that is very preoccupying, and in 2015 we drafted our first national policy document on employment and vocational training, and we mainstreamed in our first sectorial educational plan the very important element. There are many strategic focuses to implement, but during this presentation I will focus on the merge between the momentum between the partnerships that is very important to improve quality, and one of the crucial activities in order to reform our system, and that is adopting engineering and to adopt a competency-based approach which will underpin the development and the curriculum reform. That reform should include synergies between partners, particularly in the private sector, that should decide on which competencies they need, and our first national policy focused on 5 economic areas, priority areas, that is information technologies, tourism, hospitality industry, textile, public project, and rural development. At the moment, we are in the economic recovery phase, and it is very challenging because of the health crisis, and also because of natural disasters that are occurring almost on a daily basis, cyclones, and they constrain us to close those institutions because of floods, for example, and also the place of digital transformation in this context. We realized after and during the COVID-19 pandemic, we mobilized in order to take into account the importance of mainstreaming digital in order to strengthen resilience in our system. Also, we decided to start training for trainers sessions to train them on information technology, but information and communication technology they require a change in the way teaching is carried out. So using those technologies is absolutely paramount. With the BEAR project, we started the first session, the first training for trainer session with the support of the Korean government, but with the support of the European Commission as part of Erasmus+, and the main actor was the University Agency of the OEF. So what are the challenges that we have to address? The inequity, that's the first one, because it doesn't affect the vulnerable, it affects the vulnerable groups in the rural population. That accounts for 82 or 85%. And the digital infrastructure are lacking, almost inexistent, and there are connectivity issues. Our human resources aren't having the right skills, and what are the perspectives? Well, it's a digital policy. There is an interministerial initiative, and the Ministry of Innovation and Digital Development is leading the initiative. We have strengthened what we had already put in place through the Pan-African Initiative for Digital Transformation. It is a UNESCO project, and we are now once again asking for the cooperation of UNESCO to support us to devise a national strategy for digital transformation of our system. And here, before you, we reiterate our commitments made during several regional and national fora. And also at the Paris and New York Summit to the transformation of education. So what do we commit to? Well, it is twofold. Develop new learning modalities, use the information and communication technology, and second, promoting the mass learning in the emerging sectors so that we can ensure the competitiveness of youth in the labor market. And as a conclusion, we are launching a call for synergies in what we do. And we call upon you as our traditional UNESCO partners and others as well. We have to be able to learn from other experiences in other countries. Let's move together to transform education and vocational training in Madagascar. Thank you. Thank you, Lela. All right, so moving on swiftly to the gentleman to my right. 5 minutes.
In 5 minutes, yeah. So once again, thanks for inviting me to share the experience by Temasek Polytechnic. I think first and foremost, I would like to thank Sarah and the BILT team for giving me this opportunity to share the BILT projects and also some of the things that we're doing. Can I have the slides up, please? Thank you. Just to give a context, the Temasek Polytechnic, in the European qualification framework, we are pegged at level 5, so which is one level below the university program. So just to provide you that perspective, we offer 3 years diploma programs that are quality practice-based oriented, so that we can provide our students with the skills to contribute the technological and economic development of Singapore. It gave me great pleasure to do a quick introduction on BILT. Temasek Polytechnic is part of this BILT family. I find that it's very meaningful to have this platform as it helps to promote that kind of conversation among the members to talk about how skills development, institution and policy can respond to the digital and green economy. So we talk about how we can encourage the entrepreneurial mindset among our young people, and also how can TVET use migration to support the labor markets gaps and to help labor markets integration. So basically, BILT operates in 3 regions, Europe, Africa, and Asia-Pac. And the key activities that we operate, which Temasek Polytechnic supports, are greatly bridging innovation and also learning as well. All right, so just to give you an idea of this BILT projects. So Temasek Polytechnic, we support the 4 commitments. And in fact, I'm very excited to announce that we are looking at the very first sector on tourism and hospitality sector. And actually, it's within this framework that I would like to share with you the innovative approach by TP, which is the Smart E-Commerce Center. Right. Can I have the video clip? As we say, a picture is worth more than 1,000 words, and a video clip definitely worth more than 1,000 words. So can I have the video clip to be up, just to let you have a glimpse of what is this Smart E-Commerce Center is all about.
Some 1,200 diploma students and adult learners are set to gain e-commerce skills from the newly launched Smart E-Commerce Center, Temasek Polytechnic School of Business. This comes as the COVID-19 pandemic accelerated digital transformation in the retail industry.
Let me tell you more about how to shop in Omni.
This robot greets customers when they enter a store. And while shopping, patrons can scan the QR codes on the items to find out more about the product. They're also able to try on clothes virtually. Buying is also made more convenient with a self-checkout station. About 500 Temasek Poly students across various diploma programs and 700 adult learners under the continuing education and training courses will benefit from the training opportunities. Minister of State for Education Gan Xiaohuang says as companies transform their businesses, it is key to upskill workers too.
Process digitalization and technology adoption provides at best only half the solution. The other half that must not be overlooked lies in equipping our workforce with the necessary skills to make use of these technologies. Only by pursuing these twin thrusts in tandem can businesses ensure that they are in the best position to capture the emerging opportunities in this evolving environment.
So, letztens hatte ich ein...
Right, thank you so much. Can I get back to my slides again? Yeah. So that's the Smart E-Commerce Center that we have. All right, so I thought I would like to use the BILT language, the 3 I's, the identification, integration, and also implementation to share a bit more details on this, the thinking process of this Smart E-Commerce Center. Let me go to the first I, which is the identification. Right, the first I. So the first I, identification, is really about working with stakeholders to look at emerging trends and also to see how training can be more relevant. So it helps to inform the key focus strategies for this Smart E-Commerce Center. So the Singapore government actually launched the industry transformation map, looking at retail industry specifically in 2016. So we call this as ITM. And the whole idea is to transform the industry. And also in fact, this year we have updated the industry transformation map that look at 4 key areas, looking at Singapore brands going overseas, encourage new experiential concept, position the country as a lifestyle hub for global brands, and lastly, to groom local talent for quality jobs. This is important because the industry transformation map provide information to the way that we shape our curriculum. And that brings me to the second point on integration. And after identifying all the key trends and issues that will impact the retail industry, so that really helped us to really translate all this into the way that we shape our curriculum. So in Temasek Polytechnic, we have 2 diploma that responds to this, the developmental needs for the industry, the retail industry. So the 2 diploma programs are diploma in logistics and operation management, and also diploma in marketing. All right, and I'll move on to the third I, which is the implementation. So after knowing that there's a need to respond to the needs for the retail industry, so how does that mean when we look at the way that we implement our curriculum? So through this Smart E-Commerce Center, it will provide students an omni-channel learning environment, consists of unmanned and online stores for students and also budding entrepreneurs to acquire necessary knowledge and skills, so that they can design a similar shopping experience for our customers. So that is in this context, the 3 I's to frame the way that we look at the smart e-commerce center. I'm coming to the end very soon, moderator. And this slide actually shows the various interfaces that our students could be exposed to this omni shopping approach. This includes the front of house, customers experience touch points, and also back of house. And of course, last but not least, as what I mentioned, there's an online version for our students. So the whole idea is to really provide that kind of real-life experience for our students and to infuse that into the curriculum. Hopefully this case example that I've shared in Temasek Polytechnic will give you an idea of how, looking from the BILT angle, looking at the 3 I's, how we can support our students in acquiring the skills that can really respond to the needs, specifically in this case, the retail industry. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, merci pour la course. Comme nous tous, on travaille beaucoup avec la mémoire à court terme. Je vous propose qu'on pose les questions aux 2 intervenants avant de passer au 3e. Donc, je vais poser une petite question, mais il y a...
Thank you so much. Thank you for this race. So just like we are saying, we work very often with short-term memory. So I suggest asking the questions, and then the questions will be addressed to 2 of the panelists, and then we're going to ask the questions to the other panelists. So my question is the following. Did you see an important change in the requests of the labor market when it comes to this? Yes, of course. We have noticed from sectoral research and studies that were done by our work with the support of UNESCO and the Belgium Forum, who were responsible for those studies. We had 2 main things to focus on. We noticed that it is very important in all careers that professionals have the necessary competencies and skills. For example, for the tourism sector, we should have courses online. And in those 2, we can find the repertories, and we have identified the needs here. We have also a group of companies who did studies on the employment market, and we do not find enough employees who would want to apply for jobs. Another question, how would you operate when the people are not connected, so they don't have access to internet? That's a very difficult question. This is one of the challenges, and I think that the networks, the networking opportunities, just as mentioned before, the problem is not that they don't want to have access to internet, it's about poverty. They cannot access it. So the trainers always think about ways to share with our peers the resources that we have. We cannot use our own laptops, so there should be several measures to help those people to hold different trainings. We have to have the necessary infrastructure for those trainings. So that's why I said I don't know what the projects have to focus on, but the fact is, the reality is that there are many technical issues. So the idea is to be able to solve this technical and digital fracture that we see and the digital gap. Thank you. I will ask my question now to my colleague on my right.
Right, thanks moderator for the question. I think this is a very good question. Just now I mentioned about the Smart E-Commerce Center. Actually, we are very much guided by this national program, which is called the Industry Transformation Map. It was first launched in 2016, focusing on 23 sectors in Singapore, and one of which is on the retail industry. And this industry transformation map, or ITM, is conceived in partnership together with the industry partners. So government did not work alone, but work very closely with the partners, with the industry partners, to see how they can work together to build this retail industry. Similarly for other sectors as well, including built environments, hospitality and tourism, so on and so forth. So that is at the national level, there's this framework that we can take guidance from. And in that framework, they also look at specifically what kind of skills that we need to equip our workforce to meet the future trends in this retail industry. So with this, we take guidance from this ITM. That's where we infuse that into our diploma program. And through this Smart E-Commerce Center, we provide that kind of real simulating working environment for our students, so that when they finish their education with us, they can almost hit and run very immediately, effectively in the company that they'll be joining. So that is the genesis. So the point that I want to drive across is that it's very important that this has to work in tandem with the way that we look at skills that can meet the industry needs. We cannot do that in silo without consulting the partners, without working with the industry partners. You have to work together to come up with a curriculum that are relevant and that will help to support the industry development in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And now on va passer à la distance.
We're going to move now to our participants online. Mr. Matt Siegelman.
Merci, directrice Larussi. Bonjour tout le
Thank
monde,
you,
et
dear
merci de
Larussi.
m'avoir donné l'opportunité
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to take part in this discussion.
Je vais continuer
I will
maintenant en anglais.
continue my intervention in English.
I'm great pleasure to join this discussion. This is a critical moment, and Directrice Larussi started us off on a very important fact, which is the pace of change with this disruptive technologies today, which is accelerated during the pandemic. And this creates very significant challenges for developing effective and agile TVET systems. What I'd like to do is share with you a few data points that I think can help anchor this discussion and the specific challenges today, but I think as well some of the opportunities that come from having the kinds of responsive systems that were featured with Temasek. So I'll share my screen. Here we are here. Okay, so I'll start here. As we heard at the start of the conversation, over the last 5 years alone, you see 37% of the skills of the average job the average occupation have been replaced. That's actually accelerated significantly. So I think our original analysis had looked at 30% over the course of a decade. That's now considerably higher. That's a market average, obviously, and so you can imagine there's some certain kinds of jobs where literally the top quartile of jobs in terms of their transformation effect have seen over 72% of their skills replaced in that same period of time. Of course, if you were to ask yourself if the average TVET program, its curriculum has changed, 37% of its content has changed in the last 5 years, of course, the answer would be no. There's a couple of things that are fueling this. We're used to understanding this kind of transformation at the level of technological change, and certainly you'll see a good deal of that, and you can see that featured on the left side of this page. What we refer to as skills of mass disruption. These are sets of emerging technology skills that are changing extremely rapidly in demand. You'll see here artificial intelligence, machine learning skills, cloud computing, and product management, which is what I'll call a quasi-technical skill, all with dramatic changes, all indexed to current year. And you can see dramatic changes in demand just over the past 5 years. So this notion that new technologies are driving change in how jobs come to be defined is certainly an important trend. But I think the bigger transformation is what you observe on the right. You see, it's not just that jobs are absorbing new technologies. Jobs have always done that. But what we're seeing is that those technologies are transforming a broad range of jobs outside of the core functional area in which they exist. Let's take the example of data science jobs. If you were looking at data in the United States, you would see that a decade ago, there were actually only, in the entire United States, 150 job openings for data scientists. Last year, there were, I think, about 50,000. So certainly big transformations of these kinds of new jobs that are being created. But the bigger story here is not the demand growth for data scientists, but the demand growth for data science skills, from about 17 occupations representing about 300,000 job openings in 2011 to about 81 occupations with intensive demand for data science and analytic skills, representing 1.2 million openings. So you're seeing skills that are spreading across the market. And that's a special challenge for TVET systems because very often those skills right now live in different silos. The other set of challenges that's emerging here is that the overall motor of our economy is changing. So we're seeing new sets of economies, things like the readiness economy, the logistics economy, the green economy, the remote economy, the automated economy, all emerging, creating tens of millions of jobs. But those jobs also require new sets of skills that are unaccustomed. I apologize, this thing on the left is hard to see. It's tracking key skill demands of some of those emerging economies. It's not actually a COVID spike protein, though it may look like it. If you were able to read it, which I know you can't, what you'll see over here at 3 o'clock is the demand for industrial big data analytic skills. Now, I'm a student of the job market. Before I saw this analysis from my team, I was unfamiliar with the term. And yet we see here that in the US alone, again, a demand expected of 600,000 job openings requiring industrial big data analytic skills just over the next 5 years. How do we create people trained in those sets of skills? At the same time, as we start to parse out some of those new economies into their various components, recognizing that, for example, in the world of automated technology, automation in healthcare looks very different from autonomous vehicle research. If we then look at each of those and say, what are the skills, what are the jobs, and therefore the skills that are needed, one of the things that also creates a challenge is that even where we see jobs that we're used to seeing, here I'm pointing to software engineers, nothing surprising about the fact that we need a lot of software engineers in autonomous vehicle development. But what is surprising is that the skills that are needed are actually not typical software engineer skills. Things like robot operating systems, deep learning, SLAM skills, not typically required among software engineers. So even where we see existing jobs, we're going to need to have a significant infrastructure for upskilling people in those jobs. I'll conclude with this last idea, and that's that, and I think which underscores the importance of having effective labor market observatories at a granular skill level, is that when we can understand the skills of roles, we can understand the skill alignment between roles, and therefore where there are more efficient training paths. One of the problems that we face today in creating effective reskilling programs is that we're always trying to train people up from scratch for a new role instead of building on top of the skills that people already have. So you can see here on the left, the example of leveraging skill-driven analysis to be able to bring greater equity into labor markets. If you see the example of payroll managers who tend to be lower paid, 80% of whom are women, they actually have a fairly high skill correspondence with a finance manager, of whom we're better paid, only about 42% are women. There's a discrete set of skills that separate those jobs when you can unpack each of those jobs to their skill DNA, their skill genome, if you will. Budgeting skills, financial analysis skills, risk management skills. Train a payroll manager up in those skills, and she unlocks a set of opportunities in finance that are better paying and that bring greater equity to the market. You see the same thing in critical emerging technologies. Here's an example of the cybersecurity spectrum where many countries are struggling to bring to reinforce their cybersecurity. A business analyst who's a lower paid position than a network engineer can capitalize on many of the same foundational skills, build a few cloud-based skills, and make an effective transition. So thank you so much for the opportunity to join this conversation, and I look forward to our discussion.
Merci pour la présentation. Quand vous comprenez le français, je vais peut-être poser ma question en français.
Thank you very much for the presentation. As you understand French, I will ask my question in French.
Bon. Ma question, en tout cas, merci beaucoup pour l'analyse de l'étude et surtout le schéma qui illustre très bien les compétences, les besoins et la tendance. Et c'est très important d'avoir tous ces dans un même schéma. C'est excellent. Et ma question, ça concerne les données. Donc, pourquoi est-il important d'avoir des données? Et lorsque nous parlons de système de formation et de compétences, quel est le lien entre données, compétences et formation? Merci.
First of all, apologies for the little gap there. I was not fast enough in shutting off the translation mode. But I would say, first of all, this is an excellent question because, you know, I think what I would speak to here about the importance of data is a couple of fold. First of all, I think this is a question of both timeliness and of granularity, both of which are critical in being able to develop agile responses to rapidly changing labor market conditions. We have a tendency right now in the world of TVET to whipsaw, to overproduce people. And then we wind up with an excess of talent in a certain area, and we're constantly trying to play catch up. And so the key to being able to have greater effectiveness in a time of great dynamism is the ability to make sure that we can be both more predictive and more responsive. So how can we be able to, at really understand what are going to be those changes, and how do we then create processes for launching programs, for evaluating programs that make sure that they are very up to date in terms of their curricular structure. That depends not only on the timeliness of data, but I think actually even more significantly on the granularity of data. If you were to look at, for example, we were talking a minute ago about autonomous vehicles. If you were to look at how the skills that are needed, one of the key occupations in autonomous vehicle production is a mechanical engineer, not surprisingly, as in any kind of automotive manufacturing. But a mechanical engineer who works in autonomous vehicles you don't just cut and paste one skill onto her job. What you're actually seeing is that when a mechanical engineer is using those skills, is involved in that autonomous vehicle manufacturing as opposed to other vehicle manufacturing, most of the skills of her job change. And so that level of granularity that can look at specific sectors, can look at specific geographies and understand the nuance is going to be key to making sure that the workforce we have can be the workforce that we need going forward.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you. On va écouter
Thank you very much.
les deux présentations qui
We will
suivent
now
et on posera les
listen
questions après.
to
Comme les
the
deux,
next
les deux présentations
presentations,
traitent
and we
de
will
compétences,
ask questions
donc je donne
afterwards.
la parole
As both presentations
au début à
focus
Monsieur Robert
on
Okina
skills, I will give
du
the floor
Commonwealth
to
of
Mr.
Learning.
Robert
Et
Okina
après, ça sera Benjamin
from the
Marteau et on
Commonwealth
posera
of
les questions
Learning,
après.
and then
Donc, à
I
vous
will
la
give
parole.
the floor to Benjamin Marteau, and then we will move on to the Q&A. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, moderator. It's a pleasure for me to join this panel, and it's a pleasure for me to be here to be part of this session. And we are happy that TVET, that UNESCO is launching this TVET strategy, and this strategy is very important as we go into the future where skill systems are affected so much. So sorry for that. Okay, so I'll start by talking briefly about Commonwealth of Learning.
Go back is great.
Okay. Sorry for that. It has gone off.
L'échange n'est pas bon.
The PowerPoint slide has gone off. Okay. So I'll proceed. I'll start off with maybe talking briefly about Commonwealth of Learning, and then I'll talk about a project that we are implementing together with UNESCO-UNEVOC. So Commonwealth of Learning is an intergovernmental agency that is headquartered in Vancouver, Canada, and it is the world's only intergovernmental organization that is solely concerned with the promotion and development of distance education and open learning. I basically had the Skills for Work initiative at the Commonwealth of Learning that mainly focuses on use of distance education and open learning in technical and vocational skills development. So we partnered with UNESCO-UNEVOC to implement a project in sub-Saharan Africa. And in that particular project, we focused on two countries to start with. That was the Gambia and Zambia. And in that particular project, we started with determining a baseline on the status of implementation of TVET during the COVID period, and that laid the basis for the transformation that we are trying to bring about. So in that particular study, we got several aspects that affect TVET systems. One, we got that quite a number of the TVET institutions implemented TVET training during the COVID period, but there are quite a number of challenges that they experienced. One was on cost of training was too high, especially for the girls, the women, and the people living with disabilities and those who are marginalized in one way or the other. The second aspect that was a challenge was on access. Sorry, the first one was on access, second one is the cost, the third is on the quality and relevance of the training during that particular period of time. So these are actually challenges that we identified, and then we worked with quite a number of TVET institutions to develop their strategies for implementation of TVET. So the main focus was on transformation of the digital, maybe transformation of the TVET systems, and we supported development of the strategies. In the Gambia, we targeted 10. We managed to get 6 strategies. In Zambia, we targeted 10, and we ended up getting 10 strategies. And those strategies are now being validated. We are going to develop a compendium of those strategies so that they can be shared with other institutions. Currently, we are also working with the Caribbean Association of National Training Agencies, CANTA, to do the same in the 11 countries in the Caribbean. And the purpose mainly is to ensure that TVET systems are prepared for the future that is a bit tricky. We realize that currently there's an unbalanced skill structure within our systems, and it's not easy for the TVET system to produce the graduates that the industry wants. And it's not easy also to have a situation where the National Classification of Occupations is not identifying those who have skills in open and distance learning. So we realized that as we implement TVET, we noted that it's important to have the strategies, and these strategies are focusing on transformation of TVET systems. We are focusing mainly on maybe technology, capacity building of the trainers, and we're also focusing on development of materials that are key. So one of the benefits that we've gotten out of the whole aspect is that, for example, in Zambia, the TVET agency and the ministry in charge of education have taken up the project and they are moving on with it. They have already developed maybe a template that is currently being used by TVET institutions in the whole country. So that is one of the positive impacts that we have gotten out of the project. And what is also important that has come out of the initiative is that we have had integration of assistive technologies in TVET training because it was part of the initiative. And we have also had TVET managers being trained on how to manage and lead transformation towards a more inclusive, gender responsive, and sustainable TVET institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Je donne la parole à ma gauche maintenant, à Mathieu.
I'll now give the floor to my colleague to the left, my colleague Mathieu. Could you please
Merci beaucoup pour l'invitation. Bonjour à
Thank you very much
toutes et à
for the
tous.
invitation.
Je
Good
vais vous parler d'un projet,
afternoon
d'une
to
plateforme qui
everybody.
s'appelle
I will talk about the platform that is called PIX.
Et voilà. Donc, PIX,
So,
qu'est-ce que c'est? Le
what
projet
is
PIX, c'est
PIX?
parti en
Well,
2017
PIX
d'une
project
initiative
was initiated in
publique-privée
2017 from a
demandée
public
par un
and
certain nombre de
private
représentants du monde du travail en France, qui a rencontré
stakeholders in
le ministère
France.
de l'Éducation
And
nationale, le ministère du
they have
Travail
met with the
et également des
ministries
représentants
of
des salariés
education, higher
autour d'une
education,
idée, c'est que
Ministry
les
of
compétences
Labour
numériques,
and
et on l'a
business
vu d'ailleurs dans les
representative and
présentations
unions.
qui ont
So
été
we
élaborées,
discussed
les
digital
compétences numériques
digitalization,
transverses, celles qu'on
digital
utilise tous dans
skills,
nos vies professionnelles,
cross-cutting
familiales,
skills that we
citoyennes,
use on a
elles
daily
sont de plus en
basis
plus
in our
importantes.
family
Que si on
lives
n'agit pas
and at
là-dessus,
work, they are
on risque une
even
fracture
more
au sein de nos
important
sociétés
than
ou
before,
entre les
and we
pays
risk
d'ailleurs
to
derrière. La mission qui
create
nous a
a
été
digital
donnée, c'est vraiment que
divide if we do not
chacun
work on
se
them.
sente à
And
l'aise
the mission
avec
that
son
was
environnement
given to us
numérique
was to
tout au long de
make
sa
sure
vie.
that everyone feels comfortable in their digital
C'est
environment
concrètement,
throughout
qu'est-ce que
their
c'est? C'est une
lives.
plateforme en
So
ligne
what
qui est
is it?
accessible
It's an
gratuitement.
online platform that
Je
is
regarde en particulier Boran
accessible
Chakroun,
for
que je remercie
free.
parce que sans lui ça n'aurait pas été possible.
Looking at Boran Chakroun
Accessible
that I
sur
wish to thank because
pix.org
it
dans
wouldn't
une
have been
version
possible
francophone, une
without
version
him.
anglophone aujourd'hui.
So it's
Ça rend
pix.org
trois services
in
de
both
manière très
French
concrète.
and English. So
On
it
fait
provides
des
three
évaluations, des
services.
tests qui
We
peuvent
are
vous
carrying
dire
out
où vous en êtes
assessment that
en
can
termes de
tell you
compétences numériques. Vous pouvez
at
aller
what stage
essayer.
you are in
Le
terms
but,
of
c'est pas
digital
d'évaluer pour évaluer. Le
competencies.
but, c'est d'essayer
The goal is
d'évaluer
not
pour
to assess
motiver
for the
les
sake of it,
apprentissages
but to
et ensuite d'accompagner le développement de compétences. C'est quand même la finalité. Et la troisième chose que l'on fait, c'est qu'on valorise ces compétences avec un certificat qui peut être reconnu par les États ou par le monde professionnel sur ces compétences numériques qui ne sont pas celles que le collègue du Burning Glass Institute présentait, qui sont les compétences métiers. Là, on est sur des compétences dont chacun peut avoir besoin dans son métier, qui a une part de numérique toujours croissante. C'est vraiment pour tout un chacun. Hop. Voilà. Alors, la plateforme, elle est pour tous, élèves, à partir de 10 ans, pour des étudiants, donc des élèves également évidemment de la voie professionnelle, pour toutes les voies et également pour le FTP. On a pour les étudiants, également pour n'importe quel emploi, pour n'importe quelle personne, y compris des personnes qui peuvent être âgées, qui peuvent être en difficulté avec le numérique. On est parti d'un référentiel européen, je sais qu'il y a des gens de la Commission européenne dans la salle, on est parti d'un référentiel européen et qui est également très très proche du référentiel qui a été élaboré par l'UNESCO, et donc on assure cette jointure-là. C'est des questions d'information et de données, de communication, de collaboration, de protection et de sécurité, parce que ce sont des enjeux très importants quand on est dans le monde numérique ou d'environnement matériel digital, avec des niveaux d'exigence qui sont très différents.
Demand that can be different depending on the institution.
L'évaluation, comment ça se passe? C'est une évaluation, je vais vous montrer une épreuve pour vous donner concrètement une idée. Elle est basée sur des défis, c'est pas juste des QCM, des questions de savoir habituelles, c'est aussi des défis parce que c'est aussi comme ça qu'on pense que les gens peuvent apprendre et tester efficacement. C'est des tests qui peuvent être un petit peu amusants et on a un algorithme adaptatif de test qui fait que quel que soit le niveau que l'on a, c'est essentiel, on peut avoir une expérience d'évaluation qui est acceptable. C'est ni trop difficile, ni trop facile, juste assez pour challenger. Une épreuve PIX, c'est ça, c'est un exemple. Dans quelle année l'astronaute Roberta Bondar est né? Alors, c'est pas une épreuve d'histoire. Vous ne connaissez probablement pas Roberta Bondar, quoique on ne sait pas. Vous allez chercher et vous allez rapporter la réponse. Et donc c'est ça le concept de PIX. On est sur une épreuve de recherche d'information. Vous pouvez chercher de l'information, vous pouvez aller chercher où vous voulez. Et vous avez accès pour ce type d'épreuve à Internet, évidemment. On a 3 stratégies apprenantes qui vont derrière. Une fois qu'on a mesuré votre niveau, on essaye de vous faire progresser au travers des défis qu'on vous pose. On vous recommande des tutoriels très précis en fonction de ce que l'on a vu, que vous savez faire ou pas. Et on outille aussi les enseignants, parce qu'il ne faut pas oublier les plateformes en ligne, mais en réalité, si on n'a pas les enseignants avec, on passe à côté de l'essentiel. Et donc on a un outillage dédié aux enseignants ou par exemple aussi au service des ressources humaines en entreprise. Et à la fin, vous avez un joli certificat officiel qui vise à favoriser votre employabilité. Aujourd'hui, on a un peu plus de 9 millions de comptes qui ont été créés, autour de 5-6 millions d'utilisateurs actifs par an et 2 millions de certifications qui ont été passées, principalement dans le contexte français, mais notamment, et encore une fois, merci à l'UNESCO d'avoir cru dans le projet. On a 2 versions linguistiques, donc on a une version linguistique francophone, et je salue les collègues francophones qui sont dans la salle, je sais qu'ils sont nombreux, et une version anglophone. On va travailler à d'autres versions linguistiques qu'on a développées dans le cadre de projets portés avec UNESCO, soutenus parfois par l'Union européenne, et afin aussi d'être utile dans le cadre de la Global Skill Academy. Alors PIX, et je terminerai mon propos là-dessus, attention. C'est une initiative publique française, mais l'idée dès le départ, parce que les compétences numériques, ce sont les mêmes, parce qu'on a besoin des synergies que vous évoquiez tout à l'heure pour arriver à être utile au plus grand nombre. Elle a été conçue dès le début en partant de cadres de référence qui sont internationaux ou européens et qui sont pensés pour être partagés avec d'autres pays qui le veulent, avec d'autres institutions internationales, pas dans une logique d'export, ça ne nous intéresse pas, mais dans une logique de partage et de co-construction de biens communs numériques mondiaux. Et c'est vraiment quelque chose auquel on croit beaucoup. On peut être utilisé par toutes les structures du monde TVET en français et en anglais, et on serait ravis d'ailleurs si jamais il y avait des personnes qui étaient prêtes à venir, mais c'est pas juste utiliser, c'est utiliser et travailler à la co-construction et à l'évolution derrière, sachant qu'évidemment on travaille en relation avec les enseignants ensuite. Voilà, un grand merci.
Merci. On n'a plus le temps. I have one question from here, one question, 1 minute, and just 1 minute to conclude. Donc, for my question to Mr. Okinda, now all youth people use a lot the do-it-yourself video. So how this do-it-yourself video can develop skills and how this new way of learning impact the delivery of TVET?
So videos are very key in terms of delivery of TVET systems, and we have tried to do quite a lot in this area. For example, we build capacity of trainers to use virtual labs that they can develop on their own. And we also had a situation where we are building capacity of trainers to use video, especially in engineering areas, because during COVID period, it was a challenge to implement TVET. Quite a number of the trainers were able to train maybe aspects like business studies, communication studies, computer studies, but when it came to engineering areas, it was a bit of a challenge. So we are advocating for use of videos that trainers can generate on their own using locally available resources and materials. And this is part of the way with which we are trying to foster resilience of the TVET systems, because it may be a bit of a challenge to come up with maybe virtual realities, mixed reality, and so on, augmented reality in developing countries. But it is imperative to start small with do-yourself videos that are easy to work on, mainly using mobile phones that most of the trainers and trainees have. So I think that is the way forward, and that is what you can use to start.
Merci. Essayez d'avoir une petite réponse très courte, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you very much.
Donc ma question c'était par rapport à cette plateforme qui est excellente, qui prépare les jeunes au métier d'avenir, qui implémente les compétences. Mon problème c'est toujours les personnes qu'on oublie, qui sont en Afrique, qui sont non connectées et qui on est en plus dans une situation de fracture énorme du numérique, et le numérique ce n'est pas qu'Internet, on est d'accord. Donc est-ce que votre plateforme est accessible à des personnes non connectées pour qu'ils acquièrent les compétences du numérique?
Alors, merci beaucoup pour cette question qui est hyper importante. La question de la non-connexion, elle ne se résume pas à l'Afrique. On les voit partout en France. Le sujet, il n'est pas que là. Premier point. Et le deuxième point, en fait, il y a certaines parts de l'expérience sur la plateforme qu'on ne peut pas faire sur Internet, c'est clair. Par contre, il y a des usages pédagogiques qui peuvent être faits. De ce que l'on fait, on essaye de les favoriser. Un exemple, toutes les épreuves que vous voyez, là je vous ai montré une épreuve qui nécessitait d'aller rechercher de l'info. Donc forcément, c'est en ligne, mais il y a d'autres épreuves qui ne le nécessitent pas, et on permet aux enseignants, par exemple, de s'en saisir pour, dans le cadre, ou des formateurs, dans le cadre de leur cours, dans le cadre d'activités de classe non connectées, de pouvoir se servir comme des supports pédagogiques. C'est comme ça qu'on fonctionne pour le moment, et qu'on a réussi un peu à commencer à résoudre cette équation de manière certaine.
Merci. Donc, merci à tous les intervenants. C'était une séance un peu costaud parce qu'il y a 5 intervenants et chacun veut parler. C'était légitime que chacun veut parler. Donc, si on résume la session rapidement, le numérique a pris beaucoup de place. Le numérique a intervenu partout. On doit changer notre manière de travailler. Il y a de nouvelles compétences à faire acquérir à tout le monde pour pouvoir travailler dans ce monde-là. Et pour cela, on a beaucoup besoin de données. Et ça, c'est très important. Et je pense qu'on doit avoir les données en temps réel pour pouvoir réagir et ajuster tout de suite. Et puis aussi, les compétences sont là. Il y a beaucoup de plateformes qui travaillent sur la modélisation des compétences. Et je pense que la meilleure chose à faire peut-être après cette session, c'est de pouvoir échanger, de voir dans quelle mesure on peut ne pas refaire les expériences, mais compléter et travailler sur des expériences qui sont déjà là. Je vous remercie.
Thank you to our panelists and to Mona for moderation. I know it's not easy to get in presentations in such a short period of time, but thank you regardless. We are going to, in just a moment, wrap up what we have heard already over the past day and a half now. But first, we have a poll that we wanted to put to our participants. We wanted to ask you some of the questions that we thought would be central to guiding the process forward now with this new UNESCO TVET strategy. So we're going to put up now on the screen a QR code that's going to come up, and with that QR code, we'll just ask you to scan it and answer questions on Mentimeter. Probably if you've been to a conference before, you've used Mentimeter, I imagine. Here you see the website as well. If you're too far back to get that QR code, it's menti.com, and then you'll see the code there for this conference. Please log in because we want to try to gather as many responses and tabulate as many responses here as possible. I'll read the questions out that you'll see once you arrive. So we're going to wait for the first question to be put up on the screen, which I'll read out to you as soon as that's popped up. It's not scanning. Okay, could we maybe darken or brighten the room, either way, to make sure that this can be scanned? Yeah, you can also head to the website as well. And I'll give you the codes for the questions. If you go to mentimeter.com, you will also be able to log in. I can give you the code for the first question. This is the first question here, and the code is 6352-3136. I'm going to repeat that. The code for the first question is 6352-3136. So this question that you see on the screen that we'd like to put to you is, what are the most significant challenges that you would like to address with the help of TVET in the coming years? I'll repeat the question. What are the most significant challenges you would like to address with the help of TVET in the coming years? You'll see a number of choices there that you can pick from, and we will tabulate your answers to see which are the most significant issues, challenges rather. We'll give you a moment to respond to that. Let's see if we already have some results. Yes, we do. Yeah, there we can see. I'm having a hard time saying this. I have to jump over here. So you can see here, green and sustainable transition, thank you, Wilson, has 39%. So that's seen by you, our participants, as perhaps the greatest challenge that you'd like to address with TVET in the coming years. And the second greatest challenge you can see here is technological changes. These are two issues that came up over the course of the conference the past day and a half, quite a bit in our panel discussion. So clearly these are ones that have resonated with you as well. So we can see some of the answers are still coming in, but I think it's quite clear that green and sustainable transition and technological changes are the two biggest or most significant challenges that you would like to address with the help of TVET in the coming years. I think we can move on to the second question. So I'm going to ask for the QR code for the second question. I'm going to read the code out to you as well, 49525621. Again, the code for the second question, and I'll ask that the QR code be placed up on the screen as well, 49525621. We don't see it on the screen yet, but I'll start to read out the question to you. What kind of roles do you expect UNESCO to reinforce in the coming years? What kind of roles do you expect UNESCO to reinforce in the coming years? And there you see it on the screen as well. A number of choices there, and we'll start to gather your answers. You can see we have a choice of 5 answers, and it looks like, so far, provision of national, regional, and global policy learning opportunities. Certainly something UNESCO is in a good position to help with. And also capacity development of TVET stakeholders. That appears to be another quite popular choice, and I think evenly between provision of protection tools and guidance documents, as well as strengthening the network partnership. So fairly even answers here. We'll let you continue to answer if you haven't had the chance yet. But indeed, it looks like those are the top 2 answers there: provision of national, regional, and global policy learning opportunities, and capacity development of TVET stakeholders. I'm going to keep that screen up to allow the answers to continue to trickle in, and I would ask that we now move on to our closing remarks, and Borhin Chakrun, who you've already heard from, the director of the Division for Policies and Lifelong Learning Systems at UNESCO, will synthesize essentially everything that we've heard, and he's pulled the short straw in having a very short amount of time to wrap up everything that we've heard. But Borhin, I'll give you the lectern.
Many thanks, Sumi, and I think we can say good afternoon by now. So good afternoon to all colleagues who are in the room, but also colleagues who are joining us online. You're giving me a very difficult task, but I will try. First of all, I would like to not synthesize, but more, what are the takeaways that I think are important for us and that we would like to take to implement the strategy. And I see for now 5 challenges or 5 issues. And I must say TVET is at that crossroads that is very important for us to recognize. Let me start by the first one, which comes in a way from the PON. We have to work to have a future-ready technical and vocational education system. And that future-ready system have to be resilient to shocks like the one we have lived with the COVID, but also climate change and other shocks. But it has to be future-ready for the changes in the labor market, as we have heard from Matt and other colleagues about the demand for skills. The governance, the way we would like to govern them. But I think it's very important, and I mentioned this in the beginning, I would like to insist about it. TVET is not just a linear or a response to labor market change only. It's about industrial economies, it's about social changes. So it's the future ready, it doesn't mean just responding and understanding what is happening in the labor market here and now. It's that more comprehensive capacities. And that's why we insisted in the strategy to look at individuals' needs, economies, and societies. And I think it's more complex than just a match of skills, demand, and supply. The second aspect, which is related in reality to the first one, and the trade-offs that we can have between very job-specific type of qualifications and vocational training, and a vocational training that is broad and can respond to changing labor market demand and a very dynamic change, and putting a more lifelong learning perspective on it. It's a trade-off. And in some cases, probably, there is not one fit-for-all answer. In some cases, you will have to prepare people to get very specific job and get the skills to enter the labor market. But in others, probably you will have to have a broader set of qualification that include foundational learning, that include transversal skills, and you take this trade-off. And it's about the engagement with the labor market, with the economies, with local communities, as we mentioned that. But a third, I would say, challenge or crossroad matter that we have to take, given what I just mentioned, is the fading, I would say, borderlines between initial and continuing training. Until now, we were considering that people will have to have a full qualifications and get into the labor market, and then potentially they can get additional learning opportunities. We see that the initial training can evolve, that the continuing training is evolving very fast. And this distinction is becoming probably problematic and less relevant for a future-ready TVET, is how we can combine this different perspective and how we can place TVET in a lifelong learning perspective. I think this is something that we would see, and we spoke about micro-credentials, we spoke about validation of prior learning, we spoke about the informal and formal learning and community learning centers, etc. So this dimension of the link between initial and continuing training seems to me a third aspect that we have to take. The fourth, and again, is related to this point. We have spoken and we have heard a lot about excellency and or excellence and center of excellence. If we are taking a social justice and an equity agenda, then we have to speak about excellence for all. There cannot be excellence for some and low-cost TVET for others, or low-quality TVET for others. So I think the notion of excellence has to be revisited with this social equity and inclusion dimension. And the question is, and I think Hubert mentioned, is how excellent centers can lift up the regional centers, the local community centers, and how a system, as part of this future-ready system, can take up all the system and upgrade it. How excellence applies for all, and not only for the happy few that will benefit from investment, will benefit sometimes from donor support, will benefit from a sector investment, and others will remain at a regional or local level without that attention. So I think it's a matter of equity and inclusion that is important. But it's related to that is, can TVET be also a driver for international cooperation and solidarity? And that's what an organization like UNESCO is advising and driving for. It's about the multilateralism in a situation where we see tensions all over the world. And TVET should be a unifier, should be a tool for solidarity and cooperation, and not a divider among us. And I think this is very important in the discussion we had. This is very important through UNESCO-UNEVOC network, through UNESCO Chairs Network, through ASP.NET Network, through other networks that are important, that are part of the, I would say, the infrastructure of UNESCO. These are the ones that can help advance this cooperation and solidarity. And UNEVOC is the right vector, at least for vocational education and training, to be that vector of cooperation, solidarity, and insist on solidarity, because we are not only in competing for markets, we are also in a multilateral platform where we would like to come together. Now, the strategy is not a blueprint for reform. It doesn't say what each country has to develop as a specific reform, but it gives still a framework. And the framework is what I mentioned earlier, is are we taking care of the individual's pathways and having a right-based perspective, accompanying the individual's journey, accompanying people and advantaging the disadvantaged. It's about, again, an equity agenda that we would like to see. But it's also about economic development and growth. And again, it's about social tone. So it's not a blueprint. No country can take the strategy that we are launching and say, well, this is my reform. It's more a framework for thinking technical and vocational education and training and making it ready for the future. And that's why, for us, this is a work that we would like to do with others. And I would like to mention the work, and we have in the room the interagency group. We don't see this as UNESCO's endeavor alone. In any case, UNESCO is member states. But it's about collaborating with the interagency group. It's about, of course, UNEVOC. It's about also what we can create through this type of event and this type of opportunities. Well, let me say that we are very pleased to launch the strategy in Bonn because the UNESCO-UNEVOC International Center and the network, but because also since 20 years now, we have support from the German government in advancing technical and vocational education and training since the beginning, since we had the Berlin Congress in 1989, and since we launched the program on TVET. So I would like to thank the German government. There are many entities, of course, starting from the policy entities, from BMBF and BMZ, with their support and their political portage that we need, but also all the partners through GIZ, through BIBB, and other entities that are actively engaged with us in Germany. And that collaboration is, of course, very important for us. Let me thank the teams that have prepared this conference, the team here at UNESCO-UNEVOC and all the colleagues who contributed. We got volunteers as well from the different German organizations, from also the UN campus here, and of course our team in Paris who worked very long and very hard to get you all here, to get this very important meeting for us and conference to launch the strategy. Thanks to the interpreters who helped us communicate and engage with the others who can speak in different languages here in presence, but also online. And thank you very much, and we stay in touch. The strategy is just starting, and we look forward to continue collaboration. Thank you very much.
We're going to get started now for this discussion, ongoing projects to support education and skills development systems for informal workers. the way that this will work is we're going to have speakers present ongoing efforts to improve policies and conditions of informal workers. And then once they've presented at the end, we'll ask you for your feedback in the form of questions. And that goes, of course, for anyone who's joining us online as well. So you're welcome to put your questions to us, and we will put them to the speakers once the presentations have been concluded. So I'd like to start with introducing someone you've seen, of course, at the conference in several sessions, and that is Mr. Hervé Houon-Marchand, and he is the Chief of Section of Youth, Literacy, and Skills Development at UNESCO. He's going to get us started with an introduction into this session. I'll introduce the speakers following Hervé after that.
Thanks, Sumi, and as my fellow Zafiris just shared, it's not maybe the most adequate time to have this session, but just after lunch. I'm sure that you are not exhausted, but tired of this long conference. But I think, and I'm convinced that this is relevant. We just closed the international conference, but in fact, it's not closed because these debates are very important. As Sumi said, we will talk about informality, which is very important. And don't see any signal in having this session just after the closing. It's not a marginalized session, fully not, because it's a very important, let's say, a specific scope of TVET, informality, and the informal sector as a whole. We raised, since the beginning and the opening of the international conference, the importance of informality. You will notice that it is one of our 6 multiple transitions that we want to address in our strategy for TVET in the next 8 years. And it's not an hazard, because as we raise, it represents a lot in the skills development agenda. Almost 61% of the total employment worldwide, and even more in some region. For example, in Africa, it's almost 86% of the total employment, and in some specific countries, it's even more than this. So it's somewhere. Even the world maybe is not adequate. I mean, informal sector. It's like we marginalize this. Scope of skills development and TVET in the global scope of skills development, I mean formal, non-formal, and formal, while somewhere in these countries, I mean at least the low-income countries, it's somewhere the formal sector of TVET that is somewhere marginalized, or has to be somewhere marginalized, because it's the lowest part of TVET and skills development. So we should have a strong attention on informality because of high quantity of youth and adults that are engaged in this aspect of TVET and skills development. So I hope that this session, and I'm sure that will be very interesting. I hope also that as we are moving as UNESCO from setting an agenda to implementing our agenda, we will be able to cooperate with many international, including multi and bilateral organizations, to make change for the informal sector. I would say that I have worked for almost 20 years in low-income countries, mainly in sub-Saharan Africa, so I cannot ignore the importance of this sector. So I hope we will do some progress. And I remember as well that almost 10 years ago, here in Germany, there were a lot of work and interest regarding the informal sector. I remember a large numbers of studies, national studies, that were connected by the French Cooperation Agency with international experts. But then somewhere it has slowed down. So I hope that it's now time to revitalize our attention to this informal sector, because it's both
there are two faults in terms of opportunities. First is the importance of jobs creation in the informal sector, but also importance of skills development that are, of course, interlinked. And you will notice the third pillar of our strategy to build better and peaceful society. So I think it's where there is a high potential to change some societies in the world, notably for low and middle income countries, but not only because informal sector is part also of more high level economies. So I think it's timely to share some experience, expertise, knowledge from the international consultant. And as a last point, I would like to congratulate our key cooperation between UNESCO and OECD on this process, and I'm sure that other agencies will join us also in this process. So thanks to all, thanks to the expert, and I give you the floor back, Sumi. Thanks.
Thank you, Hervé. I'd like to move on to our first presentation from the speaker who you see on your screen right now. That's Maria Aleksinska. She's a development economist for the OECD Development Center, and she'll be presenting background and findings from a future ILO OECD Development Center publication on informal employment. So Maria, good to have you with us, and the screen is yours.
Excellent. Thank you so much, and greetings to everyone. I hope you can hear me well. And first of all, thank you very much for having me with you today. I definitely wish I could enjoy coffee in Bonn. It looks very, very good, looking especially at the room. But thank you very much for those who were able to join today. So indeed, let me share my screen with you and tell me also, please, whether it works so that I can give this presentation. Just if somebody can tell me whether you can see the screen.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Excellent. So indeed, I will speak about the skill challenges in the context of informality. But before I start, let me walk you through a little bit the presentation that I will give. What I'd like to do first is speak a little bit about the genesis and motivations for this work, who we are, why we're doing this. Then, of course, I will present you with the findings. And when we speak about the findings, we will look separately at skill challenges for adult workers, but also skill challenges for children, who are the future workers in the labor market. And finally, we will speak about the ways forward. So again, who we are, what we're doing is, and why we're doing this. Well, I come from the OECD Development Center, where we've been working now on informality for the past 2 decades. And the topic of informality is definitely not new. As it was said already, indeed, globally, 61% of workers are employed informally, and that can go over 70% of workers in developing countries, and especially in some parts of the world. And informality has been on the policy agenda for the last 30 years, with progress that is uneven across countries. Some countries managed to adopt very good policies and reduce informality. Some others were less successful. But what is interesting to know is that informality actually can bounce back under the influence of various factors, including demography, including trade disruption, globalization, climate change, all the factors that we know, technological change that is very important, but also the COVID and the current war that Russia is waging on Ukraine, with the consequences that we see globally, can actually reverse the formalization trends. And this is something that is very important to know, because this is where we also think that policies can be very important to contain the informalization processes. So what we've been doing at the OECD is several things now over the past. Well, first of all, we have the data collection that is ongoing for many years now. And we have, for your information, the KeyB global database. KeyB stands for Key Indicators of Informality based on individuals and their households. And these are the indicators that we're collecting for developing countries, for overdeveloping countries, and over time, on many dimensions of informality that you are very welcome to use for your work. It's publicly available. Based on this, we do analytical work, working papers, reports, including on the linkages between skills policies and informality, and we're participating to different fora to provide policy advice based on that. Now, currently, we're in the process of a very big project that we're doing together with the ILO, but also this is where we actually came to solicit inputs from the UNESCO, and this is where our collaboration with UNESCO has started on this topic that we are very happy about, is also to look at the informality as part of broader processes, not only from the point of view of labor markets, but really of broader societal processes. And this is where we are interested to ask ourselves questions such as what worker characteristics matter most for being employed in informal jobs, for having the risk of informal jobs. And this is where skills and education come into play, as you will see. And hence, relatedly, our questions are what policies can work, what broad policies can work, on the one hand, to formalize workers, that is to reduce informality, but on the other hand, also for workers who cannot be formalized, who are staying informal, how can we tackle their vulnerabilities? Because these workers are vulnerable. What can we do to reduce their vulnerabilities? And again, we're interested to know this not only from the point of view of only pure labor market policies, but also from broader policies, including skills policies. And what we will see, as I will show you, is that the skill policies are very, very important in this regard. Also, just as we go, to remember, for you to keep in mind, the informality that we're speaking about here is really following the ILO definition. And we really speak here about informal employment. That is, workers being either in informal jobs, because their jobs are informal, or working in the informal sector. And sometimes actually they can be working in the formal sector, but having their jobs informal, which means that they are de facto or de jure not subject to national labor legislation, income taxation, or entitlement to social protection and certain other employment benefits. So what are we finding? Well, first of all, again, let's look at what we know about the adult workers who are already informal or in the informal economy. Well, as you know, of course, as when we speak about the skill challenge, we have to look at the two sides of the skills, right? On the one hand, the skill supply, and on the other hand, the skill demand. So when we look at the skill supply, and I will structure my presentation kind of around like a key takeaway messages that you have to take with you. So the message number one is that actually informal workers have lower skills as compared to formal workers. And as you can see on the graph that I'm presenting, this is true for men and for women separately, and this is true across all regions in the world. Basically, workers who have no education or very low level of schooling, they are very likely to be informal. Actually, most of them are in informal employment, whereas workers that have secondary or tertiary education have many more chances to get a formal job. So this is the first important message. But also what happens, and this will be my second message, is that not only informal workers have lower skills to start with as compared to formal ones, but also they have fewer chances to upgrade their skills. And this is very important. They're really penalized in what they can do later in life, not only to access formal jobs, but also to have access to further training. Here on this graph that I'm presenting, you see participation in job-related professional training financed by the enterprise or a partner in selected African Francophone countries. And what you can see is that it concerns at most 5% of workers in informal employment in most of the countries considered. And this proportion is 3 to 15 times lower than that of workers in formal employment. That is, informal workers have much lower chances to upgrade their skills through employer-sponsored training. But not only this is the case, it is also the case for publicly provided training, such as the ones that are provided through active labor market policies and TVET systems for adult workers. So here, for example, we see that in countries like Indonesia, 100% of such labor market training program beneficiaries are formal workers. So no informal workers are part of those programs that are available. In Chile, Ghana, Peru, and Tanzania, around 90% of such labor program beneficiaries are formal workers. So what this means to us, it's an important finding. It shows to us that, again, not only informal workers have lower skills, but they have less possibilities to upgrade them. And this is where the policies can be important, because once we know this, we can think of having more tailored and more targeted policies to reach out to the workers who would need these programs the most. Now, let's look also at the demand side. On the skill demand side, what do we see? And here is my also important, third important takeaway message, is that informality actually cuts across all occupations and skills. We see that it is present really everywhere, especially in developing countries. Yet what happens is that formal jobs generally require higher and better skills. And indeed, globally, among workers in informal employment, there is a higher share of workers in elementary occupations, while among workers in formal employment, there is a higher share of managers, professionals, technicians, again, workers in higher skill educations. So these patterns are observed among countries at all stages of development, but even more pronounced in developing countries. And what this means is that informal workers face, in some sense, a double challenge. They have a challenge of the low skills that they possess, but also of lower skilled jobs that are available to them. And so finally, when we look at those issues together, the demand and supply, we can come to the question of the skill mismatches. And what we find is that informal workers, because of all of those conditions, they actually tend to be undereducated or underskilled in the jobs that they perform in the majority of countries. And here we considered, we worked with household surveys for 14 countries in Latin America and in Africa. And this is the universal finding that we would see across all of these countries. While what we see for the formal workers is that they actually suffer from overeducation or overskilling disproportionately, much more often as compared to informal workers. And what this means is that because of the situation, the larger is informality, the more undereducation you have, underskilling you have in the labor market, and the more you also have overeducation, overskilling in the formal sector of your labor market, which means that this exacerbates labor market inefficiencies and leads to lower overall productivity. So this is one of the explanations of the lower productivity that we see in countries with a lot of informality. So obviously, again, there is scope for some policy interventions, both from, especially in terms of the skill policies to address these larger issues. Now, let me say a few words also about children. I'm conscious that time is running, so I wouldn't present you many graphs. Just a few takeaway messages is that, okay, adults is one kind of story, but what can happen with children? Do we have any policy action, or what do we know about the children that come from households where family members are working informally? Can we do something about them? Well, what we've done is that we looked at over 40 developing countries around the world to look whether the children of informally working parents are somehow penalized in terms of their schooling and further education and skill outcomes. And indeed, we see that school attendance is higher for children living in formal households as compared to children living in households where parents are working informally. And we looked at it at different levels of schooling, at primary, secondary, and tertiary. And we see that, well, in primary schooling, things are more or less egalitarian. Of course, there are some problems, but let's say that there was some progress that was made over the past years. But things really start deteriorating at the level of secondary schooling, and they get really worse at the tertiary level, where the school attendance is much lower for children from informal working parents. What also happens on top of that is that, well, or in parallel, and those are the things that that influence each other, that formal households also spend more per child on education, thus exacerbating these inequalities. Finally, what we see is that children from informal households also face longer and more uncertain school-to-work transitions. And this happens because they have lower quantity and quality of schooling, but also perhaps because their parents actually have different types of networks to allow them to do this transition. So as a result, our final message, my final takeaway message is that there is a certain vicious cycle that we see being perpetuated. That children from informal households are more likely to work in informal jobs because they do not acquire the skills required in the formal sector. And this is again where we can step in with policies to try to break this cycle. So finally, let me conclude with this, and I will just very punctually say a few words about the types of policies we can address, and then we can speak about this more in the questions and answers. Is that basically what we have seen from this is that skill policies can play an important role in tackling informal employment and in tackling the vulnerability of informal workers. And again, it's not just one policy that can fix everything. We're really here speaking about the need to have the set of policies and really a system of policies that are speaking to each other, and that are done in a coordinated way. And again, it's worthwhile to speak about separately policies for improving skills of adult workers with a view to better match skill demand and supply, and also separately about policies focused on children and youth with the aim to break this intergenerational informality cycle. And on adult side, we can speak about improving skills through employers, through public programs, but also through skill recognition of prior learning, because there is a lot of learning that is happening in the informal economy. And the problem sometimes is that it's not recognized, and hence it does not allow informal workers to access better training and better formal jobs. So the skill recognition is important. And with regards to children, we really need to speak about investing into equitable quality education, but also complementing education policies with other policies, including, as we have seen during the pandemic, including providing digital infrastructure for a better reach of digital technologies to the rural areas specifically. This is where there are disproportionate number of informal economy workers and their families that are allocated. Digital technologies, digital outreach and development of digital skills and things of the kind. So let me stop here. Thank you very much. And if you're interested to learn more about this, you're welcome to consult indeed our forthcoming publication between the OECD and the ILO on this topic. Again, where we have UNESCO contributions in this report, as well as a working paper of myself with a colleague, where you will really find all the details of the computations that I provided here. Thank you very much, and over to you.
Thank you, Maria, for presenting those findings. Very interesting data points there. Yeah, we have applause here in the room for that. We'll come back to you in the question round, and I believe you'll be delivering some closing remarks as well, so we'll be back to you in just a bit. I'd like to hand over now to the third speaker, who will be delivering a presentation about a future paper on education and skills development systems for informal workers. And the speaker sitting here is Mr. Zafiris Sanatos, who is a senior consultant for development strategy and social policy and a fellow at the Lebanese Center for Policy Studies. Zafiris, I hand the stage over to you.
Thank you very much, and thanks UNESCO and the organizers for inviting me to contribute to this forward-looking work, and also to be present today. Thanks to Maria, who presented the snapshot of the interface between informality and education, and of course to the chairman and for the introduction, and of course to Mr. Hiromichi Katayama, who is sitting there. And I'm approaching this presentation with trepidation in case I step out of line of what he has told me to do. We have limited time, so although I have slides, I will not really go through them except the first two and the last three. And as in the case of Maria, there is a background paper to this presentation, which hopefully may even come by the end of the year, but for sure within 2023. So can I have the next slide, please? So the thing is that the pandemic took place amid pre-existing problems. Even before the pandemic, there was a big amount of learning poverty in the world. That means children at the age of 10, they could not read or do basic arithmetic. And that was 57%. And now it's been estimated it has gone up to 70%. After 2 years of school closures and disruption, this is a statistic I read from the joint work that UNESCO, World Bank, and others are doing, and it has jumped to 70%. So we have a lot of catch-up to do. One more button. Please, one more slide. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, and you can see now, we had 64 million missing school before the pandemic, and another 63 million at lower secondary, and 132 million in upper secondary. And it's not just that. If you look on the right of the screen, if you can see, out of 100 children, only 69 would complete primary education, 50% would complete lower secondary, and only 25% would complete upper secondary. So we were way off of achieving the SDGs by 2030, and there are estimates about the cost of that, especially after the pandemic. And the cost of not achieving the SDGs give us an indicator on the urgency of making sure, especially for developing countries, of striving to achieve that goal. And as I will argue, being an economist and I have some numbers, is the cost of achieving them is very small. Now, the bottom table is exactly what Maria was saying. And of course, having no education or primary has a great impact on informality, which then decreases significantly. This is one takeaway from this data. What is interesting is that at secondary and tertiary level, if one goes by this data, the gender differences disappear, which shows somehow that the gender divide is a developmental issue, whether families have a lot, and also, this is at the macro level, at the individual level, as it will become obvious later on, it has to do with the socioeconomic group. Rich families educate both boys and girls. It's the poor families when, for example, they have 2 children and they can afford to send one to school, that make the harsh decision to let the girl not drop out of school. So this is the big picture of what we are tackling now. So please, the next one. So like in the case of Maria, we have this paper, and I was to talk a lot about the background and methodology, the empirical results, the prospects. I will focus, we know more or less 1, 2, 3, it's factual, and we know about this. I will go to 4, which is the empirical part of the paper, and to the policies. Next slide, please. So the upcoming paper, one before, one more? Yes. So the presentation is based on this paper, the upcoming paper by UNESCO, which is supporting education and skills development systems for informal workers' recovery after the pandemic. And like in the case of Maria, it is based on a review of literature of the impact of the pandemic and policies to address its effects, as it has been published and prepared by UNESCO and several partners. And I think it is very obvious what Mr. Sakrun said, that we have now multilateralism in the international scene, and UNESCO is ganging up, if I can say, with World Bank and ILO and OECD, as we have seen today, and of course another 10 organizations, ETF and many others across the world. That's a very welcome development. And the data are all the data that we can find. With this one, can we go to the only optimistic slide that I have, which is the third from the last? If you keep going, there. Okay, I will leave it there. But I want somehow to fill the gap between all the previous slides and this one. So let's start with an impact of education. UNESCO and others have estimated that on average school closures lasted for 300 days. That's a lot. And affected 1.6 million children with regional and country variation. And as I mentioned, learning poverty has increased. Now, what is interesting in this paper is not that on average learning outcomes have suffered, but what is important is at the micro level, children from disadvantaged backgrounds and informal households have suffered more. Children from socioeconomic group 1, in many cases, have improved their learning. They live in houses, each one has its own bedroom, its own computer. When you go to the poor, they have, if they have one computer, if they have internet, and it's not expensive, if they have electricity, and perhaps all of them living in the same room. So there has been a different impact of the closures that has increased inequality between socioeconomic group 1 and rural, informal, poor households. The second thing is high-income countries have even increased their spending on digital education and outreach. And the important thing here is that a lot of developing and poor countries have also increased it. But while 90% of high-income countries have increased spending on digital education, only 25% of countries, developing countries, have done so. So it's not that negative, but in a globalizing world, what matters is not how fast you move, but how fast you move relative to the others. If the high-income countries, all of them increase digitalization of training and education, and the others, only few have done it, or to a less extent, the digital divide between the high income and the low income is increasing, even though developing countries are also moving towards digitalization. And this is at the micro level, individual, and this is at the country level. Now, within countries, what we find is not only these effects are visible between socioeconomic group 1 and the last one, 5, but also between schools. If a school has a high percentage of minorities, migrants, marginalized workers, workers who cannot speak well the language they are there, these schools were left behind within the same country. If you are in an urban area and you are in a slum, you still suffer, no matter who you are. And this is because out of poverty and lack of public services, a lot of students could not be reached with the remote learning programs. A lot have dropped out, just dropped out, and they are unlikely to go back. Once you leave school at the age of 12, you will not go back at the age of 15. A lot of them took up child labor, and in the case of girls, we have an increase in early marriages and early pregnancies. To summarize the situation, the impact, I will just refer to two announcements this week, one by the Washington Post and the other by New York Times last week. Washington, and this is America with numbers. One of them said 2 years of school closures had pushed back the education outcomes 2 decades before, in the early 2000s. And the most damning one is the results from the federal examinations in the United States came up, and they were reported 2 days ago by New York Times, and all the math scores and the reading scores among the 4th graders and 28th graders have gone back to the 1990s on average. Now there are changes by differences by states and everything else, but we have lost kind of 30 kind of years. In the skills of training, directly in TVET, of course, there have been firm closures and person-to-person interactions in the public training centers. and career guidance services have collapsed. And again, the differences are very important between high-income and low-income countries, and also students of different socioeconomic background. Against that, informality has increased by 15% in high-income countries and by 80% in low-income countries. So the pre-existing tendency, Maria mentioned the formalization of the informal. We are experiencing the informalization of the formal with globalization, platform workers, the gig economy, digitalization, automation, and so on. So we have a trend, negative trends on both education and also the labor market and informality. Now, the prospects are even worse than they were a year ago. First, there were estimates that education spending was reduced by around 10% during the pandemic. Why was that? Because we spent more on health. We spent more on social protection. To protect livelihoods, we introduced programs so that people can continue having income. So there was this early estimate, I haven't seen how it has been updated, that education spending has been reduced by 10%. Where we are today, we are in an even worse situation because countries have tried to catch back, to claw back the debt that has accumulated, not just from the pandemic, but from 2008, the global financial crisis. So we had a double crisis in the last 10 years. So we have inflation, rising debts, austerity on the way. So a big issue now is financing, which I will come in a minute. So this is the, no, can I have the previous one? The previous slide? Recent trends. So this is the only optimistic scenario that I have. Through UNESCO and international system and the government's own realization, what we see is an encouraging approach, change in the approach towards skills development in developing countries also. And as I say, I will read that, there has been an increasingly de-emphasis of lengthy pre-employment formal training in favor of short, focused in-service training. There has been greater participation of the private sector and better use of funds, training funds and others, and there have been better responsiveness of public institutions. And Maria mentioned that workers from informal households do not participate in formal training in public institutions. And these developments have been affecting the lifelong learning that we have been discussing here, more emphasis on training for the informal sector, attempts to recognize informal apprenticeships, focus on agriculture, because most of the informal workers, 60–70%, are in agriculture in developing countries. We have improved career guidance, and then we put more emphasis on women workers. So can I go to the one more, to 5.2, one more? Right. So how do we go ahead? I don't have to go through this. I mean, this is what we are discussing today. The important thing is, and it was mentioned today, competency-based approaches, a national qualification framework to allow that no matter what is your mode of learning, you can advance. In many countries, once you fall off the general education stream, you cannot go to higher education or to upper secondary education. Have a national qualification framework, seamless movement from one to another. Career services are very important, and evidence-based policies. Now, the losses in learning we are reporting, no matter how dramatic and bad they are not as bad as perhaps they are, for two reasons. Because they don't take into account those who have not been tested. And a third of students in the world come from half of students in the world live in countries that they do not have PISA and TIMSS and PEARLS, and they do not participate the international standard examinations. So the losses are even more. So this is something that has to be addressed, and I think there was one question in the questionnaire we finished in the previous session: should UNESCO collect more data and do analysis? Yes, because we are living half of the world outside here. And the final point is what Mr. Sakrun mentioned, and I'm saying it here, which is that multilateralism, international cooperation. And I've been long enough from the 70s in this game, and I can't forget the institutional rivalry between international organizations in terms of approach and not cooperating at the country level for the sake of the country and imposing their priors and ideologies of what kind of development the countries should have. And now we can go to the previous slide. Sorry for this staccato, but I think that was the only way I could finish within time. But the slides are there and the paper is coming. So the policy question is not whether to spend more on education, but what the losses are from not doing so. Now, the IMF estimated that the discounted loss for not achieving the SDGs by the end of the century, okay, it's a long time, is $700 trillion. Now, to put this in context, the world economy every year is just under $100 trillion. Now, $700 trillion, when I read it, I said, oh my God, come on. I mean, if the world economy is 90, what does this mean? But then, of course, we're talking about 70 years, which means divide the 700 trillion by 70. So it's 10 trillion a year. You lose 10% of GDP. The World Bank did a study and said we will lose between 10 and 15% of GDP. It doesn't matter whether it's 10, 15, or even 5. This is a huge number. And compare it to the international and bilateral assistance we give to the developing countries. So the losses are huge if we do not move towards the SDG. Can we do it? The answer is yes. And the ILO estimated that it will take 1% of GDP, not 10%, not 8, not 5. Discount the IMF and the World Bank by a factor of 10, right? The ILO estimated that with 1% of GDP, you can achieve it, of which only 0.2 percentage points, right, of 1%, the two of $100, only 20 have to go to primary education, secondary education. So to the rational economists, the answer is very clear. Now, the key is the last bullet. To what extent the authorities will do something today whose benefits are to be 20 years from now, 30 years from now. And this is the perennial political question. Rationally, we can answer it. As international organizations, we are committed to that. But you can see the political environment. You don't have to go to America or China or Russia. Just look at Europe, most social concern region in the world who has the money, and see where number 3 stands for. So we have our own challenges, but we will depend very critically on which way the world moves ahead in the next few years. Let me stop here. Perhaps I overshot despite my streamlined presentation, but I hope there can be time for some questions if anything needs more clarification at this stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zafiris, for that presentation. A call to action, if you will, as well. We do have about 5 minutes for questions. Are there any questions in the room here that we can put to our speakers on the presentations or some of the comments they've made? Yes, sir. If you could state your name and affiliation.
Okay, my name is Young-Sen Kim. I'm working for TVET, Korea Research Institute for Vocational Education Training. My question goes to Maria. Actually, when I look at your table, the first table is there are no meaningful difference of the practical skill among the informal and formal. But when I look at their education level, it's over-educated informal, but under-educated and informal. That means education is not productive to produce the practical skill. How do you think?
All right. Would you like me to reply, or would you like to take a few questions from the floor?
Yes, please reply.
Okay, great. Indeed, so what we see is that indeed there is this difference between mismatch between formal and informal workers. They face a different type of mismatch. So when we see the overeducation among the formal workers, basically what this sometimes means is that there is not enough high-skilled jobs that are available in the formal sector. So we have the formal sector, high-skilled jobs. There is a competition that is too tight for them, right? And some of the jobs are filled in, and then there are simply not enough jobs, and so higher educated people go to the informal sector. Basically, this is what is happening. So it's not necessarily that the systems do not produce the right skills. Is that sometimes let's say well, it's really a mismatch, right? So it's also about the supply and the demand. What kind of jobs are available, right? I hope I'm answering your question. What this also means, these findings that we have on undereducation of informal workers, is that basically they're doing such low-skilled jobs, or they're accessing to kind of different jobs that they don't have a lot of training. They may be learning on the job what to do, but it's not, let's say, the skills that they have for the jobs do not necessarily come from the school system. They really come from the on-the-job training, which in some sense is not a bad thing, not always a bad thing. It means you can learn on the job, but which also means that you may not necessarily be as productive for that job as you could have been had you gained more skills before you started.
Maria, thank you. Are there any other questions here in the room for our speakers? Okay, I don't see. You do have a follow-up question. Please go ahead.
My question is to Mr. Mapfiris. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, actually, this session, we talk about a lot of the side effect or bad side of the informal learning. But informal learning is very important for professional, lawyer or medical doctors. Informal learning is very important to job-specific skill development or firm-specific skill development. Would you like to talk about the bright side or good side of the informal learning?
Yes, I fully agree with that. And the informal economy, let me give you an example of my country, Greece. If people did not cheated with the taxman, you wouldn't get the educated Greeks you are getting. And this in the past. Now things have changed. Why? Because you pay a lot of taxes and the public services are not there to serve you and serve the purpose of collective insurance in terms of health, of education, and the like. So even the middle class and the lower middle class, by cheating on their taxes, they were collecting enough money to provide either remedial education to their children or even when they graduated to send them abroad for a year. So somebody has to see it in its totality, the informal economy. And if you remember in the first slide I had with the numbers, 23 of tertiary education graduates work in the formal economy. These are architects and lawyers and doctors and the like. But a lot of them also are practitioners and commercial people who did not even finish high school or university, and they are businessmen, these ones. Now, the informal economy exists for a reason. I mean, it's not something that it came out of the blue. I mean, Korea is, I think, the best developmental case that gives us the broad parameters of development policy. All developing countries are labor surplus economies. Korea, South Korea, was a labor surplus economy up until 1975, the mid-1970s. In the meantime, they were achieving fantastic increases in education, and the wages were the same. In a labor surplus economy, you increase, you take the slack, but no pressure on wages. So wages and formalization started happening when Korea reached a critical level of development to put in use the education that the people had accumulated, number one. The second thing is Korea has an industrial policy first that dictates the skills. It's not to have the skills and then to go and say, but I'm a skilled worker and therefore I am underemployed. And one problem, although it's a credible metric, this underqualification and overqualification, is that if you ask me, are you overqualified? Of course. I mean, UNESCO should be paying me double what it's paying me now, right? A critical point here is that these studies do not take into account wages. In a country that you have one plumber, the plumber will be the richest person. And in a country that you have a lot of brain surgeons, but you don't have hospitals, the guy will be underemployed. So development, the labor market and education, it's a two-way thing and very dynamic. So it was mentioned today, we need more approaches and fluid approaches and to adjust to what is happening. And what is happening is, as Mr. Sakrun mentioned, it's non-linear. What we observe now with globalization is something we have not observed in the previous industrial revolutions and technology. We're back to the late 18th century, where we have a full transformation of the global economy.
Thank you for fielding that question. Maria, you have an answer as well.
Yes, if I might add to this. I just want to be sure that we're actually speaking about the right things, because when we speak about informal employment and informal learning, these are slightly different kind of meanings of the word informal to start with. So when we speak about informal employment, it means not necessarily, as there is a saying, when you are cheating on something. Informality is when you are not covered or not complying with labor regulations or with social protection or with taxes, right? So by choice, or because you don't have a choice, or because it's your employer who did it on your behalf, right? Or again, sometimes it's because sometimes legal frameworks do not exist. In fact, a lot of labor laws exclude certain categories of workers. So it's sometimes you're informal just because you're not covered by the law. When we speak about, so basically informal means unprotected in some sense, unprotected by labor or by social security, for whatever the reason is. When we speak about informal learning, we mean that the learning is happening outside of some sort of formalized program, such as a university program or a training course or whatever. And of course, there is no problem in that kind of learning, right? It's on the job learning. It's what you do in your everyday work. It's what you do by your own initiative sometimes, right? But what the problem is sometimes with this, I mean, it's definitely a very good thing. Informal learning is obviously a very, very good thing. What happens is that for informal economy workers, we have much more informal learning as compared to formal learning, right? And what also happens is that informal economy workers can have less possibilities to have the recognition of the skills and experience that they gain through this informal learning as compared to formal economy workers. So a formal economy doctor who learned on the job informally can very easily then get a certificate of his or her credentials, right? An informal agriculture worker probably can do less so, or waste picker, you know, can certify his or her skills less, with less chances and probabilities, and hence have a lower possibility to access to better jobs, even if he or she has the right experience acquired on the job. So that is, I think, the difference that we really have to be clear about. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria, for that differentiation. And we'll stick with you because I think you've prepared some closing remarks. We only, unfortunately, have just a few minutes left, so we'll hand the screen back to you.
All right, well, great. Thank you very much. And indeed, let me say in the conclusion that it gave me really an immense pleasure to be here with you today and to be part of this rich discussion. And I really thank all the participants who joined us today. But first of all, I would like to thank the colleagues and partners from UNESCO for organizing this event, for the invitation, as well as more generally for the continuous dialogue on these topics that our institutions are having. In conclusion of this meeting, let me also reiterate the importance of the subject of informality and of skills for the OECD Development Center. Informality, as we have seen, is a structural feature and a challenge for the economies of the majority of the OECD Development Center member countries. And skills policies, as we have seen it today, are important policies to tackle informality. So we had today with us in the room, I know because my colleagues shared it with us, international experts from other international organizations. So we know that we had donor agencies, academia, civil society representatives. And so we hope that the richness of this debate, but also that the feedback that we received so far and that we will be receiving on our future work on informality and on skills is actually extremely useful to help the OECD and UNESCO to stay relevant. So thanks to your feedback, the conversations that we're having, we are also confident that we will be coming up with the products that will be useful for our different audiences, but above all for the work of our constituents and partners on building more cohesive societies, because this is what is our ultimate objective. With this, thanks again, and I wish you really good luck for all your future work and happy continuation of your event. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria, to you and to Zafiris and Hervé as well for your contributions to this very interesting session on informality. I'll ask our speakers to take a seat again. And Maria, we will say goodbye to you at this point, wishing you a good day. I wanted to mention that I saw a lot of people taking pictures of some of the slides that we've seen throughout the course of the day today. All of those PowerPoints that have been presented, they're going to be uploaded starting next week. So you can access that information directly. They will be uploaded rather, and you can check the website for that information. So no need to take pictures unless you want to, of course, access the information sooner than that. I'm going to hand over to the lectern now to my capable colleague here, Wilson Lima Jr., who's a project manager for BILT at the UNESCO-UNEVOC Center. So Wilson, the lectern is yours.
So thank you very much, Sumi. Thank you for the introduction. And good afternoon, colleagues here on site in Bonn with us. And also good morning, good afternoon, good evening to our colleagues, to the TVET community that is joining us online. We have now 100 people there joining us. So I invite you that are online to actively participate and make questions and talk and engage with us. And at this stage, I would like to invite Mr. Inigo Arasteogui, representing the Técnica Basque VET Applied Research Center, to share the floor with me, and I will share the presentation with him as well. Welcome. Okay, so what we are intending to do here today, we will share this presentation, as I mentioned, and basically I will set the stage for Inigo that will bring us a concrete example of what is the BILT project about. And we hope it excites you that at the end of this presentation, you want to be with us, joining the BILT project in many ways that are possible, and I will present it to you. And yes, contributing to TVET as a whole. So the first question that I would like to answer to you is why the BILT project was put in the agenda. So the BILT project is not only a flagship project from UNESCO-UNEVOC. It's more than that. If you already had the chance to look or to peruse the TVET strategy, you'll see that the BILT project is mentioned there a few times. And that's not by chance. The BILT project is there in the TVET strategy that lasts until 2029 because it has a clear indication of our donor, the German Federal Ministry for Education and Research, BMBF, that it can steadily move from a project to a process, to something that's embedded in UNEVOC network in order to leverage the UNEVOC network. So that's really the key point here at this presentation, is leaving behind the project and have a more long-term perspective embedded in the process of UNESCO-UNEVOC. And here, as I already mentioned, we are the BILT project. It's Bridge Innovation and Learning in TVET. It's sponsored by the Federal Ministry of Education and Research. It's implemented by UNESCO-UNEVOC in partnership with the German Federal Institute of VET, Vocational Education and Training. And of course, we rely to implement this project in our main asset, that's the UNEVOC network. That's where our knowledge is, our expertise is, and they are vital for our work. In regards to the BILT project, so what the BILT project is about, I will not extend very much into that. I think my colleague Tenglen in the previous session made the point in a very appealing and very clear way that we work on new qualifications and competencies. And here, what I maybe just would like to address to you, it's our priorities when we mention this, what we call the 3I process. So the 3I process for us is identification, integration, and implementation of new qualifications and competencies. And in regards to identification, we have a very specific focus on it. So it's to put the skills and innovation ecosystem together. So how can we put all these stakeholders together and working together, identifying the skills mismatch, skill demands, in order to shorten the time lapse between the emergence of a new qualifications and competencies and the answer from TVET system to that. So that's our priority. And here, for example, we have good examples identified regarding the creation of technical sectoral committees that work very well in putting this triple helix or the knowledge triangle. It depends on where you come from, how we call it. So to put these social partners together in order to work for a better TVET. Also, on integration of new qualifications and competencies, our focus, it has been mentioned here several times, it's about creating flexible curricula. So Professor Jefferson mentioned in his presentation how to create intermediary exits to the labor market, how to allow people to gain qualification as they study in order to already be employable, already answer to the demands of the labor market. So that's what we mean by integration of new qualifications and competencies into appealing curricula. And lastly, it's about implementation. What are the new pedagogies, the new methods, the new teaching and learning practices that are there in the world and that are working, that are making TVET relevant and appealing for the youth and also for adults? So this is what we call the 3I process, and this is the core of the BILT project. So in this next slide, I will run through it. You see here our areas of work. We work mainly in these three regions. It's Europe, Africa, and Asia. And we aim here is to create bridges, is to put TVET institutions from these different regions together, exchanging good practices, learning and sharing with each other. So basically what we do is to develop and share inspiration, develop and share knowledge. That's what we do. And we do it in these three lines, that's how we call it, these three lines of work. We call it the bridging line. It's about events. We put people together, we put the TVET community together. We have the innovation line where we develop new products, where we develop knowledge, where we develop a new perspective on well-established topics in TVET. And we have the learning line. That's about capacity building. So here in these three lines is how the BILT operates. And today, what I wanted to share with you, it's what we call this innovation and learning practices. So these innovation and learning practices, they are part of this innovation line, but they are identified in many ways. We identify them during these bridging events, in the bridging line. We identify them during capacity building activities that we carry out in TVET institutions in Africa, Asia, and in Europe. And we develop that when we make research with this innovation line. And so this is what we are talking about. What Inigo will bring to you, it's one example of what we have identified as innovation and learning practice. And before I move to the next slide, I would just like to make a parenthesis. I would like to invite you to, to join our next BILT event. So from 7th to 9th of November, we will be holding our Africa conference in Nairobi, and you are invited to join this meeting, to participate and exchange with us. I think this presentation will be shared with you, and the link for registering to the event, it's in this image here that we have in the slide. And now coming to what we'll have here as this innovation and learning practice that Inigo will share with you. What are these innovation and learning practice? For us, for the BILT project, the innovation and learning practice, it's a practice, of course, from TVET institutions at different levels. So it could be TVET providers, it could be national authorities, it could be a practice from ministries. And this practice, they are assessed against three criteria: the criteria of innovation, the criteria of transferability, and the criteria of relevance. For us, the innovation means that it's something new that this institution does at the national or it's the local context. It doesn't need to be something new across the globe, but something new to her, to the institution that work in its context. So we have a set of indicators that were developed jointly with BIBB, the VET Federal Institute for VET, in which we assess this innovation and learning practice. We have also this transferability criteria, and here it's not to be taken as actually transferability, but it's how easy it is for this practice to be implemented in different settings. So is it possible to have innovation and learning practice that is applied in Europe and in the same time in different regions of Africa and Asia? So this is one aspect that we look at. And also the relevance. So what kind of problem this ILP, or the innovation and learning practice, it intends to solve? What's the problem that it wants to tackle? And using this criteria and this concept, since 2019, we have identified 50 innovation and learning practices. And until 2025, we are committed to find 9 more from all these 3 regions of the world. And we share them in different ways. As I mentioned before, we share that through our bridging events, we share that in our publications, and now we are preparing a new series of learning lines. That's a series with this audio content and potentially a podcast. So for us, this is the innovation and learning practice, and it's my pleasure here to bring the innovation and learning practice that we identified 3 years ago, that's together with Technica. It's about the collaborative learning factory that was developed in the Exam 4.0 project. And why for us it was innovation and learning practice? Because it combines a few elements that are important for us. For example, it puts the triple helix together, so it puts research, it puts TVET providers, it puts companies together. It provides a new delivery mode, it's a work-based learning for the students, and it has a very strong focus on digital skills. So when we identified that 3 years ago, that were the elements that called our attention. And I'm glad to share with you the developments that this project has achieved since then. And I will pass the floor to Inigo that will bring the details to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wilson. And yeah, it works. Okay. So, yeah, I think my presentation should be, but it's not there. Okay.
Together.
Okay.
The next one.
Next one. Okay. So yeah, I forgot to put a title. I'm a specialist in forgetting things. So more or less in the 50s, there was an economist that he won the Nobel Prize later, and he famously said that the key element for economic growth is technological innovation, and at least in a capitalist economy. So what follows from there is that, well, if you want your economy to thrive, you should invest in research and innovation, or research and development, or however you want to call them, because it's supposed that technological innovation will be one of the results of this work. So apart from that, some years later, another economist said, okay, yes, that's true, you should invest in technology innovation, and that's important, of course, if you want your economy to continue growing, but it's not enough. Why? Because then you need people to work in this R&I, because if you only have the investment and you don't have the people, it's like having a Ferrari and don't know how to drive. So he added this second element. So there are at least two key factors for technological innovation to happen. I'm simplifying a lot, but one of them is investment and the other one is human capital. So yeah, every country and every member state in Europe is investing in innovation. I put a number there, just a number, but we are doing a big investment in innovation just because we know that the economy will grow. Okay. Now, one of the key approaches for innovation in Europe, as most of you might know, is the smart specialization strategy. So yeah, I will simplify a lot, but it's basically a way of choosing where you want to innovate in, or where you want to put your investment when it comes to research. Why? Because, of course, if research is important for innovation, we can agree on that, but then it should be said that it's not just doing research for the sake of doing research, because if your region is very strong in, let's say, in agriculture, and your researchers are researching robotics, you are doing something wrong. But it was happening some time ago. So they said, no, you need to localize it. You need to invest in the things that are important for your region. And that's where you should do your research. And they have a whole process for doing it and for identifying these priorities. I won't go into any detail of that, but just as an idea. So we have three things to take into account. One of them is investment in R&I, another one is to have the human capital, and the third one is to invest with some strategy, with some sense to it. So yeah. Then, yeah, okay. Then something about myself. I come from the Basque Country, as Wilson said, and the Basque Country is a region in the northeast part of Spain, just close to the French border. And as other regions in Europe, we have a smart specialization strategy. So, and I also, this is the document that more or less develops this strategy. It's a very complete document. If you want to read it later, I think it's in the references. But yeah, and I am working for Technica, and Technica is an applied research innovation center for the VET system in the Basque Country. So we are part of the Vice Ministry. So we are a public body, part of the government, and we are working for all the VET system just to help them in innovation. So, and of course, we should follow this smart specialization strategy. So, to put it bluntly, we don't do anything if it's not aligned with the smart specialization strategy of the region. We don't invest even a tiny amount of money in a technology if it's not important for this strategy. So all the projects should be aligned with this strategy. So we take this strategy into account, and they know it. So if you take the document, you'll see there that they mention the VET system. They know we are one of the agents in developing this strategy. So one of the priorities in this strategy is, well, this is the last one. They call it smart industry now. They were calling it advanced manufacturing before, but in the end, it's applying Industry 4.0 type of technologies to different manufacturing processes. So that was a priority for this strategy. So it became a priority for us. It was a priority before that as well, but it's as we should be aligned with this strategy, this is a priority for us as well. So yeah, and also it's a very important sector at the European level. Just put a screenshot there, but the main idea is it accounts for a lot of innovation, for millions of works, for billions of euros, for thousands of companies. So it's a very important field of the economy for Europe. So yeah, one of the challenges we had different projects, many projects related to Industry 4.0 with all these type of technologies. But one challenge we had was how to implement these Industry 4.0 technologies in VET centers. So, because VET centers have some labs in, like, I don't know, mechanical manufacturing labs, and then you have all these digital technologies, and they are talking to you about, I don't know, the data science and this kind of thing. So how can you relate these two things with what you have? Because in the end, you are a training institution. You are not doing research for the sake of doing research, but just for your VET centers. So this was one of the things we started to working, and yeah, we developed something we called 4.0 workshops or 4.0 labs in VET centers. So it was basically digitalizing existing labs in VET centers. So we will using different technologies just to collect data and to book machines and to, yeah, this kind of idea of connecting milling machines to the internet and doing digital twins and these kind of things. So this is something we were doing, and we started with it some years ago, yeah, easily 5 or 6 years ago. And at that time, we were aware that our VET centers are, well, they follow a specific methodology we have. So they follow a learner-centric approach. They are anchored in the strategy, as I was saying, because we follow the smart specialization strategy for everything. They were providing, and they are still providing, different services. They are working with companies. They are training unemployed people. They are training workers. They offer entrepreneurship opportunities. They have specific projects to help companies to innovate. They have plenty of services apart from initial training of students. And of course, they are collaborating with different agents in the strategic triangle. But when it came to the specific thing of advanced manufacturing, we just realized that we were lacking an international dimension. And some of you might think, why international? Well, because in a big extent, not completely, but in a big extent, knowledge and technology are a kind of universal knowledge. I know it's not exactly like that, but there's a lot that you can learn about technology or about the theories behind these things by collaborating with others. So we wanted to do it like that, because we also had the feeling that if we start working very hard on a specific technology, but we are not aware of what's happening in the world, then we will probably be outdated in a matter of years, because if you are isolated, it won't work. So we needed to add an international dimension. Now, at the same time, and this was a coincidence, the European Commission came with a new call. It was a pilot at that time, and it was called the Centers of Vocational Excellence. So it was pretty much the same idea of connecting different centers that were working, as I mentioned before. So we said, well, this is the call we need. So we applied for a project. This project was Exam 4.0. I know it's an awful name, but it's the acronym of Excellent Advanced Manufacturing 4.0. And that was Exam 4.0. So we applied for it, we got the project, and in this project we continued working in the same idea of the 4.0 labs or the advanced manufacturing labs in VET centers, but adding an international dimension to it. And of course, when you want to add an international dimension to something, you need to create a kind of language to communicate with others. You need to have some common understandings in some, at least in some basic things. So we took the concept of the learning factory, because it was already established. It was an international concept, so we said, okay, we will use it because it's adaptable to what we are doing. And we added a C of collaborative because it was an international project. So, by the way, the idea of the learning factory is just replicating a whole production process. So from the raw materials to the logistics. So that's the idea, that your students are working as if they were working in a real factory. But it's not a factory, it's inside a school. So, yeah, that's what I said. So, yeah, and we had some premises when building this factory. So, yeah, you can see them there, but we wanted the labs in the VET centers to come as close as possible to a smart factory, as close as possible. But in some cases, we are quite close because there have been very big investments. Then to implement cutting-edge technology in VET centers. So this was a strong bet, especially from the government side. Then to collaborate at international level, of course, because it was an international project. And to have our teachers and our students, to have them used to work in digitalized environments. We don't want everyone to be an expert in digitalization, and we don't believe in it at all. So we think people should be used to work in a digital environment and know how to behave there, but not be an expert. We don't want all our students to know how to program something. It's like any other complex technology that we are using in our lives. Everyone knows how to drive, but very few of us can repair the car or can fix the computer of the car. You don't need to know it. You just need to know how to work in this environment. So that was the idea, to learn how to work in a digitalized environment that you will probably encounter when you finish your studies. Okay, so, and for doing that, there's a lot of material in the project webpage, and it's also something you can read in the publication of the BILT webpage. But basically, we defined the standard production process from design to assembly, and we divided the different labs we had from the project partners. So each partner was a kind of small factory, and they were responsible for producing a part. And in this case, we just piloted the idea of building an autonomous robot. The product was not important. The important thing was the process. So it was a quite basic robot, but each school was producing some parts of the robot, and they were sending these parts from one school to the other in different countries of Europe. So I don't know, for example, in Sweden, they were doing the wheels, and in Germany, they were assembling the wheels with other parts of the robot, and in the Basque Country, they were drilling things. And so each VET center was doing what what they should do according to the fields they had, but they were working like a small international factory, sending parts from one part to the other and assembling and then getting a final product. And to do it using 4.0 technologies is not easy at all, because you have to be able to share everything in a cloud or somewhere. You need to have the designs somewhere that then you can send from one school to the other, and all machines should be able to read these things, and you need to have the same standards. It's pretty complex, but yeah, we managed to do something, not without difficulties, and it's far from being a finished project. It's still being developed, and yeah, we actually are doing it in this new project. It's the Learner-Centric Advanced Manufacturing Platform. It's a COVE project as well. It's one of those centers of vocational excellence of the European Commission, and we are continuing with the development of this collaborative learning factory for students. Now, we are doing some changes to it as well. So we want to add virtualization to it by means mostly of digital twins, and we want to create a maturity model as well, so that any VET center could use it to when they want to do investments and to implement new technologies in their labs. They could analyze themselves and say, okay, according to this maturity model, I'm in level 1, and if I want to go to level 3, I should do these changes, and so on. And yeah, well, the project is much more complex, and we have many different areas not related with to the learning factory, but I'm just talking about that today. And by the way, as I was mentioning this initiative of the Centers of Vocational Excellence, we are organizing this forum together with the European Commission and with all the projects approved under this call. The forum is, you can see the dates there. It's in San Sebastian. Registrations are closed, but you can still register to follow it online. So if someone is interested, I just leave the link there, and you can probably share the presentation with everyone later. Yeah, and yeah, that's everything I had, and now I'm open for your questions if there are any.
Thank you very much, Inigo, for this inspiring presentation. No matter how much we talk, how much we meet, you always raise my curiosity to understand more about Technica, because I find this a unique model in the globe, across the world, never seen anything similar. So I'm sure you have raised the interest of our audience as well. I will not take time from them. And I will then ask our guests if you have any question. I see one hand raised in the back. Luis Aquilina from Malta, MCAST. Please, Luis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Wilson. Thank you, Inigo. A very, very impressive presentation. It's a highly technical project in line with Industry 4.0. What benefits do you really see, tangible benefits for the learners who are the focus of our teaching? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very good question, Luis. And they are actually two questions, because first of all, I should say if I see benefits, and then what are those benefits? So yeah, I think there are benefits. I would say that the main benefits are, one, to get used to work in digitalized environments, so to know how to work there. Then another one is the international dimension. So even if they are not taking part in mobilities or whatever, they are having an international dimension, because they need to cooperate with students from other schools if they want to finish their product. And then another one is that it gives a kind of realism. At least in countries like ours, where the dual training is an option, but it's not compulsory for everyone, it gives them a taste of more real kind of work, where they have deadlines and they have to deliver and they have to finish something and ship it to I don't know, to Germany or to the Netherlands or to Sweden. So I would say these are the main benefits.
Thank you. Professor Jefferson from Fluminense Federal Institute in Brazil, please.
Oh, it's congratulations, Nigo and Wilson. It was a great pleasure when I had the opportunity to visit twice the Basque Country and some schools and the Technique Agence, and I could see in local this great international reference for me. Basque Country and the strategic vision of your country is amazing and inspire all of us. And my question is, can other organizations not included in the project, such as the Federal Institutes from Brazil, be involved with the collaborative learning factor, or is it just for project partners? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wilson. Thank you for your compliment. You are exaggerating, but thank you anyway. Yes, it's open. So I didn't talk about that, but another thing we want to do in this project is to build an alliance. So, but we want to actually build it. So with a notary and a real kind of registration in an official journal. So, and we want to open it for everyone. Of course, interested in advanced manufacturing and from a technology point of view, because we are involved in several international networks, and it's easy to find discussions about methodologies or entrepreneurship or soft skills and these kind of things. But it's difficult to have a technology-specific forum in VET. That's not that easy. So we want to have this kind of network, and we will create it, and it will be open for everyone to become a member and be involved in the activities. So yes, the project has just started, but I will inform you once the alliance or the network is created.
Sarah, so we have Sarah Elson Rogers, Team Leader for Innovation in the Future of TVET in UNESCO-UNEVOC. Please, Sarah.
Thank you, Wilson. I'm taking UNEVOC privilege here and asking a question directly to Inigo, because I never run out of questions for you, Inigo, and I know you never run out of answers, so I feel on safe ground. The easy question first, are you working in a common language?
Yes and no. So just for some things, but it's very difficult to ensure that everyone is on the same page. And we have some ways of trying to achieve it through specific templates and discussions, but sometimes the interpretations of the same thing are very different. Okay. So we are working on it, but we don't have any recipe for success, and if someone has a recipe for that, just let us know, because we are spending a lot of time on that.
Okay, well, we're always looking here for standardized recipes, which rarely fit. Which leads me on to my second question. You raised in your presentation this balance between the international and the local. And again, I wonder how you manage that within your project. And if I have time to ask something else, then I will, but let's stick with that for now. Thanks, Inigo.
Okay, yes, I think this is a very good question, and this is one of the key elements of the whole call, not just of the project, but the whole initiative of the Centers of Vocational Excellence. So VET centers are working at local level, and it should be like that, because they work with the companies in their area, and they train the students from the area, and that's what they should be doing. So that's important. But then our concern was that if they are working in very cutting-edge technologies, and if they don't have an international connection, quite specific connection on technology, they will be outdated no matter what, because these things are happening at a global level. So it's important to be aware of what's happening and to be connected to others who are working in the same field. So that's the whole idea. João Santos, when he talks about the initiative, he's one of the key minds behind this initiative. So he usually grabs the motto of a famous company, which is think global and act local. So that's what we are trying to do. In our specific case, the students we have in these factories are local students, and so are they everywhere in every partner country of the project, and they are collaborating at an international level.
If I may, Inigo, we have a question come from our online audience. It's Dr. Shah Alam Majunder. He's asking, is Industry 4.0 equally important and necessary in low-density, workforce-based developed countries and high-populated, developing, or economically weak countries?
I don't know the answer. I mean, for us, it's important because it's part of our strategy, and all the investment should follow this strategy, and all our activities should be aligned with this strategy. But I don't know how to analyze these things.
Thank you. Maybe, if I may, do you have any other questions? Sarah, please.
I do. Maybe this will complement the former question. You raised it again in your presentation about when we talk about labour markets, are we talking about local labour markets? Are we talking about international labour markets? What's the size of the labour market that we're looking at when we're assessing skills needs, as you said? If you're dominated by agriculture, do you need to teach a lot of people how to build a robot? But then my question to you is, how do you balance in your SMART strategy? It was a point raised earlier, the balance between being predictive of skills needs and being responsive to your labour market. Is that a better question for you, Inigo?
Yeah, well, I could talk about that, but maybe, yeah, I'm trying to. Maybe the fastest answer can be, we have teams, or we call them hubs, of VET centers, and they are divided in different fields according to the smart specialization strategy of the region. And these groups of VET centers, well, the group is always coordinated by one of those VET centers, which is taking a kind of leading role in this sector. So let's say in energy. That's important for us. It's part of the energy strategy, sorry. So we have a VET center leading it, and other VET centers working in energy, in VET always, working with them. And they have a system of working where they meet regularly with companies, but usually only with leading companies, the ones who kind of set the trends for the sectors, and with clusters and these kind of institutions, not with the smallest companies or with the less innovative ones. And this is probably the main thing we are doing for that. And then we have a program, because when we analyze the smart specialization strategy, we try to do a kind of matchmaking. So not everything in the strategy is relevant for us. So we try to identify what's relevant in this strategy, which is at the same time relevant for us as the VET system. And in those areas, we try to see where we have knowledge, or where we have some knowledge, and where we don't have any knowledge. When we don't have any knowledge, we start a project at Technica. That's a centralized project for the whole Basque Country, and teachers are involved in this project because we want to generate this knowledge that we don't have, but according to the strategy is important or will be important. But then in other parts, we analyze ourselves and we consider that we do have some knowledge. So in this part where we think we have some knowledge, we start working with companies, with the smallest companies, because there's a gap in the innovation system in the Basque Country. We have those big technology centers are working usually with bigger companies, with very innovative companies, and they are usually doing big projects in terms of investment and also in terms of the resources you need and the knowledge you need. And then we have nothing. So we have no one interested in working in a 3,000 euro project with a small company to do something, because it's not interesting for a technology center and it's not interesting for a big research organization, and that's understandable. So we have a network of VET centers, again, in different fields, who are regularly visiting companies and proposing projects to them. So those projects should be innovative and they should develop a new product or a new process for this company, together with this company. But it should be something that no one is providing. So it's not the provision of a service, but it's to generate something new using the knowledge you have in this sector, together with the company. And that's very good for us, because our teachers come from the education department, so they are civil servants. And some of them are very, very updated, and some of them not. And some of them haven't even worked in their whole life, so they could be engineers, but just finishing the university and then started teaching, and that's something that happens. So we need to force them to have contacts with the real world and to know what companies are doing. So that's another source we have. And then at government level, I think it's the same as everywhere. We have these meetings with the sectors and with the, pretty much the same as everywhere. I don't know if I answered the question or not, but okay, thank you.
Thank you, Inigo. If you don't mind, we have another question from our online audience. It's from Mr. Richard Samuels, and he's touching upon Professor Jefferson's question in asking, is there a scope for the inclusion of developing countries to benefit from your effort to digitize existing manufacturing labs at secondary or tertiary levels?
Yes, yes. Yes, we will share this information. It's still not ready to be opened, but it will be. So the project will be running well, we hope it will be running forever, at least until I retire, and that's a very long time. So, no, but we have funding for 4 years, so it will finish in 2026. So in this period of time, we have some milestones, as in every project, and once the alliance is open, I will inform you, and you can ask Richard, or you can inform everyone to join. Yeah.
Sure, we'll make sure to share in the network that this possibility. And if do we have any other question? If not, I will allow myself to make one. Mm-hmm. Yes? Okay, so and my question is still maybe picking up on developing countries. If in the future there is this possibility of developing countries, other institutions to join the effort, do you think it's feasible for them to join in terms of the infrastructure that's necessary, or it's very expensive? Because you mentioned we need the cloud infrastructure available, we need design, we need standardized machines, so it's a great capital expenditure for setting this up. How do you see that?
Yeah, that's a good point. This was the main reason to include virtualization in the new project. So when we finished the previous project, we had the feeling that we were being too elitist. And we were working with the Netherlands, we were working with Germany, we were working with Sweden, so we were working with rich countries in Europe. And they had very good labs, and it was quite easy, as you said. So, and they have money, and they can invest, and they can do these things. But then we said, what if someone wants to learn and doesn't have this equipment, and doesn't have the possibility either to acquire this equipment? So we started thinking about that, and we thought about doing these kind of digital twins so that you can give access to existing real factories in vet centers to people that don't have these factories in their own vet centers. So this is one of the next developments of the collaborative learning factory. And just thinking about the inclusion of vet centers with not that much resources.
Thank you. And I think we are exploiting you. We have another question from our online. So it's from Mr. Fernando Cargua. Which strategies could be effective for engaging companies to be open to include trainee students in their process?
That's one of the big questions, I think. Whenever I attend a conference, there's always the issue on attractiveness of PET, and no one has an answer, and then there's this question of engaging companies from different perspectives, but it's always more or less a similar question, and it's difficult to answer it. I can just share our approach, that it's working quite well, not perfectly, but it's working. So what we do when we approach companies is we are not just asking them to do something, but we are their partners. So the idea is to establish a collaboration with them, and when you knock someone's door, instead of just requesting things, we are trying to offer them things. So I can put a teacher to work with your workers and improve a process that you have, or digitalize something that will help you in having more profits or less waste or whatever, or we can work on a specific training program for your company, or we can train your workers, or these kind of things. And there are plenty of examples of these kinds of specific programs for company workers, or innovation projects to do a new prototype for a company, or to establish the parameters to weld a big part, or a lot of projects like that. And I think this is quite transferable to everywhere. You can't just request companies to do things for you, because everyone has a goal in his or in her life, and the goal of the company is not to train your students. So the company is not there to do this, but they should be interested in it, because that's where they get the workers from later. So I think that we should be able to understand that we have different aims, but we can find common grounds for collaboration. I once, well, no, it's okay like that, yeah.
I have the same feeling. I think you touched upon a very important topic, but we would need another conference for that.
Yeah.
It's like this, to abandon this supply and demand perspective between TVET and private sector, and work in joint collaboration, right? So I think this is a trend that it's starting to pop out.
Yeah.
So I think that's it. Once again, Inigo, thank you very much for your contribution, to share your knowledge with us. It's always a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
And just two announcements before inviting you to the coffee break. First, I would like to just introduce you to the BILT team. So it's the Bridge Innovation and Learning TVET team from UNESCO-UNEVOC and BIBB. They are here in our left-hand side. So these are the people responsible for making it happening. Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot, Sumi. Thank you, everyone, for staying with us, bearing with us. Second day, the last session. I know it's hard, but we will try to keep interesting and keep your attention, so you will enjoy the session. So now it's a time to talk about the more practical project. We were talking a lot about the strengthening TVET systems, improving sustainable society. And now we would like to talk about more practical things, about one of the projects that contributed actually to all of this, to improve the quality of life of youth and improve society. And this project, namely, is BEAR2. It's the project that was implemented in the Eastern African countries, in Tanzania, Madagascar, Uganda, Ethiopia, and Kenya. And the project contributed to improving the quality, relevance, and also the perception of the TVET in these respective countries. So today we would like to speak with the countries, representatives of these countries, to tell about the achievements and the sustainability and some other things. And we can clearly see the link between the project and also the contribution to the TVET new strategy across all three pillars, and also to improving the digital and also greening job in their respective countries. So I would like to thank, first of all, the partnership to the Korean government, because UNESCO conducted and implemented this project with the support of the Korean government. And I would like to start with inviting the Consul General of the Embassy of the Republic of Korea in Germany, Sung-Gye Ho. Mr. Ho, please come to the microphone. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. Actually, my message will be begun with some very official addresses to Mr. Bohin Chakrun, Director of PRS, UNESCO headquarters. And I just met the Minister of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology from Gambia, Dr. Pierre Gomez, and Dr. Kip Kirui Langat, the Director General of TVET Authority, Kenya, and Bakari Silima, PhD, Director General, Vocational Training Authority from Zanzibar, Tanzania, and others. First of all, good afternoon to you all. And congratulations on holding the BEAR2 event today. At this point, in completing the BEAR2 project, which started to contribute the achievement of the UN Sustainable Development through vocational education, it is very meaningful to review the progress and achievements so far and to plan the next step. As all of you know, the BEAR project, as the staff member just explained, first started in South Africa in 2011, included curriculum development, teacher training, and holding skill competitions, and those were promoted according to the needs of each country. I heard that the main factor of success was the active participation of local experts, not the unilateral delivery of the education system in developed countries. In response to the request of African countries that have witnessed the success of the first phase, the second phase of the project started in 2016. And as we will hear in detail through the explanations by country in a moment, I know that there are several tangible results up to now. Ladies and gentlemen, the BEAR project aims to provide employment opportunities for young people and the vulnerable by establishing a vocational education system in African countries based on the successful experience of Korean vocational and technical education, and to lay the foundation for sustainable development in those countries. Korea is the only one country actually, that has switched from an ODA recipient to a donor country in modern history. Although Korea was devastated by the Korean War, 1950, we achieved remarkable economic growth through aid from the international community since 1945, and Korea was removed from the list of ODA recipient countries in 2000. In addition, in 1963, we started our history as an ODA donor already by inviting trainees and dispatching experts overseas. At the root of these changes in Korea, there was hope and sweat for a better tomorrow than today and a better life for the children. Based on the achievements of phases 1 and 2, the phase 3 of the BEAR project is currently being discussed, and I understand that not only the Korean government, but also Korean companies are interested in discussing measures of support. I hope that UN Sustainable Development Goals will be specifically achieved by providing more opportunities to the present and the future generation of African countries through vocational and technical education. Frankly, I'm not a vocational education expert here. I could be the least knowledgeable or experienced in this field. So I'm going to stop talking about vocational education now and instead talk a little bit about the diplomacy of Korea. Food and energy security issues are growing around the world due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic and the Ukraine crisis, and the importance of cooperation between countries is rising again. Through various cases, we have experienced that it is important to build trust through exchanges over a long period of time, not overnight. The 5 African countries in attendance today have maintained diplomatic relations with Korea at least from 30 to 60 years for the longest. I hope that relations between the two countries will become closer through the concrete example of a vocational and technical education. And I hope that various cooperative activities will be carried out in more fields in the future, especially in African countries. We hope that today's presentation by countries will be an opportunity to share achievements and promote synergy. Lastly, I would like to express my gratitude to UNESCO and those who prepared this precious event. Thank you.
Thank you a lot, Mr. Ho. We are really grateful for the partnership with Korean government. As you mentioned, we are really hoping for the future collaboration for the benefits of a TVET system in the African region. Okay, now I'm honored to welcome the next speaker. It's Boren Shakrun, Director of the Division for Policy and Lifelong Learning Systems from UNESCO headquarters. Please, the lectorium is yours, Mr. Boren.
Good afternoon. I hope you're not tired of seeing me today. It's always challenging to speak on several occasions, but of course we are a bit changing the nature of our discussion, and as Olga was mentioning, we are not speaking about more kind of broad reforms and agenda. We are speaking about concrete initiatives with concrete results, with concrete people who have been involved in implementation of the project. And I must say, first of all, why we decided to present the project. The project is an example of how we can work with countries to reform their technical and vocational education and training system through an angle looking at a sector priorities. and a sector that is growing economically, that has a priority as the government agenda, but is creating jobs. And that's an important choice of, rather than entering through a larger reform, but entering through a sector development, a sector, an economic sector that has the potential of creating jobs and that needs skills development. The second aspect of this project and why we decided to present is that in that we also have a system perspective in terms of how the sector can be a pilot or can be benchmark for other sectors to grow. And we'll hear from colleagues how you bring other sectors around the table to learn from the experience. And it's a policy learning, but it's a policy learning from what is happening in the country rather than importing a system from elsewhere. We have results that we would like to share with you, and we have also challenges, because that's the reality, is that there are initiatives, there are results, but there are challenges that we have faced in terms of how to implement such project, how to link it with the national system, what are the challenges in context, and I see our Director General from Uganda in different situations. So I think it's important to look together at the results and have your own perspective on it. The other aspect that I wanted to mention is that this is a multilateral project. We heard the honorable representative of the Korean government speaking about the financial support, but in reality, it's also the mobilization of the expertise of the Republic of Korea through TVET, through other institutions who are member of the UNEVOC network as well. But also UNESCO's, of course, expertise through the center here in Bonn, through the headquarters, and through our office in Nairobi. But what is important, and I think it's very important to keep this in mind, is also this peer learning among the countries themselves, and the experience that a country like Uganda can share with a country like Kenya, with Ethiopia, with Madagascar. And I think this is with Tanzania, so I think this knowledge sharing dimension is part of the DNA of the project, and I hope that you'll see that and you'll hear it. And the last is this regional dynamic and regional focus that the project has is again about an agenda that takes into account that the skills are no longer only country driven, they're also regionally, they can be internationally, and that experience of engaging 5 countries from a region that is growing, that is taking new reform, that is taking and creating new jobs, but it's facing challenges, and that mix of collaboration and strategy will be very important, and I hope we'll hear that in our presentation. From our side, we would like to thank, the honorable representative was speaking about diplomacy. Of course, we are very thankful to the Republic of Korea for the support. It's also important that this experience of having a country that has benefited from the international support, sharing the experience, sharing the knowledge, but also being solidary. And early in the morning, we were speaking about solidarity. We see the BILT project as an illustration of solidarity among member states, and we are very supportive for that. So I hope we'll be hearing the experience, but I wanted to insist on these few pointers because they are behind the rationale of having this session today with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot, Mr. Boren, and thank you a lot for your inspirational speech and also highlighting the right elements of the DNA of the BEAR project, so better understand how it's based on before going to the more details and results. And as Mr. Boren mentioned, that it's important for us mobilization of expertise and knowledge sharing between the countries. So now I'd like to welcome here the representative from the field office that actually was doing the implementation and was responsible for all of this. So let's welcome Hubert Heisen, UNESCO Regional Director of Eastern Africa and representative in Kenya. Please welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much, MC. Indeed, this is the last session of 2 days of hard work and meetings, so I hope you indeed don't get bored seeing the same face several times. I promise I will be back only one more time in the closing of this session, and then we have a drink. So, first of all, dear colleagues and friends, I would like to extend my great appreciation to the Republic of Korea for this important programmatic cooperation under BILT with UNESCO. The full name is Better Education for Africa's Rise, a very inspiring title, I believe. And this is currently active in 5 countries in Eastern Africa. That is Ethiopia, Madagascar, Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, I would first like to point at a very strange contradiction. If you think about it, Africa is the most resource-wealthy continent on this planet. Yet it accounts for 70% of the global poor. And indeed, the region is blessed with a wealth of human, natural, cultural, and also mineral resources. And by pushing these resources higher up into the value chain, and by catalyzing a green and a digital transformation in Africa, the prospects are bright. The region actually, I believe strongly, has enormous potential to lead global growth in the coming decades. But for this really to happen, we need skills. We need the right skills, and we need green and digital skills. Now, these important functions of TVET and skills development are well recognized in the continent itself. First of all, the BEAR project builds on national development plans. Before launching the program, we looked at those and what kind of priority is given to skills development. And UNESCO's work in the region also follows up on the Mahe process, the 2016 Mahe meeting in the beautiful Seychelles, but also on the UNESCO TVET strategy. So TVET is among the top priorities as formulated in the national development plans of the 5 participating countries. If I just take the example of Kenya, their visionary development plan, Vision 2030, puts TVET very high on the list of top priorities. And it foresees a key role for TVET as a driver of economic growth. And at the same time, I wish to remind that at the regional level, you will all have heard about this visionary Africa Union Agenda 2063, which was launched in 2013, has an outlook over 50 years. And I wish to quote directly from that document, and it says, it talks about to catalyze a skills revolution. So also at that level, skills are recognized to be a very important factor in Africa's sustainable development agenda. But then the question arises, what skills? What skills are needed to fulfill this promise of a prosperous Africa? And the question, what skills, is in fact a question of relevance, it's a question of quality, but also a question of perception of TVET. And we talked about that yesterday as well, and I was happy to hear that maybe in Europe, in some member states, that perception is changing. But in most African countries, the perception of TVET is not very positive. And therefore, UNESCO and the Republic of Korea have been focused on strengthening TVET systems and advancing youth employment and the acquisition of market-driven skills, access to decent work, but also entrepreneurship skills. That's part of the program. A lot of the employment for graduates of TVET colleges leads them to self-entrepreneurship. and of course, lifelong learning opportunities. So the question, what skills, also needs to be seen in light of the, I don't know, should I say ongoing or recent COVID pandemic. It seems to be ongoing in some countries. And also in the context of national, regional, and global responses to building, many say building back better. I say building forward better out of the crisis, and also imagine the enormous back push that the COVID pandemic and the lockdowns have created on SDG achievement in many African countries in particular. So we need to accelerate the SDG agenda and SDG achievement. I'm very pleased, therefore, to see that the BEAR partnership in Eastern Africa has been collaborating with TVET institutions, with government and private sector partners, with a focus also on digitization as a way to overcome the bottlenecks of lockdowns. We have also reoriented, so we were implementing the BEAR project, but we were basically forced to reorient training programs to put more attention to digitization, environmental technologies, and also on solar photovoltaic. Because digitization in Africa is easier said than done. If you just think about this, in sub-Saharan Africa, 50% of primary and secondary schools in sub-Saharan Africa are not even on the grid. They don't have sustainable energy access, let even digital access. So, therefore, these are the technologies of today for a better tomorrow. And these are therefore the skills needed for Africa's green transformation. So, in concluding, I would say let us hear from the panel, from the speakers from the 5 different countries, our BEAR2 partners who have been implementing this very impactful project, the BEAR2, so that we can appreciate what BEAR really has done for the TVET sector in these countries and in the region. But also building on these achievements, let us then discuss on the way forward. And that's where I will come back in the closing of this session and maybe share some thoughts on that. So thank you all for joining us in this session on BEAR, a TVET flagship project in Africa in collaboration with the Republic of Korea. Thank you.
Thank you a lot, Mr. Kaizen. Indeed, the skills is very important for the development, sustainable development of African countries. So thank you a lot for all the speakers for putting the great foundation for further discussion, for framing our discussion. And here I would like to highlight the role of Korean government, not only in funding, but also sharing the technical expertise, the mobilizing the resources and knowledge. So in this context, I would like to invite Mr. Yang Seng Kim. He is the representative of Korea Research Institute for the Vocational Education. And we would like to hear from Dr. Kim more details of the role of TVET in the implementation of BEAR2 project. Please, Mr. Kim.
Okay, my name is Yongseng Kim. Yongseng means eternal life. Just remember me, eternal life. Actually, I stayed 1 year in Zambia, 2014, as a project manager of BEAR1. I was an external expert to the Ministry of Education, and I brought my family together. And I still have a work permit in Zambia. And then I developed entrepreneurship education program and manuals. Actually, the key point is integrating entrepreneurship with the TVET together. Okay. Do I have a pager? Okay. Okay. Yes. Okay, first thing is about why Korea? Why Korea supporting BEAR project? I'm talking about. Okay. Yeah, this is, okay. Yeah, Korea was one of the poorest countries in 1915. Korean experienced Korean War, and everything destroyed. And then Korean War destroyed. Actually, the amount of the bomb they used during the Korean War is bigger than all the amount of bomb used in World War II. That's everything destroyed. And this is the center. The Korean War is the center of the Korea. And then the other one is the beginning of the Korean education at the time. Okay, and then after Korean War, we have no food, no money. So we rely on the foreign aid. And Korea is a small country, geographically. And Korean economic development started at that point. After colonization, about 35 years, and they exploit all the natural resources, and then food, and then Korean War. And this is the example of the miracle of Han River. Han River is the crossing the Seoul. Actually, 1962, individual income only $87. Yeah, 2021 is over $35,000. Okay, the main industry, when you look at the 1960, agriculture, fishery, that's the main industry in Korea. But when you look at the 2016, agriculture is less than 3%. And income, the monetary point of view, is only 1 point something. Thus, during the time, Korea experienced a big transformation of the main industry. At the time, Korea have more money, no technology, no company available. But at the same time, we have abundant unskilled labor and high level of education, just general education, and strong economic development will. So this is a strategy of national development. We import kept money, we import material, we import technology, but we put everything on human resource development and entrepreneurship. That is an important role of the Korean government. Okay, in 1960, main product is artificial hair, wig. Long time ago, Korean ladies had a long hair. They cut the hair and they make a wig, and they exported it. That is the first main export. And 10 years later, textile. 10 years later, automobile and heavy big industry. 10 years later, semiconductor. And 10 years later, smart technology. Every 10 years, our main industry is transformed. That means vocational education is supposed to change everything. Textbook, curriculum, material, facility, equipment, even the competency of the teachers. Thus, we experienced that amount of big change last 50 years. And this is at the time we imported the building technology from Philippines. And government put a lot of emphasis on vocational education. At the time, many Korean nurses working in Germany to warrant loan, government loan. Actually, their salary was a warranty for national loan for national development. At the time, Korean mines worker also work in Germany. And at the same time, we have to depend on our work because we are surrounded North Korea and then China at the time. And then we experienced a lot of things. But one thing I want to mention is about oil shock. At the time, oil was only 15 cents, but one day after it was $5. Thus, oil is not available at the time. Thus, Korean expert skilled worker went to Saudi Arabia, and then their salary was a crude oil. At the time, we just over. And then they constructed the biggest the crude oil station in Saudi Arabia. Okay, this is the biggest oil refinery complex in Ulsan, one of the cities in Korea. And then we experienced a democratization and social development in Korea. We was an authoritarian society, but during the time, we are democratized and social change we experienced. At that time, we need to look at the entrepreneur. Two entrepreneurs. The left one is a founder of the Samsung Electronics and Samsung, and right-hand side is a Hyundai Motors company and Hyundai Electronics. There's two very important entrepreneurs. They started their own business when Korea was very poor. Most of the famous entrepreneurs in United States, they born in rich country, and all the resources available around them, Silicon Valley, but they are very poor country, no resource available. But they started the big business, and Samsung is the biggest hand in semiconductor. And then one of the important motto of their company is we started business to save our people and our nation. That is their motto. And then Samsung, just like the graph curve, just like a Korean income increase. Samsung make a big change last 40 years. Okay, and then the Hyundai Motors company's motto is diligence. Work hard as much as you can. And frugality, save all resources to make better result. And take care of company member just like family member. That is their motto. And then they started the shipbuilding business. And then Hyundai became one of the 5 biggest company in automobile. Okay, actually their entrepreneurship is different. I call their entrepreneurship is a pioneer entrepreneurship. They are pioneer in the business and the others. Thus, I want to use that kind of pioneer entrepreneurship when I developed the entrepreneurship framework and the entrepreneurship workbook for BILT 2 countries. Actually, this is when I have an interview with the entrepreneurship teacher in BILT country. Entrepreneurship is about the management, business management, accounting, and human resource management. But when in my point of view, entrepreneurship is about innovation. It's about mindset. It's about new vision and creation of new future. But in traditional entrepreneurship education, focusing on only management side. Thus, we put on this values and the others in pioneering entrepreneurship. This is a manual of our the cover of entrepreneurship manual. And succeed, actually, this is implication of the success in training and supplying skilled worker for the export-oriented industry, heavy chemical industry, overseas construction project in timely manner, and mandatory workplace. I like that comment, dictatorship in teach the skill development. I agree. Mandatory workplace vocational training for time form meeting certain condition, and collaboration of entrepreneur and the TVET school was necessary for national development. Okay, this is why Korea interests in BILT. We want to share our experience with the developing country in Africa. Okay, this is about what we want to share with the African country. We want to develop the feasible TVET model for African country. TVET is a developing country was an attempt to imitate the German model. This is my understanding. One of the famous figure in labor economists just mentioned same comment. Thus, however, none of the developing countries succeeded in mimicking German vocational education model. And the result, the vocational education system could no longer evolve or became stagnant. And after a series of try and error experience, Korea vocational education development is more like a reverse engineering to make Korean model rather than mimicking Germany. Actually, we can identify our destination. That's, I think, the good example. But how to achieve the goal or how to get there, we supposed to create, do not mimicking. Yeah, this is an iceberg. Just looks like iceberg. But when I look at iceberg altogether, this just like this. Only 9% visible, 91% invisible because it's below the surface level. I want to use that same thing in TVET system. TVET system, just 9% is visible. That means technical part, visible knowledge, easy to copy or replicate. But real thing is 91% is below the level. Non-technical part, invisible, attitude, know-how, value, how to copy to or replicate. And accumulation of trial and error experiential learning is necessary. Thus, when you look at the activation of reactivation of TVET, I have a lot of experience with the TVET cooperation with the ASEAN and the African country. They have a curriculum, teacher, school, administration, school-based collaboration, workshop, and equipment facility, but it's not working technically. They have all the components, but then machine is not operate correctly because we do not look at the other one, feasibility, competency, collaboration, check and balance of the system, and financial responsibility, and competencies and sustainability. Thus, the operation is not working, and then the performance decided by the minimal one. They have a system, but they do not know how to operate the system correctly. But Korea have a lot of trial and error. Thus, we know how to reactivate the system. This is a purpose objective of a regional TVET network. I work with the ASEAN Plus 6 framework. The purpose is to reactivate the ASEAN TVET. They have everything, but their performance is very weak. Thus, we want to reactivate their system. The first one is expanding TVET knowledge and experience sharing network among the membership country and spreading ASEAN TVET models suitable for ASEAN context and development strategy and establishing infrastructure for TVET teacher and student mobility. Student mobility is a very important subject in TVET. And then CRIBET work together and the TVET Cooperation Conference and the other one we organized. And then vocational education school in Korea have all the experience and information among the last 50 years of vocational education history, like a vocational education museum. That means when we work with another country, they can learn very important things from the vocational education school in Korea. And various stimulating effect, igniting peer learning occur through the interaction among the teacher, student, and manager and administration. Actually, first time, we just sent expert, and they have a workshop together. Very wonderful. They learn a lot. But 1 or 2 years later, nothing happened. Just we developed their knowledge. But the other thing is that they need to change, transform their behavior and their transaction altogether. Thus, when we, Korean school and ASEAN school work together, student level, school level, and then teachers level, something happened. Thus, the invisible and non-technical attitude motivation transmitting naturally. Okay, there's a customizing TVET policy consulting, and then the strengthening regional economic cooperation by sharing Korean vocational education development policy and TVET school model suitable for national ASEAN context. And then this is main activity. The ASEAN TVET model developed in collaboration of ASEAN and Korea experts and tested in Thailand and ASEAN countries in order to increase the school level interaction and vitalize ASEAN Tibet Institute through peer cooperation, and 2 activities are combined, teacher and student visit and benchmarking to motivate the school motivation, and second one is expert consulting on introduce a new curriculum and school management. Okay, and this is the last slide. Okay, I'd like to, actually, I attend all the meeting, but actually our meeting is quite macro level. But problem is that more major or micro level intervention is required to change the Tibet system in developing countries, ASEAN, the African countries. I stayed in Zambia 1 year, and then when I look at their budget, they used over 90% of their budget just for document. They do not have money to operate the system for implementation. This is just like, wow, the system is too big, imposed by the consultant. Actually, last 15 years, they have more than 5 consulting from developed country. But they make a system big, but it's not working because it's too heavy and not feasible. But Korean model is not theoretically not advanced, just like that, but it's working because we know the developmental nature of a scale development system. We need to start simple and operational, and then we can evolve the system step by step. Thus, and then the networking among the developing countries is very, very effective, just like Dr. Shakran mentions. Thus, we want to promote the school cooperation institute and participating in the BILT country, example, online class and workplace learning and field trip. If possible, Korean school can join. The second one is to promote in connection with the inter-school cooperation project in order to most effectively promote the participation in the field trip and explanation of internship opportunity. And lastly, customized Tibet policy consulting established a platform to strengthening vocational education and cooperation among the member country and strengthening regional cooperation. Well, I hope to implement that system with the BILT 2 and BILT 3 countries. Thank you. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you a lot, Mr. Kim. And now I would like to welcome here at the panel several key representatives of the countries to further discuss in more details the project and to share the key results and achievement. So first of all, I would like to invite Mamor Ndiaye. He's a BIR2 regional coordinator. And Mamor will give us the overview of the main project achievement and talk about how the project contributed to the bigger picture of developing the region, sustainability of society in African region. Mamor, please. Floor is yours. 7 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. Dear colleague, first of all, start by saying thanks to all those very important people who have already highlighted many points about the BILT project. And it's right. I want to emphasize, representative of Korea, the director Borhen, and the U-Boat guys, who has already, bring on board the context of the project clearly. As you know, in each BILT project, we have our own work plan based on the management model. We have a technical committee, steering committee, one national project officers. And it was really a real leadership of each country to implement the work plan under the supervision and the supporting for monitoring for progress from the regional coordinator. Beyond those specific activities that we are implementing in each country, we had also some common activities that we can call the regional activities. I'm going to start by sharing the regional activities, and after we'll get more details of the implementation from the upcoming presentation from the different chairperson of technical committee that we are involving in this meeting. Just to come on those different I want to share with you the evolution of the project that we are seeing here in terms of percentage earlier in 2016 until where we are actually. You will see that earlier we needed to establish, the national officers recruitment, to establish the steering technical committee of the project. We arrived on 2019 August, and from there, we think that the things start to be established by implementing correctly all the different steering committees, but also by starting with a very strong monitoring of progress, by supporting the national officers, but also something very interesting, by receiving a lot of advice from the regional directors, from the director Borhen, who was participating on this advice very strongly, but also the chief of section from headquarters, Mr. Hervé Marchand, and we have also Olivier Pium at the time, he was managing the regional African region. And it is just from all the support, that we succeed now to go very fast in the site, if you see, in the last part of this project, and now we are here. Surely that the provision of equipment is impacting, because it was one big part of the project, $1,010,000, the first things now in terms of regional activities is the MAHE process TVET platform that we have developed, because earlier in the formulation report from this project, it was really, it was clearly indicate that the Better Education Africa Rise are to support, all the MAHE process, which concern the 13 countries in Eastern Africa. So we promote this platform, because due to the COVID-19, we did not organize this meeting in the last 2 years. The first meeting on 2016 after 2019, after we stopped there from the COVID-19, and the BILT is coming on board to develop this TVET MAHE process platform. This platform was developed based on what we can call the TVET value chain. It was clear that at the regional level, we needed to have a same understanding of TVET. It's not something we can put in the cooking pot every time, but we try to organize it through what we can call the key function of the TVET, and after the support function of the TVET. The key function was coming from the policy of technical vocational training. After we have the strategy, how we can integrate the TVET, after now the result-based management, the steering committees at national level, the logical framework, and so on. The third thing was the labor market analysis and the labor market intelligence. How this thing is supported in the different countries, how the curriculum is developing on the P4. After now the implementation of the curriculum through the teacher training, the managers training, providing equipments, and the model of training inside. Apprenticeship will come inside. We'll have also the dual model, the attachment from the industry. And after that, we have the national qualification framework of the country. And finally, how we can develop this career guidance and counseling by linking it with the entrepreneurship to go through the integration in labor markets through the two voices, the self-employment and the self-employment. It is the main, key function of the TVET. This is now from the policy up to integration of labor market. But beyond this thing also, we needed to have what we can call the support functions of TVET. They are not directly related to the implementation, but they are catalyzing and helping to speed up everything. And we have what we can call the partnership. You have the partnership, you have the cooperation, the financing model at the country level. You have also the communication, the quality assurance, the ICT in TVET. You have the green TVET, the inclusion of those refugees, the internally displaced person, the people living in vulnerable situations. And further, we'll get also other part related to the maintenance, but how the TVET is managing at national level, the management, and the monitoring at the national level, and all that we are, I can include also the research in TVET. A good example in Kenya, we have a journal of research with all articles that you need. And finally, we have the rules and regulation, the normative way. And we developed now a survey from this, TVET value chain, so that we collected information in the platform, and we try to capitalize and to develop all that we have done to allow having an environment of knowledge sharing in the different countries of BA2 and beyond in the other countries. And in this platform also, we decided to integrate the BA1 countries and the BA1 resources down. So that's something that could be evaluated from the Bay 1, Bay 2, Bay 3, and we cover Africa little by little. And if you look at now the Bay 2 is a project that covering all the value chain. If you look at now, the policy has been developed clearly. We have the CPD, the Coordinated Program Development. We have also the ODEL, ICT streaming in technical vocational training. After we have the labor market analysis in different countries. For Uganda, we have a good step on labor market intelligence. How we can evaluate automatically the gap between the supply and the demand by providing all the information from the both sides so that we could evaluate the different and to preview. It's a good entrance, you know, to go through the labor market information, which is very difficult to join in these different countries. We had also covering all the teacher training program at regional level. We'll see it later, and after now you see now for the different, and for the support function, you see also that the Bayer 2 project is covering the different, function from the quality assurance, the ICT in TVET, digitization. It is just example of Kenya to show that how we have supported the main function of TVET, but also this support function. An example in the platform is from Kenya. Here we have the key function of Kenya, The color will give you a perception of what happened in the situation, If you look at if now we are going on the orange side, that means that we have something to adjust in this function. If it is fully green, that means that the country is okay, I'm coming. So the last now, and each function has many sub-functions. In this case, for example, we have disintegrated the labor market, and you will see the sub-function that what is lacked in Kenya in red is the labor market intelligence. It is clear, seen now from that. And this is the support function for the country. Support function shows that you have two red, emerges that corresponding to the weaknesses where you have to support. In terms also of greening TVET, Dr. Langat today in the morning in his presentation is highlighting two things which were very important. In Kenya, we targeted now the environmental technology, and the labor market analysis show that we need to train on the sectors by targeting the solar photovoltaic, but it was not the only sector. We have, in the labor market, we analyzed, the wind power technology. We had also talking on the waste transformation, the water treatment, and the biomass. And for the solar PV, in the upcoming years, we need to train, 7,000 people in the next 5 years. So it was clear on that. And also in the other countries like Ethiopia, Uganda, and Tanzania, we targeted the agro-processing sector, which is part of this, climate change, that we need to undertake from this situation. So that the Bay 2 also is built on the different things, and we try also to greening this curriculum and the TVET process. It's the last things now, okay? The other common activity is now how we have to harmonize the labor market analysis. We developed 5 Bay to LMA in the 5 countries. After now, we are trying to look at how we can increase this situation by having a benchmarking from the ILO model, UNESCO model, European Union, to develop, the common indicators of labor market to develop in this way, so that now this is used by the country to improve the situation. It was also the same things now to harmonize the CBET and the curriculum from the occupational standards until the assessment tools now by passing through the training guides. After we had developed, it's almost done. The IGBA teacher training program, for the 5 Bay 2 countries, and also the managers training at the regional level. And we support those main, national teachers and managers, training centers, how to develop the training assessment, how to develop the modules. In each country, we have 8 modules for managers and 3 common modules for teachers, and 21st skill centuries, okay? After we have the COVID-19 response plan at the country, how we have to support this response. A communicated strategy was developed at the level. We developed also the regional TVET platform, MAHE process, that we have I've just shared for you. And after the entrepreneurship program with TVET, it was interesting to see what are the main stakeholders around the entrepreneurship, how it organized according to the countries, and TVET has succeeded to give us a framework for each country, and also develop 7 modules, common modules for those 5 Bay 2 countries that we are currently using. And finally, we have a regional career guidance and counseling program, a framework that has been already developed, and that is what we will share in upcoming activities on the 16th of November in Nairobi. This is now the cross-cutting studies that we are doing as a benchmarking reference for all the 5 Bay 2 countries in order to have, the knowledge sharing, and it is sharing beyond the 5 BILT countries, but all the 13 countries in the Eastern Africa. Now we will have more details from the upcoming presentation from different countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot, Mamor. Thank you for highlighting the sustainability element and element of continuity between the BR project and the way how we can do knowledge sharing between the countries and in the region to make sure that the beneficiaries of the project, of the program, is much more than initially targeted by the project. So thank you again. And now it's a time to go into more details and listen to the presentation from each country. We're a bit running off time. That's why I think that I would like to ask the speakers to really follow the time schedule. So 10 minutes per presentation, no more. If less, then it's great, but no more. And here at this table, I would like to invite the next speakers. Dr. Bakari Selima, Director General Vocational Training Authority from Zanzibar. Please take the seat. Madagascar representative, Mr. Tserahamba, General Director of the Technical Vocational Education and Training. Please come at the table. Also representative of Kenya, Mr. Langad. He's the Director General of TVET Authority, and he will join us remotely. Representative of Uganda, Joseph Chikomeko, Commissioner TVET Teacher Training, Innovation and Research. Please join us. And also another participant who will join remotely from Ethiopia, it's Ms. Tejit Kebab. She's Curriculum Desk Director. So just to highlight that the participating countries selected one of the sectors that they prioritize depending on which part of the TVET system they would like to emphasize. It was environmental sector, textile industry, post-harvest, agribusiness, creative industry, agro-processing. So I would like now to give a floor to the first speaker to present the presentation, the representative of Tanzania, Dr. Selima, with his presentation. So please, Dr. Selima, the word is yours to showcase the best results, achievement, and the plans. And please go ahead with the presentation at 10 minutes, please.
Republic of Korea for funding the project, and to UNESCO team for managing, coordinating the whole activity under this project. My name is Bakari Selima, an Executive Director of Vocational Training Authority in Zanzibar, which is part of Republic of Tanzania. We have two vocational training authority in Tanzania, one for mainland called VETA, and one in Zanzibar called VTA. So, but I'm here to present the whole project of BEAR2 in Tanzania, and here is a summary of what we are going to cover in these 10 minutes, or less than that. We are going to talk about the introduction, project management, a relevance partner, progress on key result areas, perspective of project sustainability, and conclusions. We can find that the framework of this project, it will cover a lot of planned activity and standard. We have national skill development strategy, TVET development programs, and this education agenda, SDG 4, 5, 7, and 13, UNESCO strategy for TVET 2016 up to 2011, continental education strategy for Africa, the Mahe processes strategy and TVET in East Africa as already has been explained. We can find that with this project, there are 3 areas for relevance, quality, and perception that we are going to demonstrate one by one. But also we can find that during the project, the political situation was stable, although there is a COVID-19 impact, and the economic situation, somehow it was good. Population, although we have 63 million, but maybe it can be changed because we have another census just 2 months ago, and the priority sectors that for this project, we had a creative industry and agro business. The management of the project was to make sure that the different stakeholders are incorporated in that project so that it can be fruitful. And there was a project steering committee and the project team, technical committee, and the focal team. We can find that there are different stakeholders to project steering committee, like the Ministry of Education in mainland, the Ministry of Education in island, and Vocational Training Authority, and the different other, including the UNESCO themselves. And for result one, Vocational Education Training Authority, National Council for Technical Education, NACTE, and also Vocational Training of Zanzibar. But also in result two, it covers two vocational, technical and vocational training center, like Morogoro Vocational Teacher Training College and the Karume Institute of Science and Technology, which are the two who provide a vocational and technical training for teachers. And the result three cover different ministries available in Tanzania, which are stakeholders in TVET programs. So now we are going to see some of the progress on key result area. So result one, which deal with the relevancy, enhancing capacity in assessing and anticipating the skill demands. And what we have achieved are many, but here just some of them. Deliverable, we could be able to have a labor market analysis model and a report developed. Also, we have a knowledgeable awareness and technical skill to institutionalize, integrate, and the use of labor market information for 359 beneficiaries were improved through capacity buildings. Also, we can find that we got 60 programs that a new one developed under this project, 3 programs in handicraft and 3 programs for food processing. We can find that it's cover agro-processing and creative industry. We can see that to this 60 programs that are new developed, some of them are in diploma, where we have aquatic product processing technology, we have fruit and development technology, and also we have for creative industry, we have digital development and design technology. This is digitalization process that is also covered through this project, and woodwork technology. In addition to that, we had seaweed production in Zanzibar has increased as a result of capacity building to 61 women and girls on high quality seaweed production, in particular good agriculture practice. We can find that during to the need assessment of labor market, we found that there was a need in the country to have the youth that engaged in production of seaweeds, because that is the starting point for the blue economy, which is a pillar of economy in Zanzibar. And we found that we were aware that the government was going to build the industry to process seaweeds. So before constructing the industry, we have to prepare the main force that they can farm the seaweed, and we managed that one. Through this project, the curriculum were developed after need assessment, and we started to offer that training to these 61 students as a pilot. But up to now, the students, now they form their cooperative society, now they engage themselves, they employ themselves. Because beside the food production, I mean that the seaweed production, also they learn how to add value on it. It means that food processing, add value on it, and then to produce different products by using seaweed. Now we can find that the bread making by using seaweeds, how they make a juice and the soap and the different products. Also, there are more pre-vocational programs developed to pilot 126 schools in mainland. We can find out now the country, okay, it means that not to describe each one of them. Let me just list of the product that is available through this project. So also there's a creative industry sectoral skill council that was established through this project. Now let us go to the result 2. In this result 2, the delivery was a TVET model qualification framework, where you can find now among the programs that were created through this program, there is a straight path from vocational level up to diploma level and then to degree level. There's a wood technology at a vocational level, and this one that have been developed, the wood technology at a diploma level through this project. It means that the student can go from vocational to tertiary educations. But also the training need assessment for TVET manager and the teacher completed, and the 2 modules for TVET teacher training program developed, and 8 modules for TVET leaders training program developed, and 12 master trainee also trained, 12 master trainee manager, and 154 TVET teachers, among them 109 male and 45 female across TVET institution Tanzania were trained on pedagogy competence-based education and training CBET. We know that not everyone engineer from degree can be a teacher at a vocational. We need to give to teaching method in order to teach in vocational. Also, there are 30 TVET manager on TVET leadership managing development program across mainland and Zanzibar. And the result 3 was a manual and a guideline for implementation of national skill competition developed, career guidance and counseling system for vocational training center established in mainland Zanzibar, and the Tanzania Skill Gateway established and hosted by Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. Also 135 teacher trainees trained as a counseling specialist to implement career guidance and counseling system, which really this has changed the structure, organization structure of Vocational Training Authority in Zanzibar, where in each organ we have put someone who dealing with the career guidance and counseling from the headquarters up to the vocational training center. Also, you can find that digitizing agriculture and a handicraft curriculum, BILT provided 21st skills and ODL training to TVET teacher and manager to equip them with the modern skills and the competency needed to deliver online training and curricula. Tanzania Skill Gateway development covering the COVID-19 component is also in a place. And another part is just about the budgeting of the activity. Here I show that all area 1 is about 99 and it's closely completed, and area 2 is also 99 and area 3 also 99. Almost all of them are closed now. Perspective of project sustainability, actually here it shows that the reinforcement capacity of national TVET institution, foster national leadership, development of TVET platform, ensure ownership of project results, and financial sustainability, which each one of them describe on other parts, but everyone can read what has been written there later. And in conclusion, I can say that BILT in Tanzania is almost full implemented. Tanzania was stable during project implementation, steering committee full functioning, and BEA2 reform and the production guideline, it means that guideline and the standard are currently institutionalized and the full implementation by TVET institution, almost all of them. Government and the TVET stakeholder are recognized the positive impact of BEA2 in improving quality of TVET in Tanzania and beyond, a benchmarking network and the guidelines that will be used as a reference in TVET reform and developments. The government of Tanzania and the key TVET partner are committed to ensure sustainable of BEA2 project and already engage reform and adoption of project results in different areas of instance TVET model qualification framework. Thank you for listening.
Thank you a lot, Dr. Salima, for the presentation and showing the results across improving the TVET system across all the parameters, relevance and quality, and also the perception of TVET system. So hopefully it will go beyond the project, and it will continue with the support of the government. It's important because in the project, all the government of the project countries really supported, and will continue this flagship initiative further. Okay, and now I would like to move on to the next presentation. The next speaker will join us online from Ethiopia, and the name of the speaker is Tigist Kebet. She's a curriculum desk director. So Tigist, are you with us? Are you online?
Yes. Hello?
Okay, great. So we can hear you. Please, Ms. Kebet, the floor is yours. Presentation and 10 minutes for the presentation, please.
Thank you very much. I will proceed and accomplish within this minute. I am Tigist Kebet from Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. From Ministry of Labor and Skill, I think you said my positions. I am the technical committee of this member and actively participating in the project implementation. That is why I am appointed to present the overall accomplishment. Before starting my presentations, I would like to ask an excuse for UNESCO and the Republic of Korea, the organizer of this international conference, for launching UNESCO TVET strategy and enabling me to be actively participating in this online meetings. To start my presentations, I think my presentations have the 5 outlines: background of the BILT Ethiopian project, as well as the Ethiopian overall conditions, the project management and relevant partners involved in the implementation of the implementations of the project. And the other thing, the BIR project result areas as per the objectives maintained, and key results as well as the gained output and how it can be sustainable. And the other, the last one, our conclusions. This, to start my presentation, this is the meeting which were undertaken on implementation progress of BIR2 project with trainees and curriculum directors, as well as team leaders and project implementation coordinators, supervisors, and other UNESCO Addis Ababa project coordinators, managers on project international evaluations, as well as supports. We are going to the result of the project and how the project output going and how to be sustained were discussed in these occasions. On our background, as the previous presenter starts to present, as a framework, there is so many enabling environments, our constitutions, our missions, visions to be lower middle income countries in 2025, and the BILT project overview, how the existing economic and political situations of our country exists. And this, on the first framework parts, the constitutions, as well as the accomplishment of Growth Transformation Plan 2, and the newly developed 10-year development plans, which inspires Ethiopia's to be an African balance of prosperity in 2030s, which can support for envisioning being lower middle income countries in the coming 10 years. And the other one, the policy departures were going. And within these policy departures and strategic pillars considered in 10 years plans, there is institutional transformations, organizational restructuring were undertaken. Under these institutional transformations, Ministry of Labor and Skill, which is said to be MOLS, were established, having 3 core mandates. As its name indicates, Ministry of Labor and Skills, the government gives skill development as a priority areas and to be led as a ministry level. And within this ministry, it is mandated for technical and vocational training and educations, labor and the employment parts, job creations as well as where to facilitate a decent job opportunity were mandated for these ministries. And the other one, considering the SDG goals, which is in line with economic, social, and the political improvements for the educations.
Ms. Kebel, because of the limitation of time, sorry, can we have 5 minutes for the maybe key results, so everyone would see the achievement, the biggest achievement of Ethiopia, just to see what have been done, and if you can use these 5 minutes to highlight these key results, because everyone is excited to see, but because of the limit of time, I think it's the most important now. Thank you.
Okay, no matter. I can proceed to the next one. I think in this slide, it is better to know the key partners and institutions who are benefited from the project within these 3 key results: relevancy, quality, and perceptions of the TVET. There are 6 regional TVET bureaus, as well as the colleges, institutes who are delivering the agro-processing TVET training were benefited in terms of the capacity development, in terms of providing quality training, in terms of having the enrollment trainees within these specific agro-processing occupations. The other one, I think the photos also have its own image, and you can understand it. In terms of the first result, increasing relevancy, the labor market analysis were conducted, reported, validated, and disseminated to be utilized in different manners. The occupational standards were developed based on the labor market analysis, based on the finding and recommendations where the occupational standards were developed. Based on this occupational standard to deliver training, 16 curriculars from level 1 to level 3 were developed through the support of the BILT, and whereas for the sustainability and to increase the training to level 4 and 5, the government also developed additional 34 curriculum, and by revising the existing 16, additionally it goes till 34 agro-processing curriculum were developed by now. The other thing, 250 modules for 215 unit competency modules were delivered, and the training were given for by these modules. And the other key professionals were involved in the development of the curriculum, in the development of vocational standard, training materials, as well as labor market analysis. The former Federal TVET agency, curriculum and vocational standard team, the private sectors engaged in agro-industries, TVET colleges and regional TVET bureaus were involved on this development and ensures the relevancy of the developed materials. These photos also indicates the supervisions of the real workplace while developing the curriculum, the vocational standards, and enabling the trainers to have a real work area environment to be included in the training system. And in addition, they will gain additional skill. In terms of the second result, enhancing the quality of the training, need assessment, skill gap need assessment were undertaken. And based on this need assessment, 2 modules for trainers as well as 8 modules for leaders were developed. And on these developed modules where 12 master trainers were trained to give training for the other 220 TVET teachers as well as 65 TVET managers. And the other one, the guideline were developed for TVET system digital learning. And on these developed manuals, also 58 teachers were trained on how to develop and how to deliver online e-learning in TVET. And the other one, agro-processing equipment, especially the ICT equipment procured and distributed for 3 colleges, in addition to the Federal TVET Institute. And this also an input to improve the quality of the TVET training, especially for agro-processing programs. This one is the photo while providing the prepared equipment. In terms of the third result, improving the perceptions, the national career guidelines and counseling, also the training manual were developed, validated, and on this developed guideline also some awareness creations were done. The national skill competitions were established and sustainably undertaken national skill competitions to motivate the trainers as well as the societies of the TVET. And the other one, the National Skill Gateway and the digital portal were developed. The other one, for the interventions of the COVID response, the new activities and new things were done. The online and distance learning were initiated in TVET system, which is ever been done before. Digitalizations of the curriculum and training materials to provide the materials for the trainees were within the COVID time. The other one, the BILT project supports the 21st century skill was related to the digitalizations and how to deliver the online training were given for trainers. And Ethiopian Skill Gateway were developed, and labor market system also developed and managed by MOLS, as well as 58 trainers were developed on the development of digital content and online e-learnings in provisions of the COVID responses. This is the evaluations were done under Federal TVET institutes. As a key result in sustainability, the synergy and collaborations among key stakeholders were gained, and new thinking is in the government in developing the online TVET training were gained, and the agro-processing occupations program delivery were in motivate agro-industrial parks to gain well-trained workers for the employment also, and it contributes its own on the industrialization process, and also created new awareness among key partners as well as the agro-processing industries and TVET colleges for the supply and the demand sides were worked on agro-processing trainings, and standardizations of the TVET training were the key result gained with the BILT projects. And for sustainability of this project output, the government committed to develop additional curriculum as well as the next run also to revise the training materials. And the other one, the government committed to fund capacity development on the skill competitions, which is undertaken continuously in a year as well as in 2 years. The other one, involvement of private sectors were engaged in the development of occupational standard and curriculum were done, and creation of labor market study at center of the Federal TVET Institute were done, which can enable the project outputs to be sustained and to undergo next. As a conclusion,
Ms. Kebes, I'm sorry, I need to cut you here because we have no choice. We really running out of time, and it's more than 10 minutes already. And after there is a big event reception with the mayor who is waiting for us. So unfortunately here, maybe we will share after the presentations openly at our website, so everyone can access and see and maybe discuss directly and exchange online with the participants. So if it's okay with Ms. Kebes, please stay with us for the other presentations that we will try also to keep short.
Okay. No matter. Shall I stop or continue the conclusions?
I think we need to move on to another country in order to accommodate all the presentation because it's more than 10 minutes. Sorry for this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you a lot, and it's a pity you cannot be here in person and have to join online. So now I would like to invite for the next presentation another speaker who will join with us remotely. It's Dr. Langat. He's the Director General of TVET Authority. Dr. Langat, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Good evening, everyone.
Thank you for your patience and staying with us. Just wanted to highlight, I think that now with our reglement, we need to even cut more than 10. We will, I think, let's keep it like 3 minutes, maybe even without slides presentation. So if you can just tell in the key words, the key achievements and results and sustainability, the highlights from Kenya about the project. Like 3 minutes, just the key information, key results that the audience should know, just without slides, if you can do this.
I'll try my best. I don't need to repeat some of the areas that have already been...
Yeah, exactly. So because some of the areas already mentioned by other countries, so if you can just focus on the key results and achievement, then just 3 minutes just to highlight the best results from Kenya, please. Mr. Langat, the microphone is yours, please.
Yes, I think the concept of design of this project was similar for the 5 countries, other than the specific uniqueness in the country, like the legal frameworks that supported this implementation of this project, the issues of management of the project by both the steering committee and technical committee, and the role of the regional office were also similar. But more specifically in the issues of results. For us, we were implementing or were focusing on environmental technology, and particularly developing a curricula for the solar PV and ensuring that the same were trained. And during that period, we were able to work on a labor market analysis that we were able to develop a model for the same. We developed curriculum for level 3 and level 6 for solar PV, and this has already been approved. 150 trainers and sector skills advisory members train again on the same, with 20 skills advisory advisors also trained, who are conducting the PV blueprint for purposes of informing the curriculum development, About 30 teachers from 6 targeted institutions also trained, and for the implementation of this, we were also able to bring together the private sector players led by the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, about 8 private sector players that supported the development of the occupational standards, and 75 beneficiaries from private sector, also trained for purposes of managing and engaging, and the institution were given solar PV equipment. On the issue of the quality, we developed a framework for continuous professional development for trainers, because they are very key in the implementation of this, and their upskilling is very critical, and that is why we were able to do this. Training needs assessment was also done for the managers and trainers, and the development of national management, learning management system, and deployed in one of our institutions for purposes of implementing this during the COVID period. And 3 modules of TVET trainers also program were developed. 8 modules for leaders in training program was also developed, with 12 master trainers also trained, and 89 TVET teachers, both 56 female and 33 male, were trained, and 41 leaders also trained in that capacity. We developed an ODEL policy for purposes of supporting the implementation of the platform that were developed, and training of an ICT equipment procured and taken to the institution. And finally, on the issue of perception, which was one of the key things in the project, 250 trainers, 93 male and 157, female and 157 male, train on career guidance to support the implementation of the program. Key thing also is the project supported the world skills, preparation for world skills competition, where we train the official and did what we're calling a mini competition in the country to select a team that represented. The world skills competition rules and regulations were also adopted. As I mentioned, career guidance and counseling and framework developed, and the Kenya National Skills Gateway established, which we are currently hosting. And this is a platform that is helping all the stakeholders within the TVET to share information. 60 stakeholders trained in skills competition, and 50 beneficiaries trained in using the Skills Gateway, which is currently running. 25 BEAR2 documents published and shared, and we piloted the skills competition in mechatronic, and participation of the Kenya in African competition, which was also supported by the project, and facilitation of the MOU the MOU for purposes of working together with the German skills, World Skills Germany. And those are the key areas in the Kenya project, which I thought I would share. I think the rest, the members will be able to read in this slide that we are going to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot, Mr. Langas. Thank you a lot for your presentation, for being brief and highlighting the key results. So I think we also put the presentation online so everyone can reach and share and contact. And thank you a lot for keeping up a great job in Kenya. And I hope for the sustainability of the project and long life of further activities in the country. Thank you again.
Thank you.
And thank you for staying with us the full day, having 2 presentations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're moving to 2 more countries. Let's invite for the word Mr. Joseph Chikomeko from Uganda. He's a commissioner TVET teacher training, innovation and research. And as we already discussed, with the time limitation, let's keep it to 3-5 minutes, only the key results, because part of the presentation it's already discussed by other countries, like partnerships. So if you can just focus on this, 3-5 minutes maximum. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Members of this August House, and I've already been introduced. I'm in charge of TVET trainers, then research and innovation in TVET. Pardon? I'm not repeating the format. It is the same for the countries.
Yeah, so maybe it's better to go directly to results achievement to show case across all three sectors.
Deliverables, that is result area 1. It was basically looking at improving the relevance of TVET in the country, and the project supported the establishment of a database on labor market information, and via that a lot was done. We concentrated in the area of agriculture, and using the information that was available, we got new jobs that is within the agriculture sector, and those were the agro processor and then the post-harvest manager. We profiled the jobs, and then competence standards were put in place, and 2 training programs developed. And those ones were for the agro-processor and the post-harvest manager.
That's it. Presentation finished. Conclusion.
Okay.
That was fast, even faster than we expected. Maybe you can continue the delivering while there is a technical...
I can do without that. As I said, that basically it was the relevance. That's when we looked at the jobs that are within the agriculture sector, the new jobs that were identified. Profiling was done, then the competence standards developed, and we developed training programs for the 2 areas of agro-processor and the post-harvest managers. Then on the side of the quality, that is, it was basically capacity development. TVET trainers in the areas of agriculture were actually developed, were built in the line of delivery, because the most critical, you can be an agriculturist, but then delivering becomes a challenge. So delivery competences, we are equipped with those trainers of ours. In addition, the managers of institutions in our country were known to the level required to manage the project and also to manage the institutions. That one was also developed through developing training modules, in which they were trained to ensure that the management of institutions is also improved. Institutions were also equipped with ICT equipment, that is the laptop computers, we were given the interactive screens, we were given the storage devices, and also training of those trainers was done in the area of use of ICT in training. There was also the training of the teachers, the TVET trainers in guidance and counseling, especially career guidance and counseling. That was so much challenging because learners could join TVET actually without knowing what they're supposed to do, and they don't appreciate why they're in TVET. So that aspect was done, and the project supported us in the development of a career handbook that is being used at least to guide the learners while they're taking their choices in that. Looking at the perception, whereas we had competitions in our country before, but then the project supported us to strengthen skills competition. We managed to participate even in the Africa skills competition in Namibia. We had the regional skills competition within the country and at school level as well. And we also participated in, we didn't participate in the World Skills competition in Kazan, Russia. Uganda also became a member of World Skills, still through the support of BEA2 project. We, cause like any other country, were also affected by COVID-19, and the TVET sector was very much hit. For us in our country, 2 years down, there was no learning. Over 15 million people, or young ones, were not attending school. The other sectors in education, at least, were trying to cope up with the situation as it was introduced. And now for the TVET, it is BEA2 which came on board and supported this in the country. Also, the TVET learners managed to go on board and start learning. So we thank so much the project for that intervention. And we created a platform still from which TVET teachers can share resources and also enhance the teaching and learning process. Also, we had a skills gateway developed in Uganda. It was developed and it is operationalized. It is supported by the Federation of Uganda Employers, an association which is in charge of employers, where our graduates in TVET interact with the potential employers. This has actually made TVET more attractive because now they no longer move along streets looking for jobs. Regarding sustainability of the project, of course, there are quite a number of institutions, ministries, departments, and agencies that were involved in this formulation of the project and also the operationalization. So we believe with those synergies between the ministries and departments and also institutions, in addition to the private sector, that whatever the project has put in place will be sustained and it will be cascaded to other areas in the TVET sector. The institutions, of course, which we interacted with, we had the Uganda Management Institute as one of our main institutions, a degree awarding institution. We had the university, we have an instructor training college, and we had the TVET, the TVET institutions in the areas of agriculture. The approach that was used to do all this work actually is to be emulated in other areas because it was so wide that it involved, it was not discriminative, it involved a number of stakeholders, particularly the private sector, and following our TVET policy today, which talks of TVET, which is private sector led. We believe this model will be of use in other sectors other than TVET, but for TVET, which started it, I think things are going to be very good for us in our country. To conclude, I would also say that the project has actually come to an end and all the result areas have been fully implemented. And I'm so grateful to the Korean government for the support through UNESCO. All stakeholders in this respect who have been supporting this project, thank you so much. And I believe we shall move on and be able to put our country to another level within the shortest time possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you a lot, Mr. Kukumeko. And now we have the last country that will present the results and the key achievement. It's Madagascar. Mr. Tsirahamba, General Director of Technical and Vocational Education and Training. Please, the floor is yours, and 3-5 minutes just to key achievements and result. Someone that the key facts that the audience here need to know about the project in Madagascar. Thank you. Floor is yours.
Merci de m'avoir donné la parole. Bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Good afternoon, everyone.
Vous remercier pour l'honneur qu'il me soit de prendre la parole
I would like
devant
to
vous et
thank you for
je vais
giving me
présenter
the
le
honor
projet
to take the
BEA2
floor before you.
et
I
soyez
will
rassurés que
introduce
je ne
the
dépasse pas les 5
project
minutes.
BEA2 Madagascar, and rest assured that I will not go over the 5-minute time limit. So Madagascar has a curriculum that is based on the 5 priority areas, and the textile is one of the priority areas in Madagascar as per this policy. We have chosen this area for the BEAR2 project in Madagascar, and as other countries before in managing this project, there's a steering committee and technical committee for the implementation of the project, and as a relevant result in the 3 strategic focuses, there's first relevance, and we have conducted analysis of the labor market among companies in Madagascar in the textile industry. At the ministry level, we've set up a cell in order to anticipate the needs in the companies, and we have created references and training for trainers, and also capacity building of high-ranking officials to ensure quality is provided. And as for the visibility, I would like to share the organization of World Skill Competition at the national level in Madagascar, because it's the first time we've organized this event through the BEAR2 project. And as part of the post-COVID-19 framework, we have created a digital project and training for trainers in Madagascar for designing these resources. Currently, through the BEAR2 project and with the CAPET program with UNESCO, we have quite a lot of experience to share with African states, and also within the Indian Ocean Commission, so that we can share good experiences and at our national level. And finally, I would like to share the fact that through the BEAR2 project and the experience in the CAPET program, the implementation of the national policy, I dare to say that it is actually effective and efficient, especially when it comes to the budget, because we reach on average more than 80% of budget utilizations and for the activities in the project. So I wish to thank particularly UNESCO and also the Republic of Korea for the financing of the project. We are here to share all good practices from this project, and particularly we are here to mobilize all stakeholders for the implementation of vocational training. I would like to reiterate our commitment to mobilization and also what pertains to technical training in Madagascar. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Thank you for being here with us to exchange. Thank you for your work, and thank you for supporting the project in your country. Thank you very much.
And finally, to conclude our session, I would like to invite Mr. Kaizen just to have 2-3 minutes to conclude and say the takeaway, because there were a lot of highlighted things, a lot of said. So maybe some key things just to conclude on the results and on our session. Maybe without a presentation, if it's possible, just to have 2-3 minutes, just to make a line and a key conclusion. Thank you a lot. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I do have a few slides. I mean, we've been talking about bear 2 in Eastern Africa, and I thought the least I can do is show you a picture of Eastern Africa. So this picture is taken from the Kenya site. What you see in the background is the Kilimanjaro, the very prestigious mountain, which is located on the Tanzania site. So we see two of the bear countries here. And you see the animals, they really have long necks. They can see very far. And what they see is a future for bear that is very supportive and productive for the continent. Let's run the slides as I talk. So please, if you can just move the slides. First of all, when we arrive at a point, and they asked me to close the session, and we're soon closing bear 2. Closing is such a negative word. So we're really asking about, can I ask you to do that? Then I'm not distracted and we go faster. It's a moment about asking these 3 questions. So where do we come from? Where are we now? And where do we go from here? Where we come from is already a journey. We started with bear 1 in 2011 in Southern Africa. With the support of the Ministry of Education of the Republic of Korea, and they're also addressing TVET in 5 countries. That ran up to 2016. Then we started the bear 2 in Eastern Africa in 2017. I mentioned the countries, you can see them listed here, but we still maintained a link to the Southern Africa countries to further support them and to keep a link of exchange. And the main objective in these 2 phases was indeed to improve the relevance, the quality, but also the perception of TVET systems. Next slide. So where do we go from here? What's next? Well, first of all, I suggest that as we prepare for a bear 3, a next phase, which would go to Western and Central Africa, that we reflect on a continental cooperation model. I think that's where we need to go. So we have seen bear active in Southern Africa, now in Eastern Africa, then it's moving to Western and Central Africa. And what you see here in the model that I present here, that I foresee a continental model where we will create connectivity between these different sub-regions and between the experiences of the different phases. So this is not only to support from bear 3 the bear 2 countries to continue to work on strategic issues like the greening of TVET, the digitization in TVET, but also to bring on board in the bear 3 countries the experiences, lessons learned of the bear 2 phase. Now, where do we go from here? That's the time to ask really for the big picture. And to underpin that, just a photo, next slide. So this is a picture, it's the specific picture I call it. You see what it is a gun, a symbol of violence and killing, all the bad. The big picture is when you zoom out. So this is a time in bear where we need to zoom out. Next slide. What happens if you zoom out? You then see the real picture. And actually, you see it's the opposite. It is a monument against violence. So this is big picture time for TVET in Africa. So why do I say this? Next slide. That is because we live in a time of constant change. We live in a time of multiple crises that have to be addressed at the same time. We live in a time of change, a time of global challenges, but also a time of opportunities. And if you look at the continent, this is the continent where growth must happen in the coming decades. And I said it in my opening remarks. So I want to see how we can position TVET to make this happen. I attended the AIDS Africa a regional forum on sustainable development where all the heads of state, ministers in Africa gather. That was in March this year in Kigali. Next slide. And there were two main topics that came back over and over. And these two issues were Africa's green transformation and Africa's digital transformation. So I want you to picture this. This is really where we need to go in Africa. I asked in a plenary panel to all the ministers gathered there, what do you think is the first bottleneck you will face in these transitions? We know we have to make these transitions, but in planning you want to anticipate. What is the first bottleneck? And I got many answers, but not the correct one. And I said, it is technical skills. That will be the first bottleneck, and that puts TVET high on the agenda. Next slide. And therefore, we're not closing. In fact, we're opening. We're launching a new priority program for Eastern and Southern Africa, and that is called Green Skills for Green Jobs. And this program has three pillars. Of course, the green and digital TVET, so that's the technical subject coverage, besides the old trades that we also still will address and green them. And also, the second pillar is an important one, and I mentioned it earlier. That is that we need, particularly in Africa, to connect the formal TVET to the informal community-based TVET. Many young people, women in Africa, imagine in rural areas, they will have no access to formal TVET programs. So that will not happen, but they can learn skills via very hands-on, short training sessions and programs. And that is where the rubber hits the road, that's where the numbers kick in, and that's where development will take place. So that is the second pillar of the new program. And the third one is gender equality. Many of the technical trades dominated by men, but especially for the community TVET, we will focus, yes, on youth from these communities, but also particularly on women. So that is the message to all of you. And I would just like to end by saying, please join us in making this happen, because together we can. Thank you.
Thank you a lot, Mr. Kaizen. It was very inspirational, especially change is the only constant. It's the best. So I think that we see the future in the digital and green jobs, and definitely we will do together if we work together, if we unite our efforts in all of this, and we make sure that all the vulnerable and categories and women, they are all involved and all can contribute to the sustainable economy, sustainable development. And I think it's a great conclusion to show the link between the project, also the new TVET strategy, because it's a perfect echo in each other, all the three pillars, and here you can see it in practice. Okay, thank you. I'm very happy on this positive note to close the session and give the floor to Sumi to announce, I think, the best part of today, the reception.
That's right. I would just ask that everyone make your way downstairs so that you could head over to the reception at the Bonn Mayor's office. So thank you for your attention, and to the moderator and panelists. Thank you.
Ngwazi yashikazi
ati ndine wankazi siningagwira ntchito zina ayi poti ndine wankazi inepanga ndipa nyumba basi nditokhala chilichonse ningafune lelo nditogwira ntchito yomwe ndingafune lelo the soldier, plumber, even a pilot.
Dear colleagues and friends, you may have noticed the music started already. And I just wanted to briefly explain this is a product of a TVET program we did in Malawi with the European Union. And also here the objective was to bring in more girls and women into TVET. So we worked with this Malawian singer to produce a song that basically, and you can look at the lyrics, tells basically men that you tell us we can't do this, but look here, we are doing it. And this song won the EU Communications Award 3 years ago. The song also hit the charts in Malawi. It became #1 for 3 months in a row. The lady, the singer, was already quite well known in Malawi, but after this she couldn't walk in the streets anymore. So have a look, take the link home and listen to the beautiful sound and message. Thank you.
Nitakugwira ntchito yomwe ndifuna ningwazi yachikazi usaziyang'anira pansi nitakugwira ntchito yomwe ndifuna ningwazi fime ungwazi usaziyang'anira pansi nditakugwira ntchito yomwe ndifuna ndine ngwazi yachikazi usaziyang'anira pansi nditakugwira ntchito yomwe ndifuna